What's good, YouTube? It's me, the Artisan MC, and you have now embarked on the hero's journey. Donate a like, it's free. Hit the like button, share, subscribe, and join the stream. I want to hear what you guys think. This is the last stream of 2024. Next time you see me, it will be 2025. So make your voice heard. Close out this year. We'll do a couple of things today, tonight, wherever you may be. So make your voice heard. The link is in the chat. So if you want to chime in, add your voice to the cacophony. I think I said it correctly. Please do. Otherwise, I will keep it short and sweet. I will get in and get the fuck out and do something else. Because at least for the last couple of days, I've been in a bit of a mood. I'm not really wanting to socialize with people too much. I'm really not. Since Christmas, I have not been into dealing with people too much. So I do this because I tend to like you guys, and in some ways I feel I owe it to you. So take advantage of the time that I'm up here, because I might not be up here long. What's good, studio? Let's see who's in here. Early bird to building. Malika Me Bang. What's good, Malika? Appreciate you, brother. I think you did donate on Thursday, I think it was. Make sure I give you your props, because I do appreciate everybody who supports the stream. It's not the flashiest, it's not the biggest, but supporting it does make it grow. So I appreciate that. It is grassroots, definitely. Was Malika? Yeah, it was Malika. He says, salutations, good brother. Appreciate you, Malika. I will give you your Monica. Oopsie. He moved stuff. I'll give you your Monica. The 3B salute. Appreciate you, Malika. Somebody's driving really crazy out there in the street right now. They either had an accident or they're trying to do a donut on the wet street. Either way, it's kind of stupid. But, you know, there was a loony song that had the chorus like, niggas doing the same old shit. So I think that's what it is. Next one goes out to 2 Triv. He says support. Appreciate you, 2 Triv. Is he in the chat already? Oh, that's on. Yeah, 2 Triv's in the chat. He said peace. Peace to you, 2 Triv. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, 2 Next one goes out to Swift Battle. Swifty in here. Shout out to the package man. No One said all love and joy to the Geek Elite. Appreciate you. No One. And Swift is in here. Swift said Geek Sunday. And salute to the Artisan MC. Appreciate you, Swift, excuse me. Swift said, for the Geek Sunday tributes, best wishes for the new year. Appreciate you, Swift. I am more than likely going to be inside on New Year's. Not because I'm that old, just because I don't feel like being bothered. I really don't. It's California. So police around here are going to be on edge and overzealous, and I don't work together. Especially not with me. I'm too old to be having run-ins with fucking police officers, especially young ass, green ass police officers. I don't feel like being bothered. I really don't. And I got enough alcohol at my house that I don't need to go out and spend $20 for a bottle of alcohol. No. I'm good. So, to the Swifty, appreciate you, Swift. I will give you that 3B Super. All right, so I am looking for 10 contributors today to help sponsor said stream. Otherwise, I can't shut it down. Oh. All right, so who else we got in here? No one said R.I.P. Greg Gumbel. I don't even know who that is, so forgive me. I am not the key to all blackness. I don't know everything that happens in said black community. I was never a part of it that deeply. Black as fuck, but I don't know. Apparently, to some people, I'm light-skinned as hell. Never heard that shit before. But it does answer a lot of other questions. Swift said Dune Prophecy season finale and Squid Game season 2 should be a good stream. I haven't even watched Squid Game season 2 yet. I was trying to catch up on this What If season 3 last night. That shit put me to sleep. It put me to sleep. Serious. No bullshit. I'm sitting in this chair like I was right now, watching it on the screen, and I went to sleep. Because it was so much feminine bullshit happening in that it wasn't grabbing me. I was done, dude. I was checked out on that shit. And it started happening when I watched that last episode of Skeleton Crew, which I did the review. And I'm thinking about it. It's like, I really feel like that show should have been more entertaining. And it wasn't. It wasn't really that damn entertaining. And I was tired from that point on. It was like 5 o'clock. I did shit all day. I shouldn't be tired at all. That shit just sucked it out of me. I was just bored from then on. So maybe What If stood a chance, but it didn't after watching Skeleton Crew. It didn't stand a chance at all, man. I was asleep. I was asleep early. In my chair. Against the wall. Oh. Like, shit. You got to make some better fucking shows. That's why I find it a little bit difficult to find a desire or interest in doing a best of or worst of 2024. Because the best of is pretty short. It is. Like 3. The worst of is like 15. I don't know if I want to dip into that much negativity and swim around that long. I really don't. Like I said, I figured he was Brian Gumbel's brother, but I wasn't sure. You don't ever hear me talking about Sports Center because I had never watched sports. I don't like watching sports on TV. I really don't. I am in some quarters a defective black man because I don't sit up watching fucking sports and rooting for teams all the time. I don't. I think it's tribalism. I think it's retarded. And I probably think it's retarded because I'm from the Bay Area. So when the Raiders were here and the Niners were here and people getting into fights over fucking games that they don't play in, teams they don't own, players they don't necessarily pay, it seemed fucking asinine to me. So I never wanted to really be a part of it like that. Love the sports. Love sports. Play any sport there is. I don't care. I like them. I don't like watching that shit. I don't like the culture of watching it. So no. It doesn't turn my crank like that. So I figured he was Brian Gumbel's brother, but I didn't say that because Gumbel is an uncommon fucking name. And the only reason any of us would even know that name is if it wasn't connected to a sportscaster. Just saying. Or a television personality, put it that way. So RIP to Greg Gumbel. I don't know what he has done, his accomplishments. I didn't even hear about him passing. But like I said, I don't watch Sports Center, so I probably wouldn't have. It's good, Studio. Appreciate Studio being in here. Says salute. And Black Bane in the building. Sam Rogers in the building. Said good afternoon. Afternoon. You still in the TX? You still in the Undertaker territory? Appreciate you supporting the stream. I will give you guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the rush.
Now, I watch my weekly stuff, but here's the weird part about this shit. None of it is actually sticking with me, which tends to mean none of it is really that damn good. I was paying attention. I was watching it. None of it is sticking with me. Like when I go to the file in my brain that has the information on this show, it's barely registering, which means the shit probably wasn't that damn good. Or it was just so passively entertaining that it left no lasting impression. It's like you want to eat, you have McDonald's, you've eaten something, but like an hour later, you're still hungry. It doesn't even feel like you ate anything. It wasn't fulfilling. I went back and watched the Creature Commandos. What was it, episode 4 or 5, whatever the fuck? Oh, well. People making a big deal about the Flash being in the background. I don't give a shit. Dude, that's so stupid. So dumb. Told you I fell asleep on What If Season 3. Haven't watched Squid Game yet, but that's going to have to be a sit down and go through because I actually really liked the first season of Squid Game. And I've said this multiple times. I would like to see that actually implemented as a reality show here in the U.S. because I think it would be hilarious given our debt crisis and shit and what men and women are willing to do for money. You might as well make some money off of their ass while you're doing it. OnlyFans is a thing. This way the chicks can actually keep their clothes on unless they just like being, sluts. Or technically it'd be a hoe, I think. But that's something I'm going to have to sit down and just watch because I'm into the show. I'm interested in it. And I'm not on vacation. I'm still working every day. Long hours at that. So it's going to have to be a time when I'm on the weekend where I can just sit back and watch it. Wasn't this weekend because my baby girl is in town. She came down for Christmas. I got to see her yesterday. I got to, in essence, I didn't want to talk about this shit necessarily, but I feel it coming out of me just because I want to say something on it. I had, in essence, what would be a supervised fucking visit with my child of 25 years old. And being that her mom brought her over to bring me a Christmas present because she's here from out of town and her mother got a new car and she's not entirely comfortable driving the car. When she told me that shit last week when she showed up, I just pretty much wrote off the fact that I was going to see my child at all. Because if, as an adult, your goings and comings are regulated by another adult, you ain't got no autonomy and you don't have no fucking freedom. There will be a reason why you can't go. You can't come. The side part about that shit was that, yeah, she came. She came by. Second time she's been in California in this year or so. It was only the first time she actually, came inside my place and got to see my place. Last time we were rushing off, it was around the holidays. We were rushing off to go to her grandmother's house, so I didn't get to spend any time with my child, just me and her. Because she had the boyfriend and we're going to the family functions and shit. So I was really disappointed and depressed that I didn't get to spend time with my child. And then it was this time, it was more the same shit. And I didn't see my child until yesterday. And then I got to see her for about 20 minutes or so. Standing around in the house talking. So, because of that and how I was feeling around this time, it's probably why you guys understand that you got a 4-hour stream on Christmas of me just killing people and not talking. Yeah, a 4-hour stream, a killing time stream, playing video games and stuff, and that's why I wasn't talking. I didn't fucking want to talk to people. I was irritated. I was pissed off. I was a bit sad, if that can be said. As a grown masculine man, I was sad. Because I couldn't do the one thing I thought should be top of the list for anybody. Because I think about it this way. And I think I bitched about this last year, but I don't give a fuck. I can do what the fuck I want with this channel. It can go down in flames or rise like a phoenix, either way. But my thinking is, if I lived out of state, I don't live here close anymore, and I'm going to come back to visit and see the people, the family that's here. Even with my mother and father not being together, the first 2 trips that I make, the first 2 people I need to see is my mother and my father. Now, a given is that if I was going to post up at my mom's house and chill with her, I'm going to see her first. I'm going to see her a lot longer, right? Makes sense. The next visit I got to make is to see my actual parent. That's not where I was on the list. Seeing me was kind of mixed in with seeing everybody else, all the black folks on this side of the family one time, after you've already spent all the time with all the Asian family. And then going back to see them. So I found it kind of ironic that the only black males part of this family was the ones that was pushed to the side, and maybe we'll see them, maybe we won't. Namely, me, my father, and my son. Everybody else, all the women and folks that ain't black, was priority. And that bothered the shit out of me because it made me, it didn't make me, because in that moment, it felt very inconsequential that I even fathered these children. It's all about everybody else and how they want to appreciate, aggrandize, and gain some, I don't know, from my child. Mind you, none of these goddamn people have raised her. None of these fucking people have fed her every day, made sure she did her homework, went to school, even put the seed in her to get the fuck away from here. Some of them thought it was stupid what I was doing was trying to push her. Oh, you're pushing her too hard. I ain't pushing her at all. Some of them, one of them specifically, didn't even want to show up to her birth. And I had to argue it to get her to even spend time with her, the fucking girl. But at the end of the day, I'm the one that can be, I get 20 minutes while my mom's sitting in the car. What? Like I said, I haven't been wanting to deal with people. Christmas sucked for me. And it's not the first time it's sucked for me. It's almost like every other year or so, Christmas really does suck for me. That's one of the reasons I don't like celebrating Christmas anymore. I don't. Outside of being a man that's been in the trades and stuff like that and understanding about November or so, even if you own a good job, you're a black dude, at least out here, in my experience, you can get fired during that time. You can get laid off during that time. Doing your fucking job, you can get laid off during that time. So money can be tight November, December, through the holidays. And you can be that broke nigga showing up at Christmas. There's a line in one of Eminem songs, and one of the reasons why I like Eminem, because we're at about the same age. We've been seeing the same struggles. He's just a white boy, right? And he raps the same way I would have rapped if I pursued or continued to pursue being a rapper. He was talking about the same shit I was talking about. I just didn't think anybody would buy that shit from me because it wasn't what was popular at the time. Wouldn't want to hear that shit. Worked for him. Awesome. But the line was about being broke and having the mother of his child put his name on Christmas presents to say that they were from him, even though he was too broke to even afford them. He didn't buy them. I've been in that position. I have. Now, I didn't sit up crying all fucking night, but I was depressed, feeling like a failure because I cannot do the one thing that everybody in this society deems I'm supposed to fucking do: work and provide. Yeah, been there more than once. And not because I'm some fucking ne'er-do-well to where I don't take care of my responsibilities and do my job and try to be the best at what I'm doing. No, not because of none of that shit. Simply because the skin I'm in. It's easier to fire me. It's easier to lay me off and keep, your brothers, your cousins, and everybody else when they all look alike. It's easy to be marginalized when you're the only one. So, Christmas has not been, at least the way I celebrate it, has not been about fucking gifts, because that's always some bullshit. People either don't like what you got them or didn't think you got them enough. And it's always based on how much money you spent on it. And I hate having to be in that mind state of thinking about shit like that, because I can tell you, I didn't get either of my kids gifts this year. I didn't get my granddaughter a gift. I got nobody gifts this year. I didn't. You get them shit. Why? I ain't even seeing these motherfuckers. Don't even get calls from them. I gotta call them. Now, it's a real psychological test to tell you how people matter to you or how you matter to people. If at those required times when you're supposed to, throw out money and shit like that, you don't do it and see how they react to your ass. If they stop fucking with you, they never liked your ass anyway. They just think they're supposed to be getting something. So no, didn't. I got some other shit going on I need to be bothered with. Now, I thought it was funny, and I don't like saying this, but I thought it was funny that there was a big deal made over getting this gift dropped off to me. And the gift that I got was a pair of Carhartt socks and some handmade coasters that she made, which I liked. But then I'm remembering the video she sent me. And she bought her boyfriend a PS5. This is the second one she bought because she bought one for the last boyfriend too. I'm like, damn, you know where you rank in that hierarchy. Like I said, I don't like having to think about shit like this. So one of the things that kept running through my mind on Christmas was what Grinch said, was having people prioritize you. Women in your life prioritize you. I didn't feel that. I got shit from my mother about coming out to her house for Christmas dinner or some shit like that when I had told her 3 separate goddamn times that I am working on call that day. I was working. I was on call Christmas Day. So I couldn't drive an hour and a half from my home just because you wanted me to show up. In the event that I actually got a call and had to turn around and leave and go do my actual fucking job. Who's paying me to go that far? She was pissed off. I didn't talk to her. But I thought it was really telling that no, I didn't show up for the standard. Look, everybody gather in one place. I'll come through and sprinkle y'all with my attention for a hot minute, then I'm out. I didn't feel like doing that. I felt like I wanted my own personal time with my fucking child. So I'm not interested with this high-buy bullshit. I was not interested at all. But I thought it was really telling that when I came out there for Thanksgiving, we were supposed to get together, me, her, my brother, and my nephew. And my brother couldn't make it because he was sick. So she made, a big old plate and had me take it to my brother, asked me to take it to my brother because me and my brother stay close to each other now. Right, same city. I'm like, sure, no problem. Brought the food down, dropped it off or whatever. You think the same thing was done for me not showing up for Christmas? No. Didn't send me shit, didn't even call. Fuck you. You didn't show up where I told you and wanted you to show up. That tells you how people appreciate your ass. That's what that says. The motherfuckers don't. You are a tool. And if you're not going to perform the function I want you to perform as a tool, then fuck you. I don't need you. Now, it's from thoughts like these that kept me from dealing with fucking people, which kept me on a video game on Christmas for 4 fucking hours, not talking and just running across, shooting everything I fucking could, or at least everything that was a threat to me. These are the kind of thoughts that don't make me fun at parties. Amen always says, so as black men, it's not what you've done or did, it's what you haven't done. Yeah, it always is. And that's why it's true. We live perpetually and damaged if you do, damn. Perpetually in damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah. It doesn't matter. And that's what I was feeling. I thought about making a stream about, I know why certain people click, but I thought it'd be too depressing. Even though I wasn't not trying to be depressing, it would just bring up too much negative thoughts for people being too depressing. Because trust, I've reached out to friends of mine and people that I know who are really going through it depression-wise and locking themselves in the house and talking to them, making sure they wasn't thinking about self-deleting. I've talked to at least 2 people about that. Why? Because they fucking depressed about fucking life. And they ain't really got too much shit going on. One of them, you know, she lost some family members, or a family member. Talking to my daughter the other day, I found out she lost a friend. Outside of her great grandfather, her great uncle. That's what I'm dealing with this year. I lost my grandfather, my great uncle, the pimp. Yeah, there's been a lot of loss this year for a lot of people. Near and far, death has been around. But I don't want to see anybody that I have the ability to talk to or put some positive words or just, shake them in their ear or put some shaking words in their ear to let them know, don't you be even thinking about doing no dumb shit like that. Pain is motivation. Pain is weakness leaving your body. And you should strengthen yourself through that. Not become weaker. But that's just my sis side. What's good, Beastly? I've known a couple people had some drama. It wasn't really drama. It was probably just more drama for me. Because like I said, nobody else gave a shit. I wasn't showing up. They didn't give a fuck. What's today? The 29th? Christmas was on what? The 25th? I ain't heard from them. Only one that pressed to actually hear from me was my mother. I mean, not my mother, my daughter. And that was so she can drop off the gift. Asking me, oh, do you want to go to dinner or something? The fuck? It's supposed to be an event? Oh, I got to pay. That's why you want to... Come on, man. What the fuck is that shit about? Truth be told, we're supposed to go to dinner tomorrow night. But thinking about it, it's just like the chick that I was interested in. Oh, look, I'm going out of town this day, so if we want to get together, do lunch or something like that, we can do it that day. I'm like, bitch, you telling me when I can take to feed you? I didn't even respond to that shit. Didn't even respond to that shit. And that was close to fucking Christmas. Yeah, I'm going out of town. I'm going to New York for the ball dropping. So We can do lunch or something in between that day. I didn't ask about that shit. And I'm not taking it as no fucking subtle ass hint that I need to be feet. Man, shut the fuck up. Hell nah. No. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. JT know about this. When JT had came over, we had talked about this person. When the last time it was I heard from this person. That day JT left, that motherfucker texted me like she felt it in the air. Her spider senses was tingling. And that's the shit you gotta say to me? Man, go suck a sick dick. I'm not interested. It will do you best to stay the fuck from around me. Because you try to throw me some of that shit, it's gonna be the worst experience you ever fucking had. You thought these motherfuckers was treating me like a hoe. Oh, I would. I would dip into my dark side and wear that shit like a cloak. What's up, Chosen Racer? Yeah, we are normalized to some bullshit. And there's few of us who speak on this shit because mostly we already know right off the bat. Who the fuck cares? Nobody gives a fuck. Now, this is not me necessarily bitching about it. It's just me sharing what the hell happened because that's usually what I do. I get up here, talk about some of the stuff I've watched and some of the stuff I've dealt with and some of the thoughts that I've had going on for the week, right? That's why we do it on Sundays, wrapping up this shit. This is what I've been on this week. This is what I have dealt with this week. Some of it. That's just the personal shit. Semi-personal shit. Because it's look, some of these people watch my show sometimes. And I don't give a shit. I don't. Because there's nothing I'm saying that's not true. And yeah, they get their feathers ruffled often about that shit. And it's mainly the problem is one of the areas that people dwell in is that they don't like people knowing that shit. How shallow, how baseless, how inconsiderate, and how downright hurtful they can be. On a regular, just on the humbug. Like it didn't take nothing. You didn't have to do shit. They don't like people knowing that shit. Because it tears down that image of how caring and nice and there for people that they actually are, which is bullshit. They're not. They're self-serving son of a bitches. The problem is, I actually mentioned it. And even though they don't know who the numbers of you guys are, you heard about it. And they worried about your opinion of them. You don't even fucking know them. You can take everything I'm saying as not being true. You can take it with a 40-pound grain of salt. It don't matter. You don't know them. They don't fucking know you, but they mad that you heard it. What kind of fucking mind control bullshit is that? When I date nowadays, when I feel like it, I try to make sure I don't mention nothing about this YouTube shit. Nothing. Only thing I do tell them is that I have work that I do on Sunday. So I don't have to hear none of this dumb shit about I think you fucking around. On Sundays? Ain't that usually when the hoes go to church to get absolution for what they did Saturday night? No, bitch. I'm at that point in my life where there are things more important than pussy. And thanks for letting me know I don't need to be fucking with your ass because you're too insecure. Now, the other part of last week that was entertaining was it was review time again. Oh, yes. It was time for work reviews. And since we only get yearly reviews, even though they should do 2, they should give you a 6-month review and then a yearly review. So anything they bring up on the 6-month review, if it's anything you need to work on, you can show some improvement or change by the time you get the year-end review, which is should be your rate increases. Your year-end review should be your rate increase. Now, where I am now, they only do yearly, which is really fucked up because that means they sit on that shit all year and they wait to the last minute to give that shit to you. And they don't necessarily talk about it as this is your annual rate increase review. They don't talk about it like that at all. They try not to. Which is some bullshit because it is a corporation. Right? Which means that should be something you can talk about because that should be in your corporate structure. Right? But basically, how the reviews function every year is they try to find reasons not to give you a raise. Now, you guys heard me bitch about the one I got last year. How upset and irritated I was by what I got because I carried that whole fucking team on my back for 8 months out of the 12. Worked all the overtime that nobody wanted to work, all that shit. So much so that they start changing the rules on how we do overtime and whatnot because motherfuckers was counting my pockets and think I was doing something wrong to people. Like, I didn't do shit. It was his turn. He asked me if I would do it because he didn't want to do it. I said yes. The motherfuckers got butthurt trying to count my pockets. So they changed the rules. Everybody got to do their own shit now. So all you can do now is swap. Can't just do and have people getting out and doing their own call for damn near the whole year. Even if somebody agreed to take it, it's not like they just, oh, I can't do it and it's just up in the air. No, they asked somebody to cover it for them and somebody covered it. That's it. On call is still done. Well, they changed that system when they saw how much I was working because we had a coworker who died. His days needed to be covered. I did it. And then we had another coworker who was out on medical for like 8 months. His days needed to be covered too. I was doing those too. So basically, I was the only one covering anybody. And when I finally looked at what I made or earned last year, it was high. It's right where I thought it was. At least 30% higher than I thought. Like, oh shit. Don't necessarily see it, but okay. I don't have a drug habit or anything. I'm not an alcoholic, none of that shit. Like, all right, well, taxes love the fuck out of me. This year is different. Because even after doing all that, when I got that damn review, it was about me not being a team player and shit. I'm like, the fuck? What you talking about? Well, after that, I was kind of pissed off. So I wasn't giving them anything extra. I wasn't covering anybody. Fuck them. Fuck them. I'm not doing anything extra. I'm gonna be one of these 8 to 5 motherfuckers. Clock in at 8, out the door by 5. Fuck you. Shit ain't done. Whatever. But that's not my nature. It's not my nature. I am loyal to a fault, so I don't like to see my team struggling if I know I can do something to help the situation. I am a Scorpio ox, which means I am a beast of burden. I am a loyal fucking work mule, which is my detriment. So if things came up, I would jump in and help. And I did try to correct, because that's also my nature, those things that are brought up on that bullshit review. As much as I knew it was bullshit, I still tried to work on them. Because one of the things I brought up was that, well, all last year I had HR cases going on against me, frivolous HR cases going on against me. And you telling me I'm not a team player to these same fucking people. Make that make sense. Well, after last year's little review, came into this year and came into a new HR case going on against me. Another frivolous fucking case. Because somebody got mad that I asked the supervisor to talk to them and tell them not to be being rude in a meeting in a professional setting against me. That motherfucker made a whole claim alleging some heinous shit. That shit went on like my damn job was in jeopardy. So I wasn't supposed to be talking to anybody while everybody is talking about me and trying to ruin my reputation at this job. And I was just supposed to sit there and go to work every day and just not say anything, not flash on people for that shit. Nope, just, the investigation is going on. Just keep it to yourself. Don't say anything because it could fuck you up. Okay. All right. I'm going to try to play within these fucking rules that you guys have set up that are clearly being broken at this very moment by this other person, but you can't do nothing about it. Oh, you can't stop people from talking. You can if you punch them in the mouth. If they worried about their goddamn job, they'll shut up, won't they? Or they'll fucking leave. Either way, it's a win, right? Not what happened. So I went through that for about 6 months. 6 months from the beginning of the year. I went through that shit. And then one of my coworkers came back off of medical and he jumped on his bullshit. So now I got another couple months of bullshit. Because he didn't like working. He couldn't work with me anymore. Because he realized I might have been getting paid more money than him. So he came back and, did what he always does. Tried to get in good to get more money for doing less. So when I got down to this review, wasn't really worried about it, but I did wait to see what bullshit was going to be thrown upon this one. And sure enough, there's one thing I did, which is evident. Yeah, I did it. If you want to ask me, I'll tell you why I do it too. Because it's in some ways deliberate. Right? Some ways it's deliberate. Other ways it's just because, look, man, you motherfuckers don't deserve the amount of shit that I do. I don't deserve the amount of shit you give me. Now, what had happened came up on it was tardy. And the funny story is the day I got this review, my My supervisor was off work, on vacation, taking care of his wife. He had to come in to deliver these goddamn reviews after Christmas. You should have, dude. This shit was supposed to be done October. You don't do this shit after the fucking holidays. Come on, man. People is looking for their raises before Thanksgiving and Christmas. Get on the fucking stick. September, August, September, October. That's when you're supposed to be doing this shit. This is already supposed to be done for the rest of the goddamn year. You don't wait till fucking December. Last week of December? Are you fucking kidding me? Anyway. Came up on there was tardiness. And yes, that was something I knew about because I have been burnt the fuck out. I have been. I have been halfway mentally checked out and burnt the fuck out physically because I work so many hours. And since I was having some sleeping issues this year, I wasn't getting enough sleep. I wasn't getting enough rest. So routinely, I would end up waking up late or waking up and not being motivated to go in there and deal with the motherfuckers. Not wanting to. Because my whole year of showing up early and working all them times was not rewarded with anything major. I got criticized. So I didn't feel the need to actually show up early for none of this shit now. Why the fuck should I? I did that last year. It was not rewarded. Fuck it. It obviously don't matter. Well, this year it mattered. This year it came up because, one, I don't feel that they're using our meeting time effectively. Our morning meetings are not used effectively. They want us there early. They want us there on time. We get there early. We get there on time. The leadership has nothing to say. Nothing. Nothing substantive. Nothing direction-based like they know what the fuck they're doing. It's just a bunch of people sitting in a goddamn room listening to somebody read off a piece of paper and tell us what our numbers were. And I don't really have anything. The fuck, dude? When I was a supervisor, I had more requirements on running a goddamn meeting. On me. I have to give my team something and set them up for success for that day. This is not what's happening. It is a fucking circle jerk. And not even a good one. We're just sitting there listening to somebody drone on about some shit that is completely unrelated to what the fuck we got going on right now. And they have no passion in delivering it either. They're not saying anything in there to actually help us, and they're not doing anything to try to set us up for success in there. They just want to know if you're doing these damn surveys so we can get this extra money on our checks. And we really need to be pushing these. Huh? It ain't my fucking job to be taking surveys. You that damn worried about $100 extra bucks on your fucking paycheck when you ain't doing shit anyway? You go do the goddamn surveys. Because I spend most of my time at work doing fucking work. You know, the shit that needs to be done in people's homes. I don't have time to be sitting in their fucking face and begging for a positive review. No. And that came up on the report, on the review. My overall percentage is out of 5. I'm at 4.44%. I was like, oh, that's cool. Why did I think it was cool? Because I never asked these motherfuckers for a review. Never. I never asked them for a fucking survey. You know why? The place that I work imports a lot of goddamn racist people. People that are afraid and scared that a black dude showed up in their house to do some shit. They usually don't want to fucking talk to me. And if they do want to talk to me, they want to talk like I just showed up yesterday. Motherfucker, I didn't just move here. You did. I know what the fuck is going on here. Leave me the fuck alone and let me do my work. I don't need you over my shoulder. I don't need you to tell me what the fuck this is. I know. You know how I know? I was in this house before you moved into this motherfucker, dealing with the last dumbass that was in here. Stop acting like I'm new to this planet. Because I'm not. So I never ask for reviews. Why should I? I'm the only black male on a crew of about 15 people. The only one. Do you think when I walk into somebody's home and do a repair on some shit, they don't know who the fuck was in there? If I did something shoddy or shitty, they would definitely know who the fuck I was. I'm one of the only ones who wear my fucking name tag up front so you can see my fucking name and face. And always professional. So it's frankly kind of amazing that I got that many reviews since I don't ask for them at all. I think it's cheap and self-serving. If I came here and done this work for you, fix whatever was going on in the middle of the night or whatever, and I turn around and say, can you do a survey for me? It seems like what I was doing and how I'm acting is a put on for a survey. It doesn't seem like that's just my professional attitude with doing my work. So I don't think it should be us asking for that shit. No. Good news travels slow, bad news travels fast. If I was being shitty in there, that'd be the first thing you heard about. But since that's not the first thing you ever hear, it's a stand of reason I'm probably doing pretty good. The fact that so many people actually responded afterwards is good because most people just take good service and walk on with their day. Oh, that was so good. He was so nice. Anyway, they don't think about it. I don't feel it's my job to remind them to do it. Especially since half the damn time, people ain't even home. They don't know who the fuck came and fixed any of this shit. They don't. So who am I asking? You want me to leave a card on a countertop? Yeah, if you could. Fill out this survey, give me a good review. Because we want an extra $100 on our check. Fucking stupid. They look at the wrong shit. So now we got people just worried about money and not actually doing a good fucking job. And that's why we're getting so much fucking blowback rolling down the line that we have to fix because they're just trying to throw people in houses and get them in there. And then the work ain't done for shit. And now we have to come back and fix a lot of stuff. And then ask them for a review. A review on what? The fact you moved them into a house that was half done, half-assed, cleaned, constructed, repaired, threw their ass in there so you can get rent money out of them. And then we have to come back the same day they moved in to fix shit. And you want us to ask them for a fucking review and hope it's positive? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Talk about a setup. Can't do it. Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid the way it's executed. So that was decent on the review. But then the other thing was about being upset that I'm a bit, what was it? It was too stern sometimes. Although he's very communicative, and sometimes he's very stern. Yes, and why am I stern? I'm stern because they want to throw a shitload of work at me that somebody else started and couldn't do correctly. And then I have issue with the fact that they're constantly giving me someone else's fucking lazy ass bullshit work. And I said something about it. That's what they get upset about. Some chick sitting on the phone in the office trying to give me somebody else's work that they didn't want to fucking do and didn't want to do correctly and left sitting for months undone until the resident finally calls and is bitching, and now they want to get it closed, and now they want to give it to me. And they mad because I'm upset. Like, no, why the fuck should I be doing this? It's his work. He started it months ago. Why don't you have him finish it? Oh, come on, artisan. You being difficult. What? I got my own shit to do. You pushing my shit aside, making it go later to do somebody else's work that's already been sitting for months? Come on, man. That's fucking stupid. That's dumb. I got the right to be upset. You inconveniencing me to convenience some lazy motherfucker. Best believe that's what showed up on my review. The fact that I disagreed. An analogy I thought up for that shit was this. You keep a clean yard. You have your house, you have a clean yard. Your grass is cut, inside your fence. There's no trash, none of that shit. Somebody comes along and dumps trash over into your yard. You bitch about somebody dumping trash into your clean yard. They're mad at you for bitching. That you shouldn't say anything. You should just clean it up. Look, I might clean it up because it's in my fucking yard. But that don't mean I don't have the right to bitch about it. And tell you to stop fucking doing this shit. Don't throw this shit over into my yard again. Oh man, you being hell of aggressive. Shut the fuck up talking to me. Stop doing this shit. Or you'll see aggressive. They mad because I said something. I didn't eat the shit they serve and just smile with a brown grin. Because they don't want to have to hear from me being upset. So everybody else gets convenienced but me. I'm just supposed to do it. Yes, it's the same lazy ass trifling people. All you got to do, Malika, is take a head count. Whatever job you on, any black dude listen to my voice. All you got to do is take a head count on the job that you're on. If you are one of the few or the only one that is a black male on that job, then take a head count of everybody else who match up. And then you'll see what the fuck is going on, why you get the level of shit you get. Now, if you work in an area where it's all black folks, do the same head count, but then modify it for who you think is fucking ignorant and hood and who ain't. Bet you'll find out your ass stand out. Light-skinned and dark-skinned if you give a fuck about that kind of thing. Just do it. It's a psychological test. People form cliques. People form groups. Some people are in the in group and some people are in the out group. If you're the only black dude, you the out group, nigga. If you the only one that ain't fucking hood, you in the out group. Even amongst black folks. So you don't have to work for the same people. We work in the same country with the same lazy ass award to people who work the least and talk the most mindset. So that also came up on my review. And then I mentioned to my supervisor, giving me the review. While I'm laughing while I'm reading some of this shit, because they have a new format now where they have to hold to the codes of the company. And because we have a new lawyer compliance officer, which I've met, he's a nice, Jewish dude, right? And he's trying to make everybody grade this shit to the core values of the company. That's what you're grading everybody on. So they have to work within its framework now. Now it's not some bullshit like it was last year, where somebody who was some supervisor who was pissed off at me got my review changed at the last minute because she had an issue with me. He said something to me. I didn't say shit to that bitch. I just told her she couldn't tell that guy what she told him. And she didn't like the way I fucking said that shit. So she jumped on the phone and called my supervisor about, well, I wouldn't agree with that because he's such and such. Oh, and got my review fucking changed. Bitch. I didn't say shit to you. All I did was looked at you. Like, shut the fuck up. But I didn't say it. I just looked at you. She had a problem with that shit. She married to a black dude. She got a problem with that shit. I'm like, so is this motherfucker milquetoast or what? Because your ass was out of line. And you ain't my mama. You might want to shut the fuck up talking to me. Don't try to tell me what I can't say. I don't like that kind of talk. I don't give a fuck. Who are you, my puppet master? I don't know. You got a name tag that says supervisor. That doesn't apply after 5 o'clock or outside of this office. Don't get it twisted. What's up, Elongo? Trust. Yeah, definitely an outlier. Yes, definitely an outlier, Malika. But this format was fun because at least since they have to do it by the codes of the values of the company, on each one you can go in and actually write your own comments. Only shit part is my handwriting is so fucked up now since I got this thumb cut open on my job. I can't write for shit right now. So I write small. They probably can't even read what the fuck I wrote, but I can put my own comments on each one of these fucking things about what the supervisor put in there. Oh, motherfucker. I went in there and bullet pointed that shit. I went in there and bullet pointed that shit. Like, oh, I don't agree. And this is why I don't agree. Oh, you gave me room to talk? Oh, motherfucker. You shouldn't have did that. I write small. I will fill this fucking panel up with shit. And that's what I did. So when it came time to being stern with people, well, I don't like doing other people's work because I think all tech should be held to the same standard. You need to be doing your goddamn work. Because it's unfair, or I use the term inefficient, to constantly overload one tech with other people's half-ass work. Just because you know this tech can get it done. Then sounds to me like you need to hire more of that kind of tech and less of the ones who do half a fucking job. If they can't do everything that's required, they don't need to be working here. I've told them many a fucking times, as many techs as you take to do one job, you'd be fired on a construction site because it takes too many of you to do one simple thing that one person can do. That's a waste of money. You are wasting money. And if a month's time this motherfucker didn't actually complete that job, you are wasting money. Because they got paid multiple times for still not finishing this fucking job. And now it becomes stress on me because now at the last minute you want to give it to me and try to sit on my shoulders about rushing me to finish it? Nigga, I didn't start this shit. I didn't start it. If so, it would have been finished already. You don't get to rush me because you just gave it to me today. I mean, fuck you. And that's mostly what I've done. That's what I did after Christmas. All other people's shit. Other techs that getting rewarded with being able to go to other bases and stuff like that and work on other jobs. And oh, you should use so and so. He ain't good. Fuck would I use him for? If he's so good, why the fuck am I doing all his work orders? You sent him to represent our team somewhere else. He ain't did the work that he has here worth a fuck. So much so you sent me to do it. Huh? Shit, you need to shut the fuck up. I'm a journeyman carpenter. That means I train other carpenters, which means you can't tell me shit about who do good work and who do bad work. I know who does good work because I work with them. Or I've had to come after them and fix work that they've done. You can't tell me shit about who work and who don't. You ain't out there. And don't assume to. Yeah, is this motherfucking milk toast on a t-shirt immediately? Yeah. I need somebody to do that kind of shit for me, trust. I thought about it this morning when I was waking up. What kind of woman would I need in my life? I need her to be a travel agent and the hype man. I'm not the hype man. I just need to be able to say, here's $1,500, plan the trip for the year. I won't have time to do that shit because I get so focused on doing what's in front of me and doing the work. That's that oxen in me that I overlook doing simple things like, hey, maybe instead of trying to work on this video that you're trying to perfect, why don't you sit here on this travel site and book that trip and that cruise you want to take around the Mediterranean? Get that, upper deck balcony cabin that you wanted because you can get that shit easy. And then look up that airfare and do that. I don't spend time doing that kind of shit. I don't spend enough time doing that kind of shit. I spend a lot of time working. Yeah, I fucking need an office manager, I guess. Or an agent. She ain't gotta be a porn star. She can be cute. Because she'll get dick regardless. But yeah, I need an agent. Or a manager. I don't like the idea of manager because that's like people telling you what the fuck to do. Agent, yeah. They do that shit that they good at and they let you know what it is. Like, man, if you show up at this time, at this place, get this money. Cool. You set it up? Yep. So would you like the cure for cancer? All you got to do is come in and give them the injection. I'll be there. That's it. Anyway. So the review shit was bullcrap. And I ended up, I got my review on the 26th. I didn't agree with everything on it, but it was mostly accurate because I can agree with my shortcomings in certain areas, obviously. There was no talk of a raise, which I don't expect to see, even though I should. And then the very next day, I overslept. Got to work an hour late. Did I plan that? No, I did not. Did not plan it at all. It just happened that on Christmas, I got 2 calls. Spent the whole day on call. I got 2 calls. And the first call came in at 10:58 at night, right when I was about to go to bed. Like, okay, well, it's Christmas. Ain't nobody called all day. I'm gonna lay it down and go to sleep. I'm tired. Let's lay it down. Motherfucker called me at 10:58 at night to come fix an overflowing toilet. I got there about right before midnight because I had to drive in the middle of the night. And the motherfucker didn't answer the phone the first time I called. Got there right before midnight. Start working on that disaster that they just left water all over the fucking floor forever. For an hour. They didn't clean it up. They just put a towel on top of it, which makes me wonder, because these people are young. It's like parents ain't teaching their kids shit nowadays. You don't teach these motherfuckers a goddamn thing. They're grown enough to be out on their own and in a house, but don't know when you have water on the floor, why don't you soak it up and clean it up instead of just throwing a towel on it like it's going to disappear or evaporate. You got wood all over this place and drywall. All this shit going to be ruined. It's dumb fuck. Anyway, beyond that, the people were nice. The black folks. They offered me a plate. I didn't take it. And then right at that time, I got a second call after midnight about two people who had locked themselves out of their house in the middle of the night looking for a power box, looking for a breaker box. So I went and dealt with them. They just moved in, young people, young white folks. Okay. Whoever fixed their door did it incorrectly because the way they fixed their door, they didn't tighten anything. So when you close the sliding glass door, it actually locks on you, which is like, that's fucking stupid. I feel bad for you guys because they were standing outside in their matching pajamas for like 30 minutes. And it was cold as fuck outside. Yeah, water is the greatest enemy of a dwelling. Yes. Ruins everything. That's why you have to contain it and clean it up immediately. Anyway, those people were nice and they asked me how my Christmas was going, and I'm a pretty honest person. I told them, no, it's kind of sucking right now. They thought it was because I had to come to work. I said, no, I'm getting paid for this. Could have happened earlier in the day, but it is what the fuck it is. They're paying me holiday time for this. They should be. So I did what I did. And they were nice. They were nice enough. Yeah, it's Christians. Can't say that I hate Christians. They were Christian. They were nice enough and trying to offer me something. Felt bad. You don't have to feel bad. It's just what it is, motherfucker. It's like you didn't do the shit. You having your own issue. I'm here to help you. That's actually rewarding in a sense because I'm helping people get shit fixed. A problem, I'm solving a problem they're having in their house. Or a problem themselves. I'm helping them. That feels good. So that night I end up getting to sleep at 2 a.m. that morning, that Thursday morning, and slept at work. I woke up at work, did my full day of, reviews and shit on my plate that wasn't mine to begin with. Kind of delirious, which is probably why I was sitting in my review kind of giggling and laughing and shit in such high spirits. And then left that night from work and went straight to my pool tournament. Second round of the playoffs. Deciding who was going to be the number one team in that division. I actually got to play the guy. I put it up on my community tab too. I got to play the guy I told y'all about that I wanted to play. He's a really good player. I wanted to play his ass. I actually drew him. I did get to play his ass. He beat my ass too. But I understand why he was beating me. I understand why it was beating me. That's why I say there's a lot. It was a loss, but I learned a lot. One thing I learned is that this motherfucker cracked the code on using this bullshit rack that I don't like, which means it gives him a lot of extra balls on a break because he knows exactly where to hit it to get balls in on the break, which means I'm never using that fucking rack again. Never, especially not playing his ass. I'll never use that shit again. And since it's not in the rules, we have to use that shit. You can't make me use it either, nigga. Fuck y'all. You're going to work for this win. You got a lot of extra points off of that fucking rack, at least 3 or 4. And I called it every time. 4 times in a row, I called it. I'm good at pattern recognition. And that's what I do. And that's what I did. I recognized the pattern. I saw him pressed because I pressed him. I saw him really spending less time than he usually takes to plan out his shots. He was rushing. He knew he had to go with me. So he was rushing his shots. And he missed a little bit more than he usually does because I've watched him for, at this point, maybe 3-4 weeks. We've been in the proximity playing in the same place where I've seen him play. And they'd never put me against him. We've played against his team already before. They'd never put him against me. But week before last, when I dusted off that other team and their high-level player that they put on the table against me because they thought he was going to get an easy win, and I beat him, that motherfucker was watching me. He was sitting right across from the table watching me play. And when it came this week, he wanted to play me. And he was bringing it. And I was happy to see that shit because I brought it. First couple racks, I brought it. I made some shots that had the motherfuckers stuck. Like, oh my God. They were scared. You could actually win this shit. Yeah, I actually could. Told y'all. There was somebody I wanted. It's like, I think I can take him. I can take him. Now I've actually played on a table with him. I fucking know I can take him. I fucking know it. I know it. As sure as my nuts is hairy, I know it. I'm waiting to play him again. He laughed. Keep laughing, nigga. I know that's a nervous laugh. You know I can get your ass. I will see you next season. I will see you next season, nigga, and I'm coming. Best believe I'm fucking coming. You should have never gave me that opportunity to play your ass. Because that's all I wanted. Now, I end up fucked up in the situation because I had worked that night before, middle of the night. I wasn't fully rested. I didn't have my stick. And I smelled like shit from all the stuff I was working on that day. So it wasn't in the right frame. Was not in the right frame to perform that level. I was close, but I was missing simple shit. It's getting tired. Right? But I know I can get him. I fucking know I can get him now. I fucking know it. Because I saw him. I told you guys before, watching him play. I've never seen him pressed. Nobody has pressed him. Nobody. He get on the table, he'll take his fucking time. He'll take 5 minutes to look at a shot. He don't need to. The shot is obvious. He do that shit because he know he got time. And he plays great fucking control. Great control. Good stroke. But he takes his time with these motherfuckers. Like a spider devouring his prey. Like, I'm just going to inject you and I'm going to let the poison work. And then I'm going to eat your ass. Motherfuckers get frustrated and want to rush his ass. I've seen that happen. That motherfucker was not taking 2 minutes to look at a shot. He was barely taking 30 seconds to look at his next shot when he was playing me. Soon as I miss, that motherfucker on the table. He was not waiting. He was not waiting. He was trying to seize every opportunity he could, even the ones I left him on purpose to see what he would do. He took the motherfuckers. I was like, that motherfucker gonna follow every breadcrumb I leave his ass. Good. Got your ass, nigga. Now I know the way you think. Got you. Got you. Oh, I couldn't capitalize then. And that's when I learned about the rack that he wanted to use. That's why I'm not using that rack anymore. That's the other part of his game, where he is getting what he knows and is comfortable with, which is that rack. How to break that rack and make 1 to 3 balls on a break. Fuck you. I'm never using that shit again. He did that shit 4 times in a row, and I told my team captain about it 4 times. I stopped using that rack, and I said, and rack with the actual rack that's there, and told my captain he's not going to make anything on the break this time. Same balls, same way they racked. What happened? He broke. He didn't make shit, and was really up and over for every shot he took. I said, I fucking told you. Got your number. I got your fucking number. And it ain't 69, nigga. I got your number. I got your fucking number. Every easy benefit he can get. It's not that he doesn't shoot good. He does shoot good. That's not to minimize his skill at all. He shoots really well. But he makes mistakes like every fucking pool player. Every pool player makes mistakes. You just practice to minimize the amount of mistakes you make. That's it. Because he makes mistakes and has he can run. We're playing 9-ball, mind you. If you've made 3 on the break, you can make 6 balls if you got a good run. He has a good 7-ball run. He can run 7 balls straight. He can run 7. If he's using that rack, that easy rack bullshit, if he's using that, he already dropped 3. He well within his range, his confidence level. I can make 6 of these because everything is spread out. You don't have to shoot around. You don't have to play defensively. None of that shit. He don't have to turn it over. It's all spread out, and he has a good enough cue control where he can put that motherfucker wherever he wants to on that table. That's his secret. That's his secret. So I took that away from his ass. The problem is I took that shit away from him too late. I should have took it earlier. It would have made the game closer. He might have still won because I wanted to play him. I didn't want to beat him. I wanted to play him. Next season, I want to beat his ass. I've already played him now. Now I want to beat him because I wanted to see how he reacted on the table with me. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see how he reacted on the table playing me. And what I saw was he rushed. He took everything that I left his ass on purpose. And he missed a lot more than he usually does. He was pressed. And that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see him pressed. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking for his ass next season. Definitely looking for his ass next season. And like I've told you guys before, I'm competitive, but I don't give a fuck about a loss. You lose and loss. Because best believe everybody want to clap and smile when they beat you. But it's more satisfying to me to beat these people that they didn't think I could beat because they're seeing me as lower and see them shut their fucking mouth and not want to give that praise because they don't. I had to sit back and think about it. This season, playing 9-ball, who did I beat? I beat some of their top players. Except for him. He's the only one I didn't beat. I beat team captains. 3 of them. This is my first season with them. I've dusted their captains off. You know, people who go away to Vegas and play in captains tournaments and shit. I beat all of them. Three of them. No, actually 4. Ooh. These are the people to beat. If that was a hit list, nigga, you'd think, yeah, this motherfucker cannot miss. Mm-hmm. And you know what I've seen every time I beat them? The motherfucker's grim face. Looking like somebody pissed on their cupcake. Mad as fuck. Don't want to get that praise. Don't want to. Oh, you're getting better. No, I'm getting back to where I was. That comment lets you know they saw me as lesser. That's why they always want to try to explain the game of pool to me. Nigga, I signed up for a whole league and show up with my own sticks every fucking week. And you really think you need to explain pool to me? When you see me go down for a shot, do you see me wasting a bunch of time and shooting? Or do you see me just shooting? Wow, who was this? I didn't know he could make that. It's a shot on the table, right? Oh, I get you. You the generation of people who everybody has to have a glove now. When I was wearing the glove, nobody actually wore that shit but pros. It wasn't common. You got to have composite sticks and new shafts and gloves and easy racks and all this other accoutrements to show up and play a goddamn game which they provide you sticks for. Just play, nigga. Just play. That's all you got to do. And that's all I show up to do. Play. A winner is a loser who never gave up. Failure and loss aren't the end of the world. They are lessons. Yeah. No shit. That's why I say any winner, anybody you know that consistently wins, their loss record is a lot higher. Their loss record is a lot higher. And they don't talk about that one. You have to ask them about that one. Arson is in there like Color of Money while thrilling the stick like a kung fu master. I do hold my stick like I'm a samurai. I do. But it's not like the Color of Money. It's more like the Hustler. It's more like the Hustler. Paul Newman, Jackie Gleason, George C. Scott. Love that movie because that really got the essence of the player. Color of Money was about gambling. I don't give a fuck about gambling on pool and how to hustle people with money on pool. Like lying about who you are, right? I just saw this in a video I was watching on Jeanette Lee about her ovarian cancer and stuff like that, right? It was on PBS or some shit. And the interviewer asked her about the two movies as well. And she hit on the same answer that I did, that she didn't like The Color of Money as much, even though it's a good movie. She didn't like it as much as she liked The Hustler because The Color of Money was more about the gambling and lying about your skills, trying to trick people into believing that you're not as good as you are. Hustle wasn't about that. Fast Eddie showed up in town. They knew who the fuck Fast Eddie was. He didn't come in there trying to play like Nick the Dum Dum. Oh my God, I don't know which end of the stick to use. No. They knew who the fuck he was when he showed up. And they knew what he showed up for. I came here to play Minnesota Fats. Let them know Fast Eddie's here. And that's the fuck they did. It was more about character of a person and a competitive person than it is about gambling on the money. Because even when Eddie was up playing Minnesota Fats, he had been whooping his ass. He didn't give a fuck about the money. It wasn't over till Fats said it was over. You say it's over and everybody thinks you the best, then I'll stop beating your fucking ass. Until then, this is what we're going to be doing. I don't give a fuck about that money shit. That's what it's about. Color of Money was an old hustler adjusting to the new game and how you hustle people, pretending you don't know shit. The psychology of putting different things in place so they don't understand what you're doing. And then getting back in the game after you have been out of it for a while. Is the movie on Netflix? It might be. Let's see. If you put it in a Google search, Hustler 1961. And then see where you can watch it. So it's on Sling, but that's not what I'm looking for. Where else is it playing at? I own the shit, but it's because I'm a fucking pool player, dude. It only shows it playing on Sling. Oh, wait. There we go. So it's on Sling TV for free. It means it's going to have commercials. It's on. Here, I'll show you guys so you see what I'm looking at. It's also on YouTube for $3.99, $4, which is not a lot of money at all. It's on Amazon Prime for $3. It's on Apple TV for $3. Well, $4. Prime, Fandango, Apple TV, Google Play Movies, YouTube, all for $4. You can watch The Hustler right now today. It's on Sling TV for free, but I don't know what the fuck Sling is. It's obviously another app. I told y'all I ain't paying for a shitload of apps anymore. Fuck them. And then the sequel is The Color of Money with Tom Cruise and Paul Newman and Mary Elizabeth Mastra Antonio, longest fucking name in fucking acting. And it's also on Apple TV, Fandango, and Amazon Prime for $4. So if you want to spend $10 and not go to the theater and watch two good movies, you can watch two good movies. You can watch The Hustler and The Color of Money. The Hustler will teach you more about pool, especially straight pool. Color of Money will teach you more about hustling and what it means to be an older pool player going back into the game. And it was directed by Martin Scorsese. So you can guess the tone of it. You can see a young Tom Cruise and see him twirling his stick and shit like that, like Dead Set was talking about, acting like he a kung fu master and all this flake. It's shit that he does that throws people off and not thinking he's actually good. 1986. Another one is kind of about pool. Kind of. It's the pool is the backdrop, or billiards is the backdrop. Is Turn the River with Famke Jensen. 2007. And she is a pool player, but I say it's only marginally about pool because it's more about her life than it is about playing pool. Pool is just one of the things that she does, but I think she's a gambler more than anything else. So Famke Jensen, Chris Egeman, and as you see, she's playing pool. So this is the movie. It came out 2007. This was Famke Jensen did after the X-Men movie. She did this pool movie, Turn the River, which is all right. It's all right. Holy shit. Oh, no. I thought that was somebody else. I thought that was... So that's 3 movies. And where is... And Turn the River is on Amazon Prime for free, which means I might have to add it to Prime because I haven't seen it in a while. on the Roku channel too if you have a Roku TV, and it's on Google Play as well. There you go. Finally got to talking about some actual movie shit. Bitching for fucking 2 hours. So yeah, Turn the River is free on Prime, free on Roku, and Google Play Movies TV for $2. $2 holla. $2 holla. Let me go over to Prime right now and drop this on my damn list. Because I haven't seen Turn the River in a while. And like I told you, it's good every once in a while to go back and see stuff you haven't seen in about 5 to 10 years. It's good to free with ads. Yeah, I figured they were going to show ads during that shit. The fuck, don't play it right now, goddammit. Got right to the commercials. There we go. And I've never seen Pool Hall Junkies. Maybe I should watch it once. Shooting Gallery. Never saw that one either. I guess I'll watch that too. 1984 Bear and a Kid. Never seen that one either. Okay, so I got a bunch of movies I can watch the rest of the day. Anyway. All right, that's good. What's up, Ray? So yeah, I told you where to find it, Herb. You can watch it. I will tell you guys, The Hustler is 1961. So it'll be in black and white. And if you're not used to watching black and white movies with a 1960s tempo, it will be slow as fuck to you. But you understand that how we are conditioned in this modern society to watch movies, it's really fast paced. It's a lot of fucking cuts. It's a lot of frantic fucking action and shit like that. When you watch movies from the past, you'll see they had a slower methodical tempo. It's not about the effects. It's not about how quickly everything is happening. It's about getting you into the story of the characters. You are going through with the character the whole time. That's why these movies stand out. Because you got a real understanding of who that person, that character that the actor is playing is. You actually see some good fucking acting. You might actually see some people in there you recognize that are actors today. And understand what acting actually is, as opposed to, I just saw them in this one scene. They look cool in this one scene. Well, they weren't even doing shit. They were just sitting there, crying on screen for 30 seconds. And then they cut to some other shit. No, you'll see people go through shit. The whole progression of them going through shit. Yeah, modern ADD. Yeah, Spectrum Kid Theater. That's why I call it that. It's for short attention spans. So when you watch an older movie, which is why I call it that, you don't see a lot of older kids or kids nowadays or fucking adults nowadays who want to watch really any old movies. They got fucked up when WandaVision was in black and white. Oh my God, what is this about? Like, some of the best movies ever made ain't even in color. You know that, right? Dumb fuck. Some of the best TV ever made ain't even in color. Get over it. All of this stuff is a process. Color was just the next thing that came along. Storytelling ain't got much better. Not much. Not in many cases. A few cases, but not many. So that's my caution to you, Herb. If it's a caution at all, I would want you to watch it, obviously, but understand it's a slower tempo. It's a slower tempo, and if you're more conditioned not to sit with a movie and sit with a character and watch the story develop, you will be bored. You can be bored. It's not that it's necessarily a boring movie. It's just not exciting in the same way modern movies are exciting. You have to go into it understanding that, or it will be a misalignment when you're watching it. There's not any action. Well, I think a motherfucker getting his thumbs broke after hustling some people on a pool table is some goddamn action. That's fucked up. Not being able to play the game that you love to play because you was in there trying to hustle some people that knew who the fuck you was and wasn't playing that shit. Could be a problem. Could be a problem to understand how these characters are interacting and how this motherfucker is sitting here psychologically fucking with this chick, scheming on her. When he knows she with this dude. The art of the hustle. The art of the hustle the whole time. Someone who grew up on black and white television because that's all we had. Yeah. That's basically all it is. It's just what it was, man. That's how they came. They came in black and white. It wasn't that big of a fucking deal. Color came in, okay, more things became color. Cool. Didn't make the stories much better. It just meant that you could see it in color and not have to think about what color it was. Fuck the original. They make all this guff about Wicked. The original Wizard of Oz was black and white. It wasn't in color. Come on, man. Get over it. My favorite movies ever is in black and white. And I don't want to see it in color. It's a Wonderful Life. I don't want to see that shit in color. My connection is to watching it in black and white. I'm cool with that. Herb said, I'm cool with that. I realize that sometimes I need to slow down a bit. Yeah, you do. It's a realignment process. That's like taking vacation. If you take vacation and go somewhere that's not a lot of hustle and bustle, and you get up at your own time and spend time just doing things when you actually want it, you actually reset yourself. You reset yourself to not be in this constant rush status, having a full thought and being able to think it all the way out, as opposed to I only got 10 seconds to think about it, and now I got to move. Now I got to rush to the next thing. Now I got to do the next thing. Now I got to be here at this time. Now I can't be here. Yeah, Ted Turner was one of the ones who colorized a lot of old movies because he wanted people to see them. That's recognizing your audience. That people wouldn't watch this shit if it wasn't colorized. And as far as I remember, he didn't like just black and white movies. So that's why he colorized a lot of the shit. But it made him a channel. All right. It wasn't called Turner Classic Movies because he didn't like the damn movies. He liked the movies. Colorizing it just made it more accessible to people who wouldn't want to go back and watch a black and white movie. Told you I was watching The Birds a couple weeks ago. It's in color. It's not as bright as it could be, but it's in color. But The Birds was good because it was the movie, The Birds, Alfred Hitchcock, which I love. It could have not been in color. It'd have been scarier. Rear Window, North by Northwest, these are all good-ass movies. It's not a good movie because it was in color. It's a good movie because of the writing, the directing, and the fucking acting. That's what makes it a good movie. Color is inconsequential at that point. Also, it was a great combination of a great script, good actor, and awesome fucking acting. I played y'all that scene before of Fast Eddie coming back and really whooping on Fats. And then he's talking to George about what's going to happen. And George lets it be known that he was the one that got Eddie's fucking thumbs broken. He was the one who had that shit done to him to punish him for not wanting to go along with his ass. You know, that independent thinker. Some people hate that shit. You want to be down with my crew? Fuck you. I'll make you suffer. And that's what it was. But that scene, where Paul Newman's character, Fast Eddie, tells him what the fuck is going to happen. Yeah, you can do that shit. And then you put all them pieces back together again. And I'm going to come back here and kill you. Tell them they better go all the way. They better go all the way with me. Because if they just bust me up, I'm going to come back here, George, and I'm going to kill you. And he knew he was serious. And you feel it in that scene. That's acting. You feel it in that scene. It's not a bunch of music playing. It's not a cut. It's just an actor giving dialogue and emoting like it's really coming from him. And you believe it in that fucking character. The other actor sitting in the scene that's just background of the scene, Jackie Gleason is there. Just background of the scene. He's like, you feel it on them too. Like that shit felt real as hell. Now you get to the end of that movie and you see how fast that he leaves it. And then you watch The Color of Money afterwards and you see Eddie all these years later and where he is. That he hasn't played pool since that last moment in The Hustler. He hasn't. He did walk away from playing pool. And what did he do? Before he left, he told Minnesota Fats, you play an amazing game of pool. Because he had his respect. He respected that man. It wasn't on some shit, I need you to be destroyed so I feel better about myself. That wasn't what it was about. It was about playing the best and knowing where you are. And he did. And he respected that man. So much so he can give him his props. Now, what did I just tell you wasn't happening in this league every time I dusted off one of their captains or one of their sacred cows? No props. No respect. Just sour faces. Fuck them. Let them be sour. I bet they'll have more respect next time around, won't they? You'll be looking a little different. When they see my name come up on the sheet, like, fuck. This motherfucker can play. Mm-hmm. So that's why Aquateki, I say I carry it more like a samurai. Underestimate me all you want to. I will show you respect. But understand, once this weapon is drawn, my job, my aim is to end you. I can let you go with some dignity, or I can try to embarrass you. Hopefully you go with some dignity. Be honorable about the shit. Yeah, it was a chapter in Eddie's journey. It was. The Hustle was a chapter. It actually, you see him go through 3 chapters in Eddie's journey in The Hustler. And then you see him go through another chapter in The Color of Money. Because by the time you get to the end of A Color of Money, he's starting a new chapter in his life. A new course on his journey. And that's just what it is. It's always a journey. Anyway, there's the link if y'all want to come up. I saw Dead Set pop up in here so we can talk about some of how Dune finished off for him. I also saw that Herb and who was it? So I'm talking y'all to death. No one donated to the stream. Appreciate you, no one. He said, on replay right now, being a kid of divorce is only now being 40 with kids in this space. Do I understand what my dad went through? Yeah. Most people never will. And they should. They should. They should understand what, especially a black father, goes through. I wouldn't want my son to go through this kind of shit. I hope he was smart enough to understand it and actually if he had questions to ask about it. But I can tell you this black fatherhood shit is not fun. A lot of times. It's not. You are very much in a role of praise or being forgotten. They can give a fuck about you one day and not a fuck about you the other 6 days. It's really like that. And maybe I can offer the caveat that maybe it's just that way for me, and maybe that's just how I internalize the shit. But look, I'm a sensitive Scorpio. Call it what you will. That shit bothers me because I know that is not what I would show to other people. It's not what I show. If I was gone from anywhere 2 years, the first people I'd want to see when I came back would be my kids because I have children. But if I didn't have children, the first 2 people I want to see would be my parents to let them know I was okay. And it would be more important to me to spend a lot of time with them than it would be anybody else. Because my parents are the ones that are responsible for me being here. They've done the most for me, not the latest thing for me. But, everybody appreciates shit or don't appreciate shit until you're gone. And then that's what all that crying and blubbering and shit is about. It's about all the times you basically told them fuck off and they didn't matter to you. That's what that shit is about. Well, you don't see me crying at funerals and shit like that because I usually tell people exactly what I feel about them when I have the time to say it. So there is nothing left unresolved, nothing not said. It puts me in a position where I say a lot to people sometimes, but you will never not know where I stand. You always know that shit. You don't have to like it, but you at least know it. So, shout out to No One for supporting the stream. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. Next one goes out to Joe Herb. He said, for the new year beer. Big 25 in the building. Herb will always come through here dragging us nuts. I appreciate you, bro. Really do. I will give you the power of many. Appreciate you, Herb.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
Herb just bought my bottle of Winter Jack. Appreciate you, Herb. I am drinking. That's probably why I'm emotional. Drinking my Winter Jack. This is my second bottle for this year. It might be my last one. I don't see myself drinking this on New Year's. And I'm not an alcoholic or anything like that. I drink when I feel like it, and I don't always feel like it. But yeah, I do. I don't drink when I'm mad. I don't drink when I'm sad. I don't do none of this shit. I have to be actually feeling kind of cool. Because I don't want it bringing up the wrong types of fucking spirits. So, shout out to No One for the donation. Appreciate you, No One. I will give you a 3%. next one goes out to no one as well. He didn't say it this time, but you know what it is. It should have been the Maestro, please. So appreciate you, no one, for supporting the stream. I will give you the Guts and Buzz.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the
And the next one goes out to Aqua. Aqua. I'm working on my new donation gifts right now. So, you know, Aquatech. No, I'm a man of my word in some ways, man. If it's funny, I don't have a problem in doing that shit. I do not. It was funny. So appreciate you, Aquatech. I will give you. I don't actually have a 10, so I'm gonna do a double that just in case. Appreciate you, Aquatech.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double bag.
All right. That's it. Did I get to the 10? No, I'm at 7. Yeah, I'm at 7 contributors. Still need 3 more to make the 10 contributors. You like that shit? Aqua. I just have to do a voiceover on that song. That's all it's going to be. I just have to do a voiceover. That's what it is. All right. Let's see if I remember some of this fucking show that I watched. I don't know what a 300 blackout is. I must just be stupid. I just don't know what it is. I'm not really remembering much of this show. So Dune Prophecy. I'm 2 hours in, so now I can do another hour or so on this bullshit. I didn't take any notes, and I'm not really remembering what Dune Prophecy was all really about. I will say I did do a review on Dune. I didn't put it up yet, but it kind of left where I thought it would, but I'm disappointed that Desmond Hart is still alive. Now, it kind of got into the point of proving my speculation that the blue eyes that were being shown that was causing all this fear was not the God Emperor, which in some ways is disappointing, right? But in the overall of the story, it's too soon for anybody to know who the God Emperor is. Namely, because since this is happening in Denis Villeneuve universe of Dune, you have not even seen Dune Messiah yet. You haven't even seen Paul step up or try to step up to his role of being the Kwisatz Haderach of that time. So it would be way too early to be tipping your hand about someone coming way after Paul and Leto II, his son, becoming the God Emperor. You would have a context for what the God Emperor even means, why he's even called the God Emperor. You wouldn't understand what that means if you hadn't already read the stories. So given a truly just, I watched these movies, I watched this show context, you know, new viewer, somebody who's not versed on the Dune universe at all, they don't know shit about a God Emperor, and blue eyes in the dark is just blue eyes in the damn dark. Maybe it's related to Arrakis. They don't know. They don't know shit about a god emperor. So seeing in the show that it ended up being not the god emperor at all, but robots doing alien experiments basically on Desmond Hart was enlightening and disappointing at the same time. What you end up finding out is that Desmond Hart, for the most part, was turned into a weapon. He was a dead body eaten by a worm. Those are his last memories. His next memories are of him coming to and being revived on the table with machines and them putting nanoparticles or whatever attached to his eye stem. Basically, they pulled his fucking eyeball out and put these little nano pods or whatever on his eye stem and put that eye back into his fucking head, which is some horrifically alien abduction type of shit. That's some painful shit, especially if you can see it. You can see it out your good eye, what's happening with this eye, like, what the fuck? Yeah, that'll fuck you up. That'll make you kind of crazy. This is why every time when Desmond is using his abilities, as they were, he is sitting there holding his head in his eye because that nerve stem is all inside of his head. And it's these spores or these nanos being set loose. Ouch. Optic nerves getting their work out. Yeah, this is rough. Now, seeing how things went down in this show was a bit irritating, but also understandable to the point that the king was weak sauce. The emperor was weak sauce. And he was weak sauce from the get. And I told you that from watching it the first time. This motherfucker was weak sauce. I wasn't liking it, but it is what it is. You also see how much that Valia actually worked things. Like, watching this episode, I was really wondering at the same time why the Last Man show was canceled, right? And we know why it was canceled. It was canceled because, one, people weren't really watching it like that, even though it was a very popular comic. They weren't watching it like that. It made women look really bad. It made women look really bad. All these empowered ass chicks looked terrible in Why the Last Man, because the shit that they did, since it's just all women on the planet, was them women killing women, and that goes against the sisterhood's code that you need to be sticking together on everything against a man. Well, watching this episode of Dune Prophecy, you saw the same shit. Women going against women. Ineffective ass men and women going against women. I'm going to cheat a little bit. I need something to jumpstart my memories. Now, what you end up finding out in this is that the story is broken up into 3 parts. There's 3 different things happening all at the same time. What Tula's doing, what Valia is doing, and what is happening back at whatever the fuck we call it. I'm just calling it a coven for now because I can't remember what the hell they're calling this shit. The coven with the other acolytes, of the Bene Gesserit. And with the acolytes, you get Lila waking up and walking around a coven, and other people outside of those specifically tapped to seeing her and understanding that it is not the original Reverend Mother in her body. It's actually the Reverend Mother's granddaughter, Dorita, Sister Dorita, in her body. And Sister Dorita is there to prove what the hell has been going on with this sisterhood and how it has been led astray by Valia Harkonnen. And going through all of that, she reveals something that has been right in front of everybody's face for the whole show, which I didn't know, which was kind of horrific. Like, oh fuck. But that Valia had killed Sister Dorita by using the voice to make her kill herself, which we saw that as the audience, right? We saw that happen. We didn't know what happened after that and what lie was told to everybody about it. And what you find out is that Tula and these other sisters, all the ones that are in important positions now in the future, were all in on the damn lie about what happened to Sister Dorita. How she killed herself and ran away, and her followers ran away. That's not what the fuck happened. We see that Valia took these other three people into her fold and created her coven within a coven and taught these women the voice. How? Don't know. But she did teach them how to use the voice. Even though it's already been shown that Valia doesn't even really know how she's doing it. But she can, and she taught it to them. And when this is revealed, it is when Sister Dorita's followers, who were not with the sisterhood that Valia wanted to move forward with, and Mother Ella wanted to move forward with, in the sense that they want to get into all this breeding program stuff. Okay. She wasn't down with that. Sister Dorita wanted them to actually keep pushing human advancement more than breeding. And her followers met, and Valia's followers went to them inside of their cone of silence to talk to them and asked them to join her, that they didn't want to fracture the sisterhood. And when they refused, all those sisters used the voice on them bitches and killed them all. Now, that was some graphic shit, which I thought was fucked up because you didn't know that they learned the voice at that point. But this is when they showed it, that they massacred Dorita's followers. Now, having them have massacred their followers inside that cone of silence, nobody heard them, does leave the question why nobody else knew about that shit. Well, it's revealed later in the episode why nobody knew. It's because they threw their bodies in that little pool in the middle of that coven. And everybody sunk to the bottom of that shit and just stayed there, rotting. Like, these bitches is savage. They took control of the coven by killing off, people, the dissenting opinions, put it that way. And that left Valia in full control of the sisterhood to move it in the direction that she wanted to move in. And with Lila possessed by Sister Dorita's ghost, she was able to reveal that information to the acolytes at the coven, which was a turning point because she was unopposed while she was there to do this, because Tula had just up and left to go to where Valia was because she wants to deal with Desmond Hart, because she understands that Desmond Hart is her child from the Atreides, and she wants to find out what happened with him. Now, I thought this was incredibly stupid. You're in charge of watching this coven while your sister, who was actually in charge, is gone. You have new information that you've learned from another sister sacrificing herself to get it, and you leave without telling anybody you're leaving to just go off and have a meeting with your kid beforehand. That's a bit stupid as fuck. It's dumb as hell not to tell anybody that you're leaving and just go. So it kind of pissed me off because I understand why they had to have these two characters come together, but it was bad tactic. It was a bad tactical move. Bad move because now you leave the coven of acolytes open to what just happened. And look, y'all can't come back to that damn coven because it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a huge problem. And they're going to have to rebuild the whole goddamn Bene Gesserit from that point on. Now, on Valia's side, being at the Salusa Secundus, she is still working her plans to get the sisterhood back into the good graces of the Imperium. And she is using the other sister's relationship with the Emperor to get him to heal, to bring them back. Now, while it seems to be working because apparently Hindu Snatches got that miracle drug in it or something. I don't fucking know. He's imprinted and she cannot resist. He cannot resist giving her whatever the hell she wants because she put it on his ass one time. Awesome. He want to rock with baby mama and send the queen away so he can still be there with baby mama and give her whatever she likes, be it the sisterhood or being their son, Cassian, I think it was, in charge of his own fleet and stuff like that. He's willing to give her whatever for that shit. Well, turns out Valia has other plans when she understands what's going on with the daughter. And the daughter is more important than the son and the emperor. Funny how that plays out in this shit. And so she decides that the emperor has served his usefulness and it's time to actually delete him. And she's going to have the sister who he's imprinted on be the one to do it. She's going to give him that Gom Jabbar and kill his ass. And that is her Valia's commandment to her, and that's what she's supposed to do. Now, in a bid to rescue the princess, Valia goes to the throne room and has a meeting with the emperor and tells him exactly what it is the sisterhood has been doing with him his whole life, just so she can get put in jail to be close to where the princess is. And she breaks that motherfucker down to the quick. When BGS talks about shattering somebody's paradigm, that's what the fuck it looks like in this episode. That's exactly what it looks like. She tells him the truth and tells him how he was put on the throne by them. He has never been anything but a puppet for them. He has no importance. He is a weak man. And he will fulfill his job and his job is over. And that shit is rough. Rough. Because it's in a position where he can't do nothing against this chick. He couldn't kill her if he wanted to. Nobody could. But she is there sitting on his throne, in his throne room, telling him what the hell is going to happen and who he is and how long they've been manipulating him since before he was born. That you are not the important one. We only cared about this girl to put her on the throne and use her as our puppet. And your time is up. He tells him all that shit, and he does put her ass in jail. But his paradigm is so broken, and his understanding of who he is so shaken. When he sees, I'm forgetting the character's name, but when he sees the sister that he had his son with, he is distrusting of her, but it's too late. He knows that in some way she is there to kill him. She is. but she doesn't want to. She puts the gum bar down and she just wants to hold him, right? Because she actually does really love him. Even though she's not supposed to. She does really love him. But he can't trust her anymore. Mother Superior just told him the shit. She never loved you, man. You never did. You were an assignment. His understanding of who he is and everything is fucking fractured, broken. So he does what weak men do. He decides he's going to kill himself. That the only control he has in that situation to return some control to himself of his life or whatever is to self-delete. And so he stabs himself right in front of her. I thought it was silly, but, it is, weak way out. Right. It was the option he felt he was left. Right. And while he's sitting there dying and she's crying over him, expressing how much she cares for him and whatnot, someone creeps up behind her and sticks her in the neck with that gum bar and kills her. And it's revealed to be the queen. Queen knew what they was doing. She didn't like that shit. She didn't like the Bene Gesserits, and she was mad at her husband too. She killed that bitch. Left her laying there on top of the emperor and ran out of there claiming that they killed him. Because she wanted power. She wanted power. She had tried to throw some cooch at Desmond Hart. But she wants the power. Now, Valia does make her efforts clear to free the princess and try to get the princess off the planet. And it ends up leading to a confrontation with Desmond Hart at the spaceport. Now, she shows why a Bene Gesserit, fully trained Bene Gesserit, is so dangerous outside of the Pada Bindu shit that they do. Her using the voice is deadly. You cannot lay a hand on that woman, old or not. You cannot touch her. She will get through. She will kill. She will have you killing yourself, other people. It don't matter with a simple word. There's nothing you can do about that shit. It shows how dangerous she is. To where she actually ends up kind of in a face-off with Desmond. I think she gets, if I remember correctly, she gets hit, a shot, or some bullshit like that. Or shoots Desmond because she knows she can't use the voice on him like that. Let's see. I don't remember. Either way, she ends up leaving and Tula arrives. And Tula arrives to talk to Desmond. Try to counteract that shit. And she does get a chance to actually see Desmond and recognize, yes, this is my child. This is the man that was my child. Yeah, he is. Yeah, Emperor Carino is the definition of an emperor who wore no clothes. Yeah, he had no clothes. He's the figurehead on the front of the car, man. He is not driving the shit. He's just out front. That's all it is. He's just the one out front that everybody can see. He is not running shit. So Tula does have a kind of touching moment with Desmond and him kind of realizing that it might be his mom, because he had already knew that it was probably somebody in the Bene Gesserits. And since this woman is there trying to coddle his face and shit like that, maybe he gets it, but he had her taken into custody. So now she going to jail. It's fucking stupid. Valia gets away. The princess gets away. Swordmaster Atreides gets away. I'm forgetting his damn name because they're terrible at telling people names. And they head off to Dune to start the next journey that they're going to be on, which is creating the path on Arrakis that Paul and Jessica follow later on. You're seeing the start of that path at the end of that episode. It ends with an empire in some turmoil, an emperor slain, a queen sitting on the throne, a princess in exile or disappeared, the fracturing of the Bene Gesserits, one of its leaders imprisoned, one of this main leader exiled. It ends in a pretty fucked up place. But in some ways they had that shit coming. Some ways they had it coming. But I can't say it was overly satisfying in that sense because it was so many dumb moves made in between there. Like, they shouldn't have tried to kill the emperor. Weak or not, you could have broke out the princess and just got away with the princess being broken out as long as nobody knew you did it. They had, Sister Theodosia, which is funny, her name could be short for Theo, when she can shapeshift into men or women or whatever the fuck. So you got big titty black chick making herself a prisoner to get caught. And now you got Tula there too as a prisoner. For what, the princess? She ain't gonna be on the throne? Her mama in charge. Just seemed like a mess, right? It just seemed like a mess. It's like watching Game of Thrones and realizing at one point that there was a queen in every corner. It's like, it's just a bunch of queens. There ain't no kings. It's just a bunch of queens sending men to die. Ugh. Anyway. So that was Dune. You want more comprehensive? You got to wait for me to actually drop the review or go back and watch the episode yourself. But it wasn't as satisfying as I would have liked it to be. It did end. It does look like they need a season 2. They did end it in a way that would say, "Oh, we need a season 2." Yeah, you would, which is what I thought they would do. But if I think about what I would want to see in this season 2, what I would tune in for a second season for, it would only be to see the resolution of this shit with the sisterhood. Of Valia being called on the carpet with the other sisters and the acolytes about having killed Dorita's followers. That'd be it. I don't need to see them making the way on Arrakis. I don't need to see that. I'm fine with that being in mystery. But the Imperium, who's in charge now, I don't really need to see that part. You can tell me there was some war for a while. Maybe some of the other houses of the Landsrot, tried to seize power, but it didn't work. Don't need to see that yet. But the sisterhood part would be the only thing I'd be interested in seeing for a second season. That's probably the part that they're not going to spend as much time on. They're going to focus on this king and court bullshit like this is space Game of Thrones. It's not. It's supposed to be about the Bene Gesserit sisterhood, not just king and court. That's the part I don't give a shit about while I'm watching this. You can see that in Game of Thrones. You don't need to be the same thing on the same network. No. So, that's it. What up, Bang?
What's going on?
Not much. I saw you up here. It just had some crackle from yours, so I muted you for a minute.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to add, I'm not so much lost, but I remember last weekend we were talking about the blue eyes. So we've seen Paul or we're seeing in God. But this one, that episode, it makes it look like you're seeing who put the mechanic thing in his eye. Why are you seeing that?
So your volume is breaking up, is Borgin. So it's like you rapping like you 2 Chainz or some shit like that. But I got what you were saying. Yes, the blue eyes end up being the doctor robot or surgical robot working on Desmond's eye. That's what you were. That's why it was making that noise. It's not a person talking from the future. It's a fucking robot. And Desmond is seeing himself, his eye being operated on, and having those nanopods put on his fucking nerve stem, on his optic nerve. So that's why he's seeing those blue eyes, because it was a blue scene on there. Hold on a second. I just had that shit up. I can show it to you. I can show it to you. I don't think you can get a copyright for showing a still picture. But you never know.
But why is the rest of this basically seeing through his eyes? Seeing what he saw. Or did you see the future?
Don't know. I did forget a part that actually happened with Sister Dorita's goofy ass of destroying
The machine.
Yeah, the Heredity, the AI that the Benny Gesserit were using. She destroyed the machine. I'm like, bitch, what is you doing? Like, what are you doing? You fucking up everything. But I can understand why she did it. Even still, though, it's fucked up. There's too many damn characters jumping all over the place. Let me see. I'm just trying to get to that scene. Come on, come on, come on. There it is. So there was a point where that's what happened to Valia. Desmond unleashed those spores on her ass. And then you could see what was happening to her and what she was seeing because of that. And it's basically fear. Just inject the spores, the nanobites are attacking your fear centers. And that's what the crippling fear is that these people are fucking seeing. Right? So Valia ends up into like a shared consciousness kind of state with Desmond and these fucking nanobots about this fear and seeing what her fear is. But through that, she sees Desmond's fear. And this is Desmond's fear. These are his last memories that he has. Right? This is the part that you've been seeing the whole time, right? And this is from the Patreon watch through, right? That's why you see me at the bottom. And you see these two blue eyes after he gets swallowed by the sandworm. You see these two blue eyes. Well, what you find out is they are robotic. When he blinks and focuses, it's actually one eye. It's one light. See, he's seeing himself. It's an eye. It's an operation bot focused on him, which pulls out his nerve stem, his optic nerve, and starts inserting those nanopods on his nursed him. Now that's fucked up. That's that is some, like I've heard people call it, nightmare fuel. That is some shit that'll have you sleeping with your windows closed and a gun in the bed. Like bruh, this is an alien abduction story. This is an alien abduction story that doesn't go well. Yeah, they stuck something in your ass. Yeah, some other places. Motherfuckers had their way with me. So you see what he's seeing. Yuck.
Yeah, then they stuck it back in your house cold too. Like, yeah,
that's cold-blooded shit. Only robots and people with, no empathy do shit like that to you. But that's the blue eye that he was seeing the whole time. Right. It wasn't one eye. It was this. Right? So that's what I say is revealing but disappointing. No, it wasn't the God Emperor. But then again, you're not in the part of the story where you should know anything about a God Emperor. You're not. What did he say? We're not even going to talk about reattaching the muscle that turned the eyeball unit socket. No, we're not going to talk about that shit, dude. I got a huge amount of empathy when I see stuff like that. That's why I can't watch a lot of surgeries. I feel that shit. I feel it, dude. That shit hurts. That and not hurts in it's just a hard blow to the chest. No, that's not how it hurts. All the way down inside your cranium, all along that stem to the eyeball, turning back and looking at you like, what? What are y'all doing to me? That takes it to another level. Yeah, it did. That's one hell of a glaucoma surgery, man. That's not LASIK, motherfucker. That is not LASIK. That is not a LASIK treatment. No, that's
you got that right there.
That will have you on somebody's couch for a long time. And you see, somebody was watching it be done to them. So this is the question. Well, who did this to him? Who did it? Who used machines to do this to him? Because he saw something. He saw a figure right there. So he was set up like a weapon and sent back out there. Well, who did it? One of the other great houses? I don't know.
But I'm kind of confused at like, now we know that it was a machine, nanites. How is everybody exposed to this virus that he can trigger, make like a detonator and burn them up on the inside? And all the many sisters that are seeing it, are they seeing that through his eyes because they have a virus in it?
Because you're still breaking up a little bit. I don't know if the batteries are dead or what, or figure out if it's coming through. If you have on earbuds, figure out if it's set to your Bluetooth or if it's still trying to get your sound through the speaker of the phone. It's just it's on the settings for the StreamYard that you're in. Just look at the settings and go to audio and see if it's Bluetooth connection or speaker. Sounds like the speaker because it's just, but he had to be in contact with the people around him to release those spores on them. So when he set them off, it just happened. So apparently it didn't matter if they were far away from him to do it. He just had to be in proximity to put the spores on their ass. Because like this sister from the Souk school, that's not a diamond on her head because she's fucking Mr. Sinister. But her getting those spores off of that sample, same shit happened to her. Same shit. She was never in a room with Desmond Hart. It's just those spores need to get in you. And once the spores are there, it works on your fear. And the more you fight it, the quicker it burns your ass up. It works on you trying to fight against it.
Is that better?
Yep. Tula brought that information to Valia to not fight it, to go with it, go with the pain, and that would get her actually through it instead of fighting against it, because fighting against it made it stronger.
Right.
Some of that is like dealing with your damn demons. You're going to have to learn how to dance with the motherfuckers instead of trying to run from them. You only get bigger when you run. They only get bigger. So the next time you turn back around, that motherfucker look like, God damn, okay, I thought you were smaller. I'm gonna run again. Probably should stop running. You just keep making it bigger every time.
Yeah, I think my biggest disappointment is Violet didn't answer. I don't think it's going to answer for all that her little cancel culture that she did on that on the last Sisterhood at the bottom of that well. Like, dude, your whole credit is null and void at this point. Like you said, don't go back there. She
She
cannot
gonna
go
have
back
to
there.
go back. Yeah, they shouldn't, but she's gonna have to go back. She's gonna have to go back there because they have to either those acolytes with the ghost of Sister Dorita around. They need to wipe out Valia, or Valia needs to come back and take them out because the sisterhood has to be unified at some point. It has to be
Right.
unified. It can't be any division within that shit. So it's going to be some girl on girl action and not the way we like it. It's going to be what it is. She's going to have to go back there. She's going to have to deal with them motherfuckers. Something's going to have to happen because you can see, knowing the timeline, and if you're just staying within, the Denny Villeneuve's universe, you already know where the sisterhood is in the Dune movie. They're together. They own that. They're still doing a breeding program. So that means Sister Dorita got wiped out. Maybe twice, right? Your physical body and your ghost got pushed the hell down.
We're going to send you back home.
We're going to send you back, right? Send you back. So you're going to have to
exercise the demons.
They got to exercise the demons and get rid of the bitches that want to follow her ass.
Right.
So you're going to have to see that. You're just going to have to see it to understand that it happened and the sisterhood got back under one rule and didn't walk away from that breeding program shit. That's it. You have to see that. So a season 2, if it wasn't all about that, that needs to be 80% of the damn episode.
Right.
It doesn't need to be a side story about the Empire and, like I said, the king and court shit. I don't care about that in the Doom universe, man. I don't.
No, I want to see about them and how they built and got to where they are.
Built, got back, got into all the rest of these houses because by the time you get to Doom, they in every house. They got they stroke. They got their charge. They there. You ain't getting rid of them. And people are afraid. And the Reverend Mother in that one, Guinness Mohim, she is not Valia, nigga. But she's still on that shit. She's still on that bullshit. Testing seeds and determining animals from humans. Hey, you gonna follow the code or we gonna get rid of your ass. We got many potentials. Yeah, so it was all right, but it didn't leave me in a place where I was overly excited, which is okay. I wasn't overly excited in the show anyway. I was watching it in the same way I was watching Agatha. I want to see what happens with these characters in the story. And some of it was interesting. But there's a book I can go back to refer to so I can see how far off the beaten path they went. Cool. It's loosely based on actual work. Okay, let's see how badly they fucked it up. Definition of out-of-body experience. Now, the other shit that I didn't watch was I watched Creature Commandos. And it was boring me a little bit because I found myself wanting to watch Invincible. That's what it was. I found myself wanting to watch Invincible. I almost went back and watched Invincible that day because that's all I was seeing out of it. Now, while it's cool that Creature Commandos and what happens there is in the same universe as James Gunn's other creations, Suicide Squad, the Superman movie, the Peacemaker show, and all that shit. This overly powerful princess queen of this little shit nation can end up being the ruin of everything if she's in charge. I'm like, get the fuck out of here with this super powerful chick shit. I'm sick of that. If I thought I was sick of it Wednesday or Tuesday night when I watched that shit, I was really sick of it last night when I was watching What If. I was done. That's probably why I went to sleep, because I was done with seeing that shit. I was like, dude, have we passed this stone yet? Have we taken enough laxative to shit this poisonous bullshit out? I'm done. I'm full up with this shit. I am full. I am full. I cannot take any more of this. I cannot pass any more of it. I can't. It needs to go. This is bullshit. It needs to fucking go away. Like,
No, I enjoyed What
that shit
If.
is
The Agatha one was kind of like, okay. Like,
that's where I was done. That's the one. That was the
was-
last one I watched that kind of put me to sleep. I said, get the fuck out of here. If y'all don't know about the What If shit, there's an episode, it's episode 3 with Agatha, or is it? No, it's episode 2. They didn't wait that goddamn long. Holy shit. It's episode 2, and it has Agatha Harkness and Kingo from the Eternals in it. And the main part of the story is that Agatha is trying to take the power of Tiamat the Celestial. Why she thinks as a regular human fucking being she can take that much power is beyond me. She's not even a fucking mutant. She's just a witch. Bitch, I don't think you can hold that much power, because that ain't magical. It's not. But be that as it may, that's what the hell she does. And at one point, you get a scene reminiscent of the end of Evangelion when Lilith shows up with Agatha being the biggest thing over a whole planet and being a goddamn celestial. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Was there no one else to use? Captain Marvel wasn't available this season. It's like, holy shit.
And beat the Celestial's ass, which was like, come on.
Yeah, she ends up beating Erisham the Judge. Like, huh? Doing the same shit that Wanda did to her in WandaVision.
Yes.
I'm like, this shit is stretching credulity. It really is. I'm watching that shit and I was fucking irritated. I was like, I'm done. I'm fucking done. By the end of that episode, Agatha Harkness apparently is the most powerful being in all of creation, because she has the power of us, 2 celestials inside of her and the Eternals. And she, shrinks back down to walk the red carpet with Kingo to release their movie.
Because she wants to be loved and accepted by the world. That was the dumbest way to be. I mean, basically a god. Like, that's okay.
Do you want to see what my note on that shit was when I'm writing this shit down, watching the episode? Feminist power fantasy. That's what it was. She got all the power in the world. I just want everybody to love me. Well, if you got all the power in the world, I guess you made everybody love you, didn't you? They worried about getting wiped the fuck out. Like, oh my God, dude. That shit was such garbage. Such fucking garbage. By that episode, getting into number 3, I was falling asleep. Just falling asleep. I was done. It's animated nice.
Yeah.
But
the Bollywood part was cool. I did the little dancing when he came in. Like,
yeah, pretty
he was gigging.
Right? Because guys versus girls dancing and shit. Like, I was wanting to watch RRR all over again. I was like,
the first thing I thought was stepping up too. The first thing I thought was stepping up too. I'm just waiting for Moose. He was battling, stomp the yard.
Yeah. That's basically what I thought it was. Like, they're gonna stomp the yard. Somebody need to get out of 1999, man.
I don't step, I battle.
Yeah. Columbus Short, kill his brother and see if he step it up.
Right. Because like I get Agatha can take magic, but Eternals aren't magic. So how are you absorbing 2 Eternals? That didn't make any sense. Like, she should not be able to do that. That's dumb.
It made no sense to me, especially in the sense that I'd already said, watching the Agatha character in the MCU and watching the show, I would say that Agatha must be some type of mutant that is a witch that has a mutation. And her mutation is she absorbs people's power. But absorbing people's power and being able to use people's power is something completely fucking different.
Right.
What they're showing in this show is that she took on an Eternal, which should be way more powerful than her to begin with, right? 3 or 4 times a regular human being. Okay. She took on an Eternal, not one, but what, 5 other ones, and took their power to be her own. So she's shooting light and got super strength and weapons and stuff like that's not how that shit works. That's not even how your character works in your own world. The fuck is going on here? No, she just got their power now because now the power is endemic of how to use it too. She got all that shit too.
Mm-hmm.
So she takes on Kingo and takes his power too. Like that's I can see you getting a charge in your battery, but you don't get the ability like that.
Or the knowledge of how to use the ability.
Exactly. No, that's not what you get. Because especially I first got pissed off when they showed her using Athena's shield, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Athena is a warrior. Agatha ain't no fucking warrior. Athena being able to fight is because Athena could fight. Agatha cannot fight. She's just a chick with magical abilities. Partially, I would say mutant abilities because she can absorb other people's magic. Not just powers in general, magic. She's magical. Now she's trying to absorb the power of a fucking celestial. Incubating or not. That should be way outside her battery range, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
She should have blown up. If anything. Or you're telling me she's not just a regular human. She is possibly a mutant in some kind of way. That could just absorb any type of power, which I guess that makes her a white bishop now, right?
Right.
You just absorbing people energy, and then you can use this shit too. That's not how it works. But what the fuck ever. I guess if you want her to do everything, she can do everything. To the point where she takes on another Eternal with his buddy's abilities, and then absorbs the power of Celestia because she has all the Eternal abilities and all their power, and then takes on another Celestial and beats him and takes on his power. I'm like, no fucking way, dude. What am I watching? What the fuck am I watching, really? That's not how this shit works. Look, man.
It took me through a loop.
Yeah, I watched the Skeleton Crew and saw a knockoff Cthulhu cat face squid beast on the show. And I'm like, if you were to magically be able to tap into the power of a Cthulhu type character, you probably would die. It would take something really special in you to be able to absorb some of that energy and make it your own. Agatha ain't that. Now she just took all the power of not one, but 2 fucking Celestials. That is beyond the power scale of anybody on Earth anyway. Right? Because even your strongest character in the MCU, Captain Marvel, wouldn't do shit against a Celestial.
Well, even like what is it, the big guy on X Factor? He can absorb energy, but if he doesn't release it, it'll kill him.
Yeah,
it should be the same thing. Like she should pop like a balloon. That's too much energy. You're not even a top layer character. That doesn't make no sense.
But that's just in the comic books. That's why you have to make the distinction when you're talking about the MCU and comic books. MCU, they have not injected any of that shit. So there is no character like that in the MCU. What you're seeing for the MCU is every big badass character they want to put out there that's a female, obviously a female character. All of them absorb power, which makes it a feminine power fantasy. Captain Marvel absorbs power. Agatha absorbs power. Fucking Gaia from Secret Invasion. What did she do? Absorbed all the powers.
Yeah.
That's all they do is gobble power. And now they can just do everything. But there is a limit because even with Gaia having Captain Marvel's powers and Super Skrull's powers or whatever the fuck, Captain Marvel wasn't that goddamn strong anyway. She just got charged up from a crystal, from the Tesseract. She just got some Tesseract juice, nigga. That's it. She didn't get the whole stones. She got part of one stone, just like Wanda got some juice from one stone. Nigga, that's y'all need to start scaling this shit or stop bullshitting. Stop bullshitting. Because there is no indication of how strong any of these characters are. But I know goddamn well if this chick couldn't take on Thanos without getting her ass knocked into the goddamn epilogue, she couldn't take on a fucking Celestial.
Right.
No chance in hell. There is a scale. There is a hierarchy. And if you couldn't get past this dude that's on ground level standing in your face, power-wise, I don't think you can stand up against this dude that's looking down on the fucking earth and all you see is his fucking head. Power-wise, that's a lot of power in that big of a body. No, you're not doing it.
And that's what I think you're right when that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, about the scaling, because that's what makes a lot of the storylines fun. Because like, you know where everybody is on the ladder, and like you see, that perfect example is the X-Men cartoon '97. Everything was all good, mastermind. All of a sudden, he's like, "Wait a minute!" An Omega level mutant just stepped into the field. Like where, and Storm stepped out of the sky, cracking the earth, making glass. Like,
yeah,
you got excited for that. Like, okay, now we in round 3, and we got nuclear in the field. This one is kind of like there's no gravity. You don't. They can do whatever you want to. It's like
there are levels to this shit. There are levels to this shit. That's how you understand how much of a feat some of these things are. Like, you know how strong Luke Cage is compared to a normal human being, right? So if you saw Luke Cage punch a normal human being with everything he got, you know that motherfucker's gonna be pulp, right? He's gonna look like squished a fucking orange or something like that. Like it's over, right? Okay. Knowing that when you put Luke Cage up against somebody like the Hulk, you know how much of a differential that is. Like, yeah, you might have pulped this dude's head, but you're gonna have a problem with this big green motherfucker over here.
Right.
He's probably gonna hurt you badly.
You'll eat some of those.
He's gonna eat a lot of those. Like, I'm the strongest, right? That's the whole point of that shit. And even with that scaling, Hulk being able to beat the shit out of Luke Cage, fighting Thanos was something completely different. He got that work. work. He whooped his ass.
Broke him down by the numbers.
Yeah, he was enjoying that shit. He beat that motherfucker into a regression. Like, I went back. Woo! It was too much.
Thanos was cutting them angles. Like, let's slip, rib shot. Like, he was breaking it down.
Somebody who could fight.
Yeah.
Loving that shit. Like, man, I ain't been tested in a while. Like, give you some of this. Different scale. Now you getting up past Thanos to a celestial level where Thanos probably couldn't do shit against this motherfucker without the Infinity Gauntlet on. And now you got little Agatha showing up and absorbing his power. Get the fuck out of here, dude. This is just in your universe. This is just in your universe. It doesn't make any sense. Makes absolutely no fucking sense in the world. Except if you know you want to put some chick on top of it all. Look, they said that this was the last season for this shit for a while until they roll out the rest of their movies and mutants and shit like that. It's like, good. Because if this is what she was doing, I don't need more. because within 2 episodes, I saw so much regurgitated. Let's steal this from this place shit. Like the first episode, which was a Pacific Rim Godzilla, fucking Titan Hulk.
Yeah, I didn't
Bullshit
get that.
mashup.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
I'm like, I heard people calling it the kaiju episode. It's not a fucking kaiju episode. You know, that was Pacific Rim, dude.
Mm.
That was Godzilla on Netflix, my nigga. Is what it was. Yeah, Hulkzilla, that bullshit. I'm like, why does this motherfucker have a tail? He looks like the Abomination.
Yeah, with gamma breath.
Oh my god, that shit annoyed me when he did that shit. He breathed that green fire. I'm like,
Yeah, I was like, what the heck? Oh, come on, like, all right, enough.
Dude, it was such utter bullshit.
The Winter Soldier episode was entertaining, though.
The Winter Soldier episode is what I fell asleep on. When you have, it's not necessarily a Winter Soldier episode. It's supposed to be about Red Guardian, right? But they're making Red Guardian a joke all over again. It's like,
yeah,
this is Russian Captain America. He's not supposed to be a fucking doofus. But that's what you keep putting forward for this character. He's just
a coward.
Doofus. I'm like, oh my god, dude. You take some of you ruin some decent fucking characters with this shit. Yeah, Ray, I'm talking about what if. What if that shit ended? It wouldn't matter. That's exactly what if. It wouldn't fucking matter. Thank you. You'd save a lot of us some fucking anguish. Oh, god, dude. I gotta watch the rest of that shit today because I don't want to drag that shit on anymore. I want to get it over with. I want to rip the Band-Aid off.
Is there another episode? Because I think that's the last episode was the one.
No. Apparently, that's what made me go ahead and start watching this shit the other day. They had been releasing one episode, I guess, a day for this shit. This shit is almost over now. It's 8 episodes up right now.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I stopped there.
That's like the season. That's like a season. They shitting this motherfucker out like they had bad Mexican food, boy. That's it. Yeah, curry. That shit is curry. I fell asleep on episode 3. I woke up and couldn't even get through the Howard the Duck and Darcy episode. Fell asleep.
Okay, that's where I left off at.
I'm like, oh my god! You see this shit's playing? I fell asleep here on 3. When I woke up again, this shit was on number 7. I'm like, I gotta stop this shit. This is gonna be over before I wake up. I couldn't stay awake at all. I couldn't stay awake for this shit. No, fuck it. What if? Yeah, the Guardians didn't die. Holy shit! Look, man, it's 8 episodes of this shit. I'm guessing another episode is gonna come out tomorrow. They shitting this one out. One out. Elongo said, "Artisan, prepare to be underwhelmed." Yeah, just what I look forward to when I sit down and watch television. To be underwhelmed. Fucking hell.
I just stopped having expectations and stuff. I'm at the point. Just let me see what you're gonna do.
I don't have any expectation for the shit. I go into it with very low expectation. I learned that shit around the prequels. When the prequels came out, the first one, everybody has such high expectation. These little children that were now 20-year-old adults now had such high expectation for what episode 1 was supposed to be. When they sat down and watched that shit, they was disappointed and they flamed the fuck out of the prequels. I never went into that shit with any high expectations other than it's going to be a Star Wars movie. Because what was I expecting to see? Something other than that? I was happy that it was multiple Jedis on the screen, nigga.
Yeah.
I saw them using abilities other than telekinetics or a lightsaber. The motherfuckers use fucking force speed and shit. I'm like, oh, that's cool.
It's not even that.
I saw Master and Apprentice working together.
Artisan, they had me when Qui-Gon stuck that damn lightsaber in the door. How many years I've been waiting for somebody to stick a lightsaber? It's just, I was in the audience like, I'm here for it. Thank you. I've been waiting to see that for like 20 years.
Yeah, like,
God damn it.
Yes, it could do that. Yes, it could do that. That's cool as shit. Hell yeah. I was down. Them 20-year-old motherfuckers hating George Lucas. He let us down. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Where were you in the 70s? You weren't even fucking born, man. Shut up. Yeah, Aqua Techie, the universal skeleton key. A fucking lit lightsaber, nigga. How many glass doors you put up, motherfucker? We going through all that. We coming in there. We're here to negotiate. Aggressively.
Man, that's the only thing I would use to kill someone's argument. Episode 1 sucked. He stuck a lightsaber in the metal door. But it's stupid storyline. He stuck a lightsaber in the door.
He stuck a lightsaber.
That's a win.
Cutting that motherfucker open and melting it from the inside out.
Yep.
If you've never seen Forbidden Planet, you don't know how you don't understand the terror that comes from seeing a thick ass door that's not supposed to be melting in the middle. Like, that motherfucker coming in here.
Like, he's coming in like, dude, he's almost through it. Like, do something.
Where them damn cars?
We gotta bring out tank busters to get there too, to get them off that door.
And
Qui-Gon wasn't playing.
And to that point, he gave you one of the best lightsaber fights and introduced you to Dark fucking Maul.
Yes.
Beautiful. Pulled not even a Tarantino on motherfuckers. They didn't even know what Darth Maul was going to look like. The actors on the set didn't know what he was going to look like. So when he opened that door and you saw that motherfucker standing there and look up at him, that was a real reaction, motherfucker. Oh, we'll go this way. That was a real reaction. They hadn't seen what he was going to look like. They didn't know what he was going to look like. When they opened that door and Maul was standing there, that was the first time them actors had even seen his ass. And he looked like a goddamn demon, and they was out. Shocked, for real, and ready to go. Like, oh, this way. Y'all motherfuckers deal with that shit, because that looked too much for me.
Yeah.
If you Darth Maul. The first episode 1 sucked? I don't know about that. There was some questionable shit in there, but that wasn't one of them.
He was on business. He came in there like, I got one for each of you. Bring it. He was not tripping. He was here for all the action, all the smoke.
And to that point, you hadn't even seen a double-bladed lightsaber. That motherfucker popped that shit like, oh shit!
Like, he ain't playing. He ain't playing.
Hey, they got doubles. Boy. It was a problem.
Hit him with that jugger. Why'd you tell me you had one of those things? What the hell? That's one of the forbidden weapons they ain't seen in years.
Talk about power scaling. You saw that shit. You knew them Jedis was in for a problem. You knew they was in for a fight. You didn't even know how strong he was in the Force. You just knew it was a problem. Nigga said, this nigga got a double lightsaber. Y'all fucked up. It's gonna be a problem. Like, it's 2 of y'all, but he got 2 blades, nigga. He was out there like Django. It's like,
this fool had a double lightsaber and a sturdy stance. He was not moving. He's here for a
sturdy, angry stance. Oh shit!
It's like somebody get fucked up. That's good, but you or me, but somebody getting some of this action because he's not moving.
Maul fight was legendary, and it only got Maul's fight would be the best fight throughout the prequels, except for one thing. Obi-Wan and Anakin's fight on Mustafar. That surpassed it.
Yeah, that
was it. That was the only fight that surpassed it. I like Mace Windu with Sam Jackson. He didn't have a long enough fucking fight. But it wasn't better than that Mustafar fight. Oh no, nigga. It was a lot of weight going into that fight. You knew it. Them motherfuckers was at each other, and they had been training with each other for years. They knew each other moves. It was a problem, nigga. Every step you take should have been your last one. Even as good as Maul was, them motherfuckers wasn't as pressed until they had to fight each other. Think about that for a minute. Yeah, Mustafar was the business. It was. That was the best lightsaber fight they've ever filmed. And that's counting even with really a very close second.
I think it was a video you showed me that showed the details of that fight. How Anakin even dropped his saber and grabbed it and reversed the move that Obi-Wan tried. Like all the little details, like I had to go back and watch it. I didn't even peep that. Like they were not playing. Like that was clean.
They know each other too well. They know each other too well. That was not going to be a quick fight. Wasn't. So yeah, it was legendary, but that Mustafar fight set the standard, nigga. Because trust, you seen that Mustafar fight, Duel of the Fates fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even watching Ahsoka, where Anakin showed up, you're measuring that fight with Ahsoka next to that one. It is the fight that all other lightsaber combat is measured next to.
Yes.
Don't come close. Never. It never comes close. Yeah, some cool shit. It never comes close. It don't come close to that one, and it don't come close to that Maul fight. Just doesn't.
Now the fans are going to try to make it. They're trying to hold it up to. Oh, that was just as good. No, it wasn't.
But then the Clone Wars babies, like you named them.
Yeah. The Clone Wars baby thing is that fight was not it. Our fight scenes throughout that entire series were not it. Like they were slow.
It's not the new. We don't say that shit. Like, no, it was a good fight. Oh, nigga, what are you talking about? I've seen too many of these at this point. Nah.
Yeah.
But in this animated shit, shut the fuck up. I'm not watching that. I'm watching that garbage. It wasn't on the live action screen. It ain't even real at that point. It did motion capture. Yeah, so what? Why don't you get them actors to play these roles on the screen there? No, I gotta watch Rosario Dawson's sexy club-footed ass dancing. And I like Rosario Dawson. Look, she can stand with a lightsaber in my bedroom all she wanted to, but
face.
Yeah, it was. It's not that damn good, sister. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Not your fault. It's not your forte. Why didn't they get that chick that actually played Ahsoka for the motion capture? Why didn't they get her? Because her and Ray Park had a really good fight, and it was CG. Why didn't they get her in there to play that role? She can act, right? Well, you thought Rosario Dawson's acting sucked in the show. You might as well have used that chick. At least the fight scenes would have been better.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Hayden was out there looking like he was embarrassing her ass. Like, Hayden ain't a fighter. But Hayden up there looking like Keanu Reeves in this shit. God damn, dude. Been training like this forever.
But Hayden said it like holding that lightsaber, he said it means something. Like he had to bring it because it had just the simple fact he's back on screen holding his lightsaber. There's levels to this. Like you got Hayden acting, we need to see him at his peak again. You can't have him looking stupid. And he knew it. He can't be looking stupid shooting that lightsaber. Yeah, now he come out of hiatus, they can't do it.
Rainfire Design said he had to take a trip to the strip club to recover from the Nosferatu movie. You listened to them white boys and really got all jazzed up about going to see that Nosferatu movie, right?
I still want to see it.
I still want to see it because I like vampire movies. But what actual fuck does an American give about Nosferatu? I'm curious. What is the real draw for you to watch Nosferatu? Because I like vampire movies. I see vampire movies. I watch a lot of them. I done fuck Bane up and like, you got to go watch this one and then watch this one. This shit is garbage. Yes, it is, but it's a vampire movie. Shit that I've seen. Have some of that in your brain too.
But honestly, this goes back to what you said earlier about people not wanting to watch black and white. If you really want to, like, we know Nosferatu from watching the original one because it's one of the things that was on the damn shelf back in the days watching VHS. So we know the history of it. So for me, it's like, okay, I know this character. I've read some of his background. Mm-hmm. So it holds weight for that. But to everybody else, it's just going to be like a horror movie. They don't even know what they're looking at.
I'm waiting to see somebody say that this Nosferatu movie sucked because it's been out there This is my thing with critics and leading the population. The more popular critics have been bigging up this Nosferatu movie before you ever seen anything of it. They've been telling you how good it is, how much they're looking forward to it, and all that shit, right? That's called psychological priming. You are primed to like this shit now because the social pressure is too much against you to say you don't like it. So you went and saw it, which means the programming works. And that's why I asked the question, what interest would you have in seeing Nosferatu? It doesn't happen in America, does it? It happens somewhere in Europe. And every European content creator who talks geek shit is telling you how awesome it is, which means I know who you listen to. So my question is, would you feel comfortable saying it fucking sucked if you watched it? Would you? Probably not, because the social pressure is for you to say you liked it. Because if you don't, you fall out of alignment with the people that you do respect, that already told you it was going to be good before it even came out and told you where they stood on it. I'm waiting to see this. This is going to be awesome. Mm-hmm. I'll decide for myself. Thank you.
Right. I was about to say that. That's where you find out who's thinking for himself or not.
Exactly. That's how you figure out if you're thinking for yourself or you're doing what you were fucking told to do. Or are you giving a real response, or are you giving a response that says, you know what, I watched that shit. It was kind of fucking boring. Well, I don't give a fuck about these people in some middle part of Europe that I've never been to. Some legend that's not even my own. How does it build on vampire legends? Did you watch the original Nosferatu movie way back when? Probably not. Why do you give a fuck about this one now? Would you even know about it if you hadn't heard a big YouTuber talking about it? No, because it wasn't on your fucking radar.
Well, that's like when the Titanic came out. I mean, my friends were laughing and they like, this was a true story. How could you laugh? I was like, well, first off, we weren't even allowed to carry luggage on that bitch. I don't care. Like, that's one time y'all racists helped us out. So thank you very much for not letting me buy a ticket.
At the time of the Titanic, if there were any black folks on there that wasn't carrying trays around, it was at the bottom of that ship and they died first.
Yep.
That's where your quarters were. So where Jack was staying, it was right below his ass.
I'm like, you didn't see none of this on screen, did you? Yeah.
No.
I don't care.
You never hear about black folks being on the Titanic. Of all the times you've watched this shit, you ain't never heard about black folks being on that bitch. Why would you give a fuck?
Nope.
What's your connection to the Titanic? That it was a tragedy because a bunch of white folks died? White folks don't give a fuck about slave movies where a bunch of black folks died, except for the super liberal ones that sitting there crying in the movie to put on a show for your ass. Shut up. That's my thing. I want to see the Nosferatu movie myself because I'm curious. Why am I curious? Outside of having an ear fucked into me for the last 2 or 3 months by people I listen to, I'm in the vampire movies. Nosferatu is where the vampire things kind of come from. I'd be interested to see what the fuck it is. Out of straight up curiosity. Not because I know it's going to be awesome. I don't know the director, none of the actors, producers, none of that shit. I don't know what studio made it, none of that. I just know it's out because, like I said, I've been ear fucked with this shit for 3 months.
Yeah.
Might as well see what the fuck it's about. But that's me understanding psychological priming. The more I mention something to you ahead of time, the more when it actually turns up, you are inclined to actually go in that direction because I've already primed you to do it. You might not even know why the fuck it is you're doing. Why not? I'm interested in going to see Wicked. I want to go see
I'm not interested in Wicked.
Why? Because you've already been primed that it's good and you should go see it. Already. That's how advertising works. Psychology is in advertising.
Yes.
It's to put something in front of your face and use triggers to get you to remember that shit at the time you're supposed to do what they want you to fucking do, which is to consume it and say it was good. That's it.
It's why you hum a song you can't stand because you heard it all day from the car to the elevator.
Exactly. This is when I stopped listening to radio because the same song was on at the same time on 3 different fucking stations, and I didn't like the goddamn song. Same time, 3 separate stations playing. It's not because it was that good. It's because they want people to like that shit. And they pay for the time they have it on all 3 stations at the same time. It's psychological priming. You are being led in a way, funneled in a direction they want you to go in. Think I like this shit? No, you don't. You
I refuse to be mind fucked with like Sexy Red. Sorry, I'm not doing it.
Exactly. Which is why a lot of those modern rappers right now, I don't have an opinion on because I don't fucking know their music. Why not? Because you're not ear fucking me with this shit because I'm listening to the radio all the time telling me, oh, she's the best thing happening. Oh, the fuck she ain't. If I listen to her song for 5 minutes, I know it's garbage. For what I heard of it, I know it's garbage because nobody has told me. I've listened to nobody telling me she's this good. No, she ain't. She's trash. And I know because of who's pushing it.
Do it.
What do you say? Nigga Roshi for bar. That's a damn king size bar we just dropped. I don't know which bar it was, but you can tell me. You can repeat it. I was waiting to see what if they did an original source black and white material and they dropped the 1992 Bram Stoker's film. No, you got to go back and watch Bram Stoker's Dracula, which is a good film. David Bowie and Queen introduced it to me. Saw the whole film in high school in the very early 90s. Cool. So now you have some connection in Nosferatu outside of recent memory. Wifey is obsessed with Wicked. Why? Saw it last weekend. Don't hate it. I saw Wicked. My review still came out, but I saw Wicked. I didn't mind it too much because for me, it did play as an allegory for black folks and minorities. That's all that shit is. Everything that they do in that movie, how they act with that chick, is like, as a black man, you see people acting with you all the time. You everything evil. You always up to no good. And you ain't said nothing to them motherfuckers but hello and good morning. The fuck is he doing here? I live in this world, motherfucker. What are we talking about? So I didn't hate the movie. The special effects were good too. I hate that shit. One of the best special effects scenes when she actually get her broomstick and start flying. That shit look awesome. Not ass, but awesome. It looked cool as shit. It did. I was like, oh fuck. Well, maybe the Superman movie would be better. I'm just saying.
Well, for me, I saw most people when I talked to them didn't know this is actually the third one because there's another Nosferatu movie that was good.
But they wouldn't hype that one up, were they?
Nah. But that was a good twist. I liked it. It was a twist. When you find out he was really a vampire, so it was the filming of the movie, but he was really killing people. So I was like, okay, that's cool. And look at the actor that played him. Like, that was awesome.
Well, here's the thing. You remember Dracula Untold, just like I do, right?
Oh, yeah.
Luke Evans, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like him. You know who, what's his name? I almost called that motherfucker Lannister. Charles Dance. You know who Charles Dance is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who the fuck was Charles Dance in that movie?
Yeah, which one? Dracula?
In Dracula Untold. Who was he? He was the Nosferatu. That's who he was.
Oh, yeah. There he was.
Nosferatu.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one who turned Luke Evans' character
living in the cave to release him.
Turned him into Dracula and released him on the world. He was the Nosferatu, the original vampire.
Yeah.
That's who he was. But they destroyed the whole creature-verse bullshit because nobody wanted competition. That's what it was. That's what you're going to have. Remember? They ended that movie with the game is afoot. There are so many years in the future now after Dracula has lived all this time. They was on some reverse interview with a vampire shit, just nobody was fucking gay. And he was like, and now the game begins. He was gonna start fucking with Dracula the whole time. That's what he was gonna do. He was back out there in the world, had his pimp suit on and shit. It's like, damn, dude, this bear total nutsy.
Let them see. And I wish they would have continued that. And they try to blame that on the Mummy movie with Tom Cruise. Why they didn't go through with it?
Because the Mummy movie was kind of problematic, but what it was more so critics hating the making of these universes. And mind you, the same chick that's in the Mummy, playing the Mummy, is the same one that's in Rebel Moon. Lead character in that. They don't like that chick. They don't like her. Sophia, whatever her name is. She's fine enough chick, but they don't like her. She ain't what's her name? Mila Jovovich. She ain't her. Even though she's more athletic. She ain't her. They don't like her ass. And every movie she's in, they shit on. Now I don't know what the fuck she did or what her personal preference is, or what Tom Cruise did at that point, because I think he might have just got divorced from what's her name at that point. But they shit on that movie. I watched the movie. Wasn't that goddamn bad? There's worse movies that get sequels.
It wasn't that bad.
Sequels.
There's a lot of really good Easter eggs. They even gave a nod to the Mummy movie with the Book of the Dead in there in the library. That was cool. Which I think that threw it off when you get in these discussions about it. We're like, oh, it's not like the original Mummy. I'm not, actually, it is like the original Mummy because y'all don't understand. Y'all think it's supposed to be the Mummy with Brendan Fraser. This is the original MonsterVerse from like the 20s and 30s when you had Wolfman, Dracula, the Swamp Creature, and the Mummy. They were in a universe. They're bringing that here. So yes, right. It is.
These are all Universal characters. These are all Universal. Yes. If I remember correctly, they're all Universal characters who made these original movies. So I was fine with them bringing those characters forward into the modern day and doing their own universe with those characters because that's what they can do because it's their fucking characters. I don't have a problem when Marvel does it. I don't have a problem when DC does it. I don't have a problem with Image if they could have got their shit together to do it. I don't have a problem with that. They own these motherfuckers. If you want to make a universe of characters together, fine, do that shit. Sony does it and has been doing it badly for a while, nigga. A while. They didn't start seeing success till Marvel started helping them. Come on. No, I was fine with that. I wasn't upset about it because I didn't think the movies needed to make $1 billion. And when they tell you that the movie was a failure and it sucked, it's usually about the money because they're using it next to the Marvel standard that it needs to make $1 billion now. That's not where you're at. Marvel deserves to make $1 billion because Marvel has suffered through the 90s of having 80s and 90s of having shitty movies forever. They deserve to make $1 billion. They do. You got to work up to that. You don't get that just because you showed up today and threw a movie in the theaters. No. Work up to it. I like Luke Evans as Dracula.
Yeah.
I like the costumes. I like the story. I like the flip on his powers a little bit. And I like Charles Dance being a Nosferatu in that shit. I wanted to see them go back and forth with each other.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see that because he was gonna fuck with him. He was gonna fuck with Dracula. I wanted to see that because you get into a whole. You liked Underworld. What you gonna get with a vampire war, nigga?
I like the fact they threw a little bit of the actual historical lore in there. Like Dracula, over there is not a villain. He's a hero because everything he did was for his people. He was on some fuck the Turks tough. Like,
he was fucking up.
Come over here.
Bring your ass over here. It's Vlad the Impaler, bitch. Bring your ass over here. Your homie strung up next to you. Like, look, right. Motherfucker. He was on that bloody battlefield, man. You like Jon Snow in the Battle of the Bastards. You know what? That's a while ago. Next to Vlad, he was already out there getting it.
Yeah, was
buddy, man. It was
playing with you.
He was not playing. So you move that character having that kind of history up to the present day, and he has an older vampire the one who turned him, running around out there wanting to fuck with him. Nigga, this is the whole vampire war. That's the whole vampire war. What do you like all this shit with covens and shit like that about vampires and different sects and shit? Dude, the world is a really small place when you start fucking around with immortals. It's a really small place. It's a really small place after that. It ain't too many places you can hide, man. Like, yeah, I've made this whole new coven. Yeah, but why? Because we 12,000 strong over here. Like, oh my God. Why are you doing this? You know there ain't nobody left in Europe now, right?
And I think that would have been cool.
15. What the fuck?
Right. And that really would have been cool. And also, this will answer a question someone just asked, why did they do the sequel? Because that was part of the monster universe, that they got rid of the universe. He was eventually going to have to meet up with Tom Cruise and whoever they came, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. They're all part of that. And I think he would have, the Nosferatu probably would have been the main antagonist of all that. He would have been doing some stuff in the background.
He should have been.
That would have been cool. That vampire war would have been something else.
A vampire war would have been the shit for me. Because think about it this way. If they made a Blade movie right now, if they could make a Blade movie right now with Wesley Snipes, what would you want to have him fight against?
Dracula, like in comic books.
Vampires.
Yeah.
You would want to see a vampire war. You would be prime for that shit. Because that's why I use Underworld as an example. You already saw that werewolves and vampires fighting against each other. It's cool as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Give me vampire for vampire. How's that work out? And one of these groups of vampires we're actually rooting for. Even though they, suck blood. They ain't out here sucking squirrels and shit like that. None of that bullshit. None of that vegan shit. Here, red meat vampires going at each other.
House against house.
House for house.
Covenant against covenant.
Oh my God, I would be down for that shit. I'd be so down for that shit. They know how to kill each other. It'd be brutal.
Efficiently. Like, they've been doing it for hundreds of years.
Man, yeah, we all ain't the same coven. If you want to be about it, yeah, all these vampires over here is black, and all these is little frilly European white vampires. That'd be some shit. Dude, it'd be a race war, but you wouldn't see it that way because they was all vampires. Up the score on them. Yeah, god damn, dude, it'd be some shit. You darkies, you daywalkers. Yeah, well, don't bring your ass out in the sunlight. We ain't had no problems.
Right. Because especially if they went the Underworld route, because if you really beat Underworld, Victor was the only one with death dealers in his house. Everybody came to him to handle problems. Everybody else had their coven, but his coven had them boys, had the hitters in there. Like, don't make me make that phone call. Get that leather out of here.
He had the squad. Victor was about victory, man. He had the squad. He had the soldiers. Rest of y'all might have been peasants that got some nobility because he was fucking with him. But he was a king. He had his squad. He had his knights and shit. And he turned everybody. And that's what they were. And later on, they became death dealers. Yeah, because that's what the hell they did. Dude, if your name is Death Dealer, I don't think you out there selling cookies. Not out there. You is not out there with the, the what they call it, the courtesy squad, the committee. No, bro. No.
He's that weird kid at the party in the corner, just quiet, hugging himself.
Yeah.
That's what they are. They're the weird kids.
Yeah, Victor send the workers to you. I had to get on dispatch and be like, yeah, you need to send a couple of dealers down here. That just understanding language, they were called dealers. You know what that means? Everybody got a card, nigga. Everybody got served. They ain't called the death squad. They were the death dealers. Mean they dealt that shit out.
They handed out death. Like,
everybody gets a card. And the on deck. I love the vampire and monster movies. I saw it cold. No reviews or trailers. The fetishes were heavy, and I deserve more than A cups. It's European. You ain't getting shit but A cups, man. Don't you know big titties is an American thing? Yeah. Americans are the ones who like big triple D's and shit like that. Chicks having to get back surgeries because they got these quadruple F's for work. and now they can't stand up straight. Oh, bitches. Appreciate you, Rainfire, for supporting the stream. I will give you the guts and butts since you like titties.
Double up, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Run it up, never let a hard time on the ones.
And I lose Bane. I lost Bane. Oh, man, I lost my comedy. Wow, I did not know Dracula Untold tied into the MonsterVerse. This is the problem. I have to check it out. I like the Mummy, especially Russell Crowe as Jekyll and Hyde. I didn't even see Russell Crowe as Jekyll and Hyde. I saw the Mummy once, and I don't remember if I was on a plane or some shit like that when I saw it, but I don't have a full recount of what happened in it, which means I wasn't watching it closely the first time. Excuse me. So I have to go back and watch the Mummy again. But Tom Cruise was a bit too big of an actor for that, and I knew the critics at the time wasn't liking Tom Cruise. They were not liking Tom Cruise, and they don't necessarily like Sophia. So that movie got shit on ridiculously right out the gate because they saw what Universal was trying to do building this MonsterVerse, and they wasn't for that shit. Now we have no problem with Legendary Pictures making its MonsterVerse with all kaijus and shit like that. We fine with that. But these people doing these live action monsters and stuff, we weren't. I don't know. I don't understand why not. They got power.
That was
humans.
Yeah, the Mummy was after the couch incident, huh? When Oprah jumping on the couch, and that's when everybody thought Tom Cruise was kind of nuts. Hollywood kind of backed off him a little bit.
He's nuts, and he's exposing the Scientologists and shit like that. Yeah, they was backing off of him for a while. If you follow Tom Cruise in his career and where Hollywood likes him, hates him, and shit like that, that's one of those times. And they usually hate his ass, and it's usually more so critics. They usually dislike Tom Cruise when he keep shaking a chick. When he got rid of Nicole Kidman, they didn't like him too much. Yeah. Now Nicole Kidman out here doing whole fuck movies to try to keep her name in there. Like she ain't damn near 60 years old.
Yeah, I'm not trying to watch her get smashed. Sorry.
I'm not trying to watch no old white bitch get smashed, dude. That is not entertaining. Not even on Pornhub. Like, come on, man. I'm not paying for that shit. No, it's not sexy. Nicole Kidman has been cute, but she's never been sexy to me. And I've been watching her ass as BMX Bandits and flirting since she was young. She ain't never been sexy. She's been cute. She's never been sexy. Okay? She a tall, redhead chick from Australia. Not much to look at. Okay? Eyes wide shut or wide open. Sam got the reference. The rest of y'all got to laugh to yourself.
Yeah.
Now, when he got with what was her name? Kate. Was it Kate? I can't remember what that chick's name was. That chick fucked with Jamie Foxx too. But when he got with her, she was young and he was all in love, jumping on Oprah's couch and shit like that, and that just went the wrong way. She got in there, she got her baby, she got her cash out, so she ain't got to act no more. That's how that shit works.
And then she got Jamie Foxx.
And then she went to, everybody she been with since then has been brothers, nigga. She just like getting digged down. But at the time,
and Jamie Foxx is his boy, so that was weird.
They ain't really boys. They acted together, but they ain't really boys.
They were friendly.
Tom Cruise
still weird.
A lot of motherfuckers, but it's still weird. It's still kind of weird, right? That's what makes me know they ain't boys. Me and you boys. The only reason we have one chick in common is because you met her long after I was gone. And that was before we was boys. If we was boys at the time I met this chick, I don't think you'd be fucking her afterwards.
No, wouldn't touch her.
No,
you were just sitting on the couch eating popcorn, waiting for the train wreck. Like you wait for it.
I just waiting for it to be over. I just wait for my time. Just wait for my other back. No, me personally, I couldn't do that shit. It bothered me. It bothered me. It might not bother the bitch at all because they got tendencies, but it bothered fucking me. No.
I can't mess with somebody I'm close to. That's just gross to me. That's just, I might as well go kiss you. I'm good.
Yeah,
That's weird.
Like when you kissing this bitch, like she used to be swallowing his load. Like, oh, wait a minute. Don't ever kiss me. Did you Listerine first?
No, I told you I had that experience and it made me mad. And I was just kissing my cheek. I was like, you messy bitch. That's not cool.
I told you about my experience. A chick telling me she was all into me because she saw me out with my girlfriend at the hot tubs in Berkeley. And I knew who the chick was because she was a friend of my homeboy's little doings, right? So I knew who she was. She wasn't necessarily ugly. She was thick as fuck. But the scuttlebutt was that she was hoeing out in Oakland. And then she wanted to tell me how much she liked me and wanted to be touching me. And that skin-to-skin contact was creeping me the fuck out, nigga. Like, oh, you out on High Street or something? Oh, no, bro. That was from a reliable source that saw your ass out there. I'm sorry. You can't touch me.
Reliable source. It was verified.
I didn't get the hibbity-jibbity. Like, no, this is the same hand that might have been jerking a dude 10 minutes ago. Get off me! I will not touch no chode of my own. No.
Hey, that brings up an old memory. Remember the first time you took me out to have drinks with you guys and go play pool in San Francisco?
At the Bounty, Boulder Bounty.
Yeah. And one of your friends was in love with this stripper. He's, it's my favorite stripper. Here she comes. And she walked next to me. I'm not looking at her. He's like, oh, here she is. I look up. I'm like, oh, hey. She looked at me like, hi. Right off.
Yeah.
Like, you know her? I was going with her.
Dang, that's crazy.
Here. I did this in this city because I didn't think anybody would know me. Like,
Boy, if this was Looney Tunes, there'd be a smoke trail behind her. She left that table so fast.
You saw, if I remember correctly, she didn't come back to our table ever.
At all. You didn't, not once.
She come back to that table one time because she knew that nigga there knew her. Knew her hood, knew her from school. She was not supposed to be known that she was out there doing that shit. She did not come back to that table, nigga. You got
I'm the head cheerleader, most at Diddy. I'm this, that, and other, and she here taking draws off
for everybody. Yeah, too good for everybody. Here you is showing damn near all your body for motherfuckers. Like, oh, it's just not us, right? Okay. That's what
her eyes got so big that night.
Well, my
and she still looking at me funny at class reunions. She still looks at me funny at class reunions.
Wondering who you told about that shit. Did you tell
you go on her Facebook right now. She's this big nurse, RN, got her own business, living the best life. And I just every time I see her, she's like, hi. I'm like, hi.
That's typically what it is, though.
All nurses.
Boy, sheesh. I've dated enough of them, I can tell you.
I dated enough of them. It's like, yeah, nurses get it in, motherfucker. They do some shit. So
anytime.
I don't know if they practice on dudes that can't move right in the hospital or what. God damn. Skill. Yes, Katie Holmes was Tom Cruise's second wife who he got divorced from. She came in, she flew in and flew out. By the time he got with Katie Holmes, she was already showing her bare chest in movies and stuff like that, getting fucked on. So we knew what she was up to. And
wasn't excited to watch either.
She wasn't down with the Scientology after she got pregnant. Of course. Never saw that coming, ever. And Tom did become the poster child for Scientology, even though most of them Hollywood stars that you like are Scientologists. He ain't the only one. He is not the only one. He ain't the oldest one. No, it's a bunch of them. You like John Travolta? He's a Scientologist too.
I was about to say, yeah.
Like his wife that's been hot in movies forever, Kelly Preston. She won too.
May she rest in peace. She was a big one too.
Rest in peace. But a lot of these entertainers are Scientologists. Tom was the one who fucked it up and just got out there in front of everybody about that shit.
Yep.
So that's why he had to pay the price for a while. And if you don't think he paid a price, you look at the movies that he did during that time, like The Mummy. And then before he got back to doing why he went back to start doing Mission Impossible movies, because those sold. And then Top Gun Maverick. He the only star now. But for a while, he was on the out list too, just like Will Smith ass was. Because I don't care what anybody said, After Earth was a great movie.
Yeah.
But it only gets sold as Will Smith's failure, not M. Night Shyamalan's directing his first science fiction movie, big budget science fiction movie. You never hear about that. Or
But I think
about
for time,
manhood, you never hear about that shit either. You just hear the movie sucked. Well, what sucked about it? Well, Jaden Smith is a crybaby. He doesn't know how to act. Well, it's his second fucking movie. What do you expect? Really? Funny how that turns out. Anyway.
Well, I think for me that time when Tom was in the house, I feel he was actually relaxed and having fun making certain movies. Because Tropic Thunder, he was having a ball.
He was
stupid.
If you understand that watching his career and understand that he was kind of on the outs with Hollywood, he was having more of a good time. And that's where he got more of a cult following. More regular people liking Tom Cruise did. They did. Because that Tropic Thunder is a classic. I don't give a fuck who you are. You can be offended all you want to. That shit is hilarious. Yeah. I watched it again recently. I still laughed like, yep, you could have never made this shit today. You could have never made this shit today. If you showed up with a script, boy, they would get your ass out the office and start calling people on you.
It'd have leaked it and canceled you. All in the same
canceled your ass. Oh my God. You couldn't have made it then. And thank God you made it when you did, because that shit was hilarious.
Yep. Yeah, and some black folks wrote part of that script because that old, hey, you look shredded like Julius Salad. Like, what? How to get your tips? Just give me the goddamn map. Niggas do that. A black man wrote that line. I'm sorry. That black man wrote that line.
The black comedian in the show. Two of them, right? I remember, you don't think he wrote none of that shit? You don't think he had some input? It's a bunch of fucking comedians, dude.
Yeah.
Outside of Robert Downey Jr., come on. Most of the people in this shit is comedians, stand-up comedians.
Or comedic actors.
Gotta be funny.
At the very least, comedic actors.
Comedic actors. Yeah. Come on, man. That shit was funny as hell. I'm not offended about Robert Downey Jr. wearing that brown face. That shit was because he played it for a joke. He wasn't trying to play this shit like he was serious.
Yeah. It was a pastiche. But that's a hard thing to do, but he did it properly.
Mm-hmm.
So I congratulate him for it.
Yeah, he did that whole thing, and he was dead serious. I don't know if you guys watched the highlight reels of making the DVD. Mm-hmm. When he says, "I don't break character," the commentary, he literally did that in the commentary. At the end of it, he started talking about like Robert Downey Jr. Everybody fell out. Like, dude, you made this movie hella hard to do because he was doing so much ad libs. Like all the faces he was making, talking about that was all ad-lib.
Look, Robert Downey Jr., Ben Affleck, I think it's Matt Damon at a point, is people who just ridiculously fucking ad-lib. Ridiculously ad-lib. Yeah. And the shit is funny. It'll usually make it into the movie because it's so fucking funny. Mm-hmm. God damn, dude, we can't throw all of this away. We gotta use it.
So it is.
It's not on the page, but I don't give a fuck. It was better than what was on the page.
And I don't know if you guys have seen it. Rocket Ages with Tom Cruise. Gotta watch it. That man was Axl Rose. He was having a ball in that movie. You can't tell me anything other than that. He was having fun.
What up, Toya? Yeah, she put her name in there. What's up, Toya? Showing her whole ass. We got Dr. Doom and an ass shot up here. Awesome. I must be doing something right in life. Rainfire said in 2020, 3-episode Dracula series was good to me. And it was a combination of older Dracula movies plus running around in New York. I don't know what series that was.
Oh, no. Yeah, it was really good. I hated the end. Dracula was only afraid of the cross because of some psychological thing that Van Helsing's daughter or great-granddaughter broke him down psychologically to make him. I didn't like the way it ended. It was really good.
I like Dracula's idea of why he doesn't like the cross being that Dracula 2000 shit, where Dracula was actually Judas Iscariot.
Mm-hmm. That's why that was deep.
crossing
That was deep.
Yes, sir.
that shit was deep, boy. I was
Hit you
like,
with that.
oh,
Yeah.
that's a twist.
Yes, sir.
Like a twister there. He don't like the cross because he was Judas. That silver burns him because he took them
The 20
Pieces of
pieces.
salt.
Yes, sir.
20 pieces of silver. Like, oh, that's a good
Most
one.
forgotten man in history. That I was like,
Most
that was
forgotten man in
perfect.
history. And why? And why does he have to live off blood? Because he wasn't part of that little group like that.
Mhm.
He never drank from the cup. Yeah.
He never drank from the cup.
The cup.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, oh, love that shit. That was some good shit.
That's up there with that. I see dead people twist. That's up there with it. It's like, oh snap! Oh, for real, for real. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the twist I like. That's what I say. I watch a lot of vampire movies.
Mhm.
I always like to see how they twist the legend, or how they twist the legend of the story, or how they do their vampires, what their vampires look like. Are they soft and mushy? Are they super strong?
Yeah.
How it works out. And I'm usually pretty liberal on that shit because it's a story, motherfucker.
And it's about what they
Give me your version of it, okay?
Right.
It's about what do these vampires represent? What about the human
Exactly.
psyche do they represent? Are they
What
the
part?
decadence? Is about riches, or talking about the base nature, the bestiality, the bestial nature of man? What are we talking
Yeah.
about?
The other one was it wasn't. It might have still been Dracula 2000, but you found out the extreme loneliness that it is.
Yeah.
That he's immortal, but he has to walk through this life forever because nobody else he can ever have with him will ever live.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he turned to other people, he'd probably have to kill him later on.
Yeah.
Because there'd be a problem. So he's going to walk through this immortal life alone. And I think it was at the end of that one where he turned the chick. And then it's a good scene where they're just walking this path and you see time just flying by them while they're walking slowly through time. I think that's a good scene, dude. That was a good shot. Because that's what it is. It's like, okay, well, now I won't be alone a little bit. I was like, yeah, because that's the downside of immortality, nigga. Everybody goes. Everybody. Even your great-great-grandchildren. They might have knew you. They gone too. Like, it's a problem, dude. You end up losing so many people, you could be sitting there like that vampire in the first Vampire Hunter D movie. He's just sitting there bored as shit. Like,
Yeah.
It's unending boredom. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
That's what I loved about the Vampire Chronicles, the way she wrote it. I didn't watch the series because the whole gay trope, that's not even in the books. But the whole thing is the loneliness.
Yep.
The stat was lonely. He found somebody to connect him to that world. And then one of the running tropes in the series, vampires have two choices. After a while, some either go to the ground and hibernate. A lot of them walk out into the sun because they can't take it.
Yeah.
And they just quit.
It's like being in solitary confinement. After so long, you just go crazy, motherfucker. It's just like, okay.
Well, one of the characters that really brought a good point is Pandora. She's in the movie they made her Indian. In the book, she's actually Roman, and her husband was a Roman guard, but he got turned first. Mm-hmm. He couldn't take the coming of Christ, and how Rome was falling, and all this new stuff was happening. He couldn't connect to it. He couldn't take the change, so he walked onto the sun. He was like, "I can't do this." He just bounced.
Like, I'm good.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
He
This is where I get off. Yep. This is where I get off. I'm done here. It's been a good immortality. I'm gonna go watch the sunset. And the hit flicks. Mm-hmm. Here you go. BMX Bandits. This little springy haired girl over here, because this is happening in Australia or Wales or something like that. That's Nicole Kidman. Does she look hot? This is in her youngest form, nigga. Does she look hot? No, she was A-cupping it then. She tall. She tall as shit. That was her biggest critique on getting divorced from Tom Cruise. I remember hearing, which I thought was such a bullshit thing to say, is that she was happy being divorced because then she could finally wear high heels again. Like, bitch, you damn near 6 feet tall already. You married that short man. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's his fault? Now I don't have to wear flats. Man, shut up. You knew he was short when you all went out and dated. Everybody
That
knows
was
that
her
shit.
trying to
Tom
take a
Cruise
shot.
ain't 6 feet tall. He 5'6" or some shit like that.
Hey, you know, women can't once you leave them, they can't wait to just
Yeah, try to
sprinkle a little
talk
dirt
shit.
on your name, man.
Yeah. Oh, his dick wasn't no good. Bitch,
Yeah.
he was married to him for 20 years, sucking his little dick. Shut up. It must have been awesome. It must have been awesome because you had it. Shut up. I want to hear that bullshit.
It was, even if it wasn't awesome, bitch, it was good enough.
Apparently, it's good enough that night, wasn't it? I hear that shit. I hate my baby daddy. He's an asshole. Really? How many kids y'all got? 3. Oh, so he's been an asshole all 3 times? What's the age ranges? Was he an asshole all that time, or just
5,
when you
3,
didn't
and
like
1?
him no more?
The age be 5, 3, and 1. Damn.
Quit it. Wasn't an asshole. He just became an asshole when you didn't want to like his ass no more. He was lame. Yeah. Oh well. You like lame niggas apparently. Now I'm wondering about why you with me. I know what I'm in for now.
Hey, man.
Holy
Lame
shit.
did
What's
get
up?
pregnant too.
Yeah, what's up, Toya? Now you in here giving me the dirt face.
Yeah, because you made a comment about the cheeks, so I was like, let me.
I wasn't
change
mad
it.
about them. I didn't say they look bad. Y'all be
Um,
taking it the wrong way. I should just not talk to people.
blame it on the COVID. I'm gonna drop soon. I just honestly clicked the link a little too late. I wanted to get in on the Tropic Thunder discussion because I love that movie so much.
It's still on the table. What you got to say about Tropic Thunder? I didn't know you watched
Roll
it.
it back.
Yeah, multiple times. I love that movie. Did you guys know that Tom Cruise was supposed to play Rick Peck, and then they changed it to Owen Wilson, but because he attempted to off himself, they had to change it again
Owen Wilson tried to off himself?
in 2007.
Forgot about that shit.
Dang,
Yeah.
Well, he ain't
There's
the
all
first.
kinds of like little known facts about it that ended up, working out to the movie's success. But
Right.
I think that that's a classic, honestly.
It is a classic. It's a comedy classic, like Blazing Saddles or Stripes or some shit like that. It's a classic.
Yes, it's in the best category. Yeah, definitely. It's up there with that. It's
something you couldn't make today.
No.
You can't believe it was made at the time it was. And it's funny. It's not, it could be considered offensive retroactively, but that shit was funny as hell.
It was too funny to be offensive.
It was
too funny.
You couldn't take it that damn serious to be that offended by it. That was the whole point. It's like, this shit is comedy, dude. They're making a joke about it their damn self. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
It didn't take itself too seriously. And even if you could think it was offensive, it was more awkward than offensive. It was like the jokes that was like, ooh, I'm not offended by it. It's just like, wow, they existed in that gray space where it's almost one, but it's definitely not the other one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's a Ben Stiller movie. Nobody ever throws his name out there about that shit.
No.
They always talk about Robert Downey Jr., who ain't the lead in that shit. It's a Ben Stiller movie, Zoolander dude and all the rest of that shit.
Yeah.
That's him. That's his movie. And he never apologized for that motherfucker. No. It's an awesome movie. No, I don't take any criticism for that shit. He's been staunch on that, which I thought, damn, I didn't know his nuts was that big. God damn.
What?
Well, somebody tried to come at him about that character, like, well, this is what they used to do to us back in the day. He's like, why do you think I did it in the movie? Like, that's the whole point. We're making fun of the fact that this was an actual thing that they did back in the day. And he made it funny, and it was supposed to be offensive because it was offensive and stupid.
Yeah.
So it's hilarious.
I remember watching those old TV shows with the quote-unquote Indians. Boy, I'm like, yo, they really was wild in the old black and white shows. But I grew up in the country, so sometimes late at night, they would come on. I'm like, wait. That don't look like no Indian man. I swear.
No, it's not.
I was like, oh, man.
Bro, I'm laughing because I just thought about that because I just got done watching Gunsmoke yesterday with my grandma.
Wow,
that's all she's watching. Gunsmoke, Wagon Train, Bonanza.
Those were not Native Americans.
No, not at all.
None of them.
Never Native Americans.
None of them.
None of them. They had shoe polish on their face too.
Yep. Nobody black was black.
Wow.
Nobody Indian was Indian.
Oh,
what's his name for Little House on the Prairie? The dad, Robert Egan, whatever. What's the guy's name? Little House on the Prairie, the father.
I don't know what you're talking about. But
I have
go
no
ahead.
clue.
He was I forget what he was like 3 in these episodes. I'm like, that guy's not Indian. Like you see these characters, like, no,
Look,
it's
you were
Was
hilarious.
Tonto white too from Lone Ranger?
Yes.
You want to get fucked up? This is you watching Gunsmoke. I told you that when I worked on call at work, they don't have necessarily cable in that break room. You know what I sat in that break room and watched? Fucking Bat Masterson. And they was getting attacked by some supposedly Mexicans.
What is that?
Mhm.
Not Mexicans. Bat Masterson is another cowboy show.
Oh, okay, I'm
Watching that
with you
too.
on that one.
There was some offensive shit in that show.
Yeah. I'm watching all these every
Latino. I
day.
was like, I'm not Latino or Native American. I'm looking at that shit like, wow, that's fucked up. Those white boys. It was just
They
not
didn't
even
give-
Italians. They just white boys.
You got Telly Savalas playing a Mexican or and it is weird. Like, dude, like you get
But what else you got, Toya, on Tropic Thunder? What's your favorite line from Tropic Thunder?
I typed it in the chat
Did you?
when he said down in San Antone.
Oh, I thought you was actually okay. I just read that. I thought you was talking about that you were in San Antonio.
No,
Down in San
no.
Antonio. Oh,
That
shit.
was like my
Put the
favorite
quotes in.
part, that whole diatribe. But I'm shout out to Rainfire. He said he's gonna send me a gift basket to get better. I'll send you some booty sweat in exchange.
It's a booty sweat in exchange. Do you pack that in a plastic bag or a vial?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
How do you collect booty sweat?
Well, listen, get COVID. Get COVID on Christmas like me.
I
On
don't know
Christmas?
goddamn COVID.
Golly.
I don't want
So,
COVID
yeah.
on a regular day, let alone
No.
on Christmas.
Hell no.
The fuck is
That's
that?
why I
That is
sound
not the
like
gift
this.
that keeps on giving.
Mhm.
Like,
But,
what'd you get for Christmas? COVID.
Yep,
You just got COVID. Fuck
Shit.
that. I feel bad for
precisely. But thanks for having me up. I'm gonna go back and try to breathe.
you. Okay, don't lose the booty with the COVID.
get better soon.
Get better soon.
Get better.
Tell your mama to take care of you. I know she a Scorpio. She probably like, man, she get what she get. Get sick, she gets sick. No, tell them old women to take care of your ass. I'm watching them. Put a root on them. Tropic Thunder. Holy shit, you learn something new every day. I had never thought no woman would be liking that show. Most of Ben Stiller's movie are non-woke watch list. Yes, they are all. Most of Ben Stiller's movies are on the non-woke watch list, and he actually makes fun of them a lot of times.
Mhm.
Yeah, people love Zoolander, but it's pointing out the idiocracy of that modeling and shit. That's what it does. Brian the male on male vampire action is part of lore through the whole Vampire Chronicles mess. Threw me off reading it in high school. Anne Rice went in deep on that. Well, Anne Rice, what was the other one? True Vampire, whatever it was, True Blood. They just like mixing that vampire shit up with the homosexuality and lesbianism. They love doing that shit. You see it lending itself more to that than werewolves.
Yeah.
Right? Since werewolves are part of, technically would be part of like the dog family stuff, I can see them falling down on each other. I don't see it so much with vampires because they started with people.
Well, that's the thing in the book compared to the show. It wasn't a romantic love. Vampires are in love with life. So when they are feeding that romantic, that embrace, they're actually embracing life. Because for a quick second, they have a heartbeat, their skin gets warm, and it goes away. So they're like chasing that high, like a dope addict.
Yeah.
That's the way she broke it down. So it wasn't so much, oh, he's in love and wants to have sex with him. They get life, everything that comes with it. They get an erection, their heart beats, everything. Their skin gets warm. They get that quick second, and it goes away.
Right.
And as far as the love, like I said, it was a connection to a world, because if you psychologically, what makes you you? The people you know, the things you're connected to. So 100 years down the road, when everybody you know is dead that knows you, you can't really talk to anybody. Are you still you? Are you still going to be mentally okay with just walking around every day? And she kind of goes into that.
Yeah.
Right, because it's actually looking at vampires in a different way. Just then, it's just about the blood sucking and stuff like that, and that's why that whole other part comes into it so much, because motherfuckers are so focused on the sexuality aspect of it, the suckling aspect of it, and not, this is a lifestyle that you probably wouldn't want. These are the downsides of actually being in this place, right? And that's somebody taking a look at it from, okay, if I'm in this world and this is my life now, and it's divorce of everything I used to know, how do I function? People who wrote stories like that, especially in comics, who wrote about the downsides of being this powerful or having these abilities and stuff like that, and actually can put that in there, you see that you don't always want to be these people now.
Yeah.
Right? You don't have goth kids because motherfuckers made all that goth and vampires and stuff like that look fucked up. You have them because you thought to make it look cool, like it was something they had aspired to.
Yeah.
Not the downsides of it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I don't want to be sucking blood for fucking ever and always having to move, nigga, because people were showing up with pitchforks figuring out what the fuck I was doing. Or if I had a really loose night and I didn't drain this motherfucker all the way like I'm supposed to, now they running around and starting a whole fucking coven that want to take my head forever. I don't have time to be dealing with all that stress, nigga. That's too many bitches. You saw Sam, you saw Innocent Blood before, right?
Right.
Okay, what was her issue? She was a vampire, but she knew that there was a way she had to do her fucking kills, so this motherfucker doesn't come back. She was feeding on mobsters. She fucked up one time, and that mobster came back, and what did he do? It's a whole fucking problem. This nigga start turning his made men and top guys and shit, and they just out there just feeding on everything. Like, oh my god, it's a fucking headache. She said,
bringing heat to us too.
Yeah, I was just trying to eat. I just wanted to eat some Italian. Motherfucker got a lucky shot off, and now he turned and out here turning everybody. This is a problem. No, you don't want to be dealing with that shit forever. Looking over your shoulder like that forever. It's an issue. Yeah, I got powers. Woo! But you know what? I can never watch a sunset, and everybody I actually kill, I got to make sure it's the right type of people. Make sure I don't turn somebody that don't need to be turned, that don't need these damn powers. Like, it's a responsibility, dude. Yeah, a fucking headache forever. It's like being a Highlander. Like, yeah.
Well, you made a good point that I think a lot of people just skip over, because I just watched a couple of weeks ago somebody's first watch of Interview with a Vampire, and the first thing the lady did is she put sexuality onto everything.
Yep.
So all of a sudden she's cringing, like, "Oh, it's like a pedophile." I'm like, you're not watching and understanding what this little girl is saying, because it's my Louis, sweet Louis. That's like a pedophile. You realize that's not a little girl at that point? You're not understanding. She's like 100-something years old, a grown ass woman stuck in his body, which is her problem.
Which is her problem.
Yeah.
Which is her issue.
Which is her issue. But you're just seeing a child. I'm like, that's not a child.
It's not a damn child.
The problem of immortality.
Yeah, well, the problem of immortality and not getting older when you turn these fucking people. It's a problem. It's a problem.
How you see yourself versus how the world sees you.
Exactly.
Depending on when where you got turned.
Mm-hmm. Which is, I would look at it in a fucked up sense where I say it's almost like a religious metaphor. It's like it doesn't work for the adult that grows up. It works for children, it doesn't work for the adult. It only works when they're still child-minded.
Yeah.
Right. And one of the biggest character development of Claudia was they really didn't do good in the movie. You really can't. And in the book, it was always explained, people treated Claudia like a little girl until you looked into her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The scene when she was playing piano and the dude popped her, in the book, it was explained, at that point he was terrified because he realized that's not a little girl looking back at him.
No.
Well, she was 80 years old at that point. He knew he was in trouble.
I said that to you before, right? About how you know how old a man is that you look him in his eyes. And I've told people that shit before. It's like, don't be looking at me like, oh, you look so young. You look like you about 30. I'm not fucking 30. You want to know how old a man is? Look him in his eyes. You'll see how old that man is. You'll see what he's been through and how he look at your ass. It's not looking like he's some young motherfucker. That's your problem. You taking everybody level shit and not understanding who the person is.
Yep.
Not letting them match up. Shout out to Chosen Racer for supporting the stream. I will give you. I'm sorry, I didn't say it before I hit the button. I was just trying to get over on it. I will give you the 3B salute, but you already got it. So salute to you. Appreciate you supporting the stream. And shout out to the Beastly Nerd for supporting the stream. You want to see the booty clapping, so we give you what Charles Faulkner named the Guts and Butts. Appreciate you.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the watch.
What up, Panthro?
Woo!
Woo! The Woo-Bee showed up.
Yes, sir.
You like my smoking chair?
Yeah, I like that. That's comfy with the sword of omens behind you. That's
Yes,
like
sir.
a sword of Damocles hanging over your head, motherfucker.
Oh, that's what you described it. I like it. Yeah, you described it.
Don't bang your head back against that chair too hard. You can't be fucking in that chair. Somebody gonna get impaled in the fucking dome.
Not me. Sword of omens comes in my hand, but you know, and then you have the Superman up top. If I can show you,
accommodations all over the wall. See, that's a different set picture. Like the motherfucker actually done shit.
Yes, sir.
Good job.
a lot of this shit is some dangerous shit I've actually done.
Yeah,
So,
I like that.
when
That's
people
good.
when
You
people
gotta
say you're not a real cop, this says I am. This is even special police.
Well, when I hang shit like that up, right, and I tell people like I'm a journeyman carpenter, there's a certificate for that shit that I have that on the wall for that shit. It's not something I just went and printed up because diplomas and certifications is easy to get. No, nigga, it's sent from the state of California saying this is so and so MC journeyman carpenter level. Yeah, I put that shit on the wall.
And these two are very special to me.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
These are by Neil Adams. You know, it's beautiful to meet that guy and his wife. He always remembered me every time I see him. He always called me Arm.
Yeah, you kind of hard to not remember. That's why he remembered you, because of your fucking arms, nigga. Told you what he remembered.
You got your Frank arms. You got your Frank Cho.
Yeah, I like Frank Cho. I think I
Thor,
got one from him.
What's Falk without this guy?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
He-Man.
He-Man, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I don't like that pose. I don't like that pose. That pose is fucked up because I can barely see who it was. I almost said fucking Thundar in that shit because you can't see it's him. You turned it like 3/4 of the way, you would have seen Battle Cat and He-Man every one
of my favorite artists, Ed McGuinness.
Of course. Because Ed McGuinness draw buff dude.
The power.
I need more Captain America. Look, you know this is a fucking soldier's house.
You could tell.
Believe it or not, this picture is actually donated to the Pentagon because he actually gave me this for free. This is actually hanging up in the Pentagon. It was donated at the 9/11.
Oh shit!
And this is T'Challa with the Sword of Omens.
I know who drew that one. I can't think of the name of the guy who drew that one.
Marcus Williams.
Yeah, that bulky Black Panther with the sword. Okay, you got a Wonder Woman picture up there.
I have a lot of Wonder Woman. And this is not even half. I still got to get frames for half. And these are the hologram ones. So,
who's that guy? Yep,
guy.
Yeah,
guy Sensei.
There's the one with Freezer.
No reflection on that one.
It's kind of hard on the camera, but let me see.
Yeah, because of the glare.
Oh yeah.
Just because of the glare and the light.
And that's Preacher Trunk's cutting through freezer. This one's here. Here's a classic for you.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Captain Wolverine. Yeah. Captain Wolverine.
Well, I've been busy. I've been putting that shit up all
So
day.
this is what I
Friday.
tell you guys. You want to find out where a geek puts his money? You got to look at shit like that. That's where geeks put their money.
Yeah.
And this shout out to Art News Stall for these.
Oh yeah, I got my arts hanging up in my living room. My new styles.
And here's
Yep.
Mm.
Lou Ferrigno.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I told you I met Lou Ferrigno. I'm like, this motherfucker ain't as tall as I always thought he was.
oh, he's big.
I'm standing eye to eye with the Hulk, nigga. I must have grew up and like good about myself.
That motherfucker was huge when I met him. Shit. Huge.
He's still wide, but height wise, it's like, holy shit, I can look this nigga in the eyes.
Yeah, most bodybuilders on tall. Everybody forget that.
Well, yeah, but when you watching somebody when you was a kid, you look like a giant.
Oh yeah, sure.
Finally see him when you a grown man, like
really?
I got you. I think I might take you. Hulk.
Right. Get that quick confidence for a second. I think I can take you.
Yeah, I might be able to take you. Oh man. Oh no, you was a giant to me back in the day. Now you just
I remember
light work.
I remember going to get frames for a lot of, and that's not even half my collection. So I still got mortar frame. And they were like, good God. I said, this gotta be about $3,000. She's like, dude.
Yeah.
She was like, if you got artists who are no longer living, do you know the value of that artwork has just skyrocketed?
Yeah, but you don't want them to die for you to be able to.
Nah. I don't want them to die, but she was just.
I know it's valuable, but it's valuable more so to me because I like work. Right.
Yeah, that's the point that I was saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's more valuable to me because I can retain a piece of that art and it's something that I appreciated. At the time I saw it, at the time I liked it, that's what it was for me, right? So it's valuable to me. Most people always want me to put a dollar amount on the shit, and I'm like, I don't know the dollar amount because I never cared about that shit. I don't.
Yeah, that's how I am.
Because that's what it was for me.
That's how I am because any collector knows this one rule. There's what it's worth versus what will people pay for it. And to me, I value it a different way because it gives you that funny, fuzzy feeling inside.
Yep. That warm and fuzzy, like, man, I remember this day that I got to meet this motherfucker. Wait a minute. There you go.
Yeah, he's big as shit.
Yeah. He's still, like I said, he's still wide. Like, but I'm like,
he's still tall. I mean, you're closer to 6 feet, man. You're about what, 6 foot?
Yeah. 5'11".
So he's 6'6", 6'4".
Yeah.
And then you got to
6'4". Yeah, he's 6'4".
Yeah.
So it's a big motherfucker.
I'm like, oh shit.
It was like, but I bet
a Hulk.
He was cool as shit though. Like him and Nikolai Volkov. Nikolai is huge. God rest his soul. And he lived in Baltimore County too. That was a big man. And you got to think he lost 100 pounds when I met him, and he was still huge.
Wait a minute. What's this other picture? There's one more, not the one with my finger cut open. And not the ones that I shot when it was full of stuff. There's moments like that for geeks that are really impactful. Like they say, you never want to meet your heroes. Partly because the idea is that you'll be disappointed when you meet them. My thinking is you'll only be disappointed if you had them on a pedestal about them not being actual human beings. Right. That's the only way you'll be disappointed. Otherwise, they're just people. You're meeting people who just happen to do something that you see and admire. That's it. So you can't really disappoint me unless you said some fucked up shit. Then it's like, well, I don't like you because you said something fucked up to me. Not because you can't act, because you're an asshole. Personally, you're an asshole. That's just what it is. So what is it?
I think it's.
Two
And I'm
weeks.
looking at Artisan's background. I'm like, shit, that motherfucker got more weaponry than a goddamn armory.
You just don't know, man.
No.
My homeboy helped move my stuff out of storage once from switching storage spaces, and we worked together. So we was at work and we were talking about what we did this weekend. Said, "Yeah, I helped this motherfucker move, but don't help him move because everything he got will either shoot you or cut you. Make it too dangerous to move."
That's
like, man, I told you not to mess with it. You all right?
I feel you on that shit. It was so funny because my son, when I picked him up, and my godson walked in there, and they looked at my chair where I sit, and only I sit. They were like, "Yo, that's cool." They were like, "That's cool as fuck the way you got that set up."
Yep.
I was like, "Yeah." And you have to have a very artistic mind to do it because I'm like, how can I make this look cool and sophisticated for fun?
I'm pissed off that this picture came out so fucked up because my phone was so crammed with space. It was taking pictures slow, and I had to give it to somebody else who didn't know that shit. So this is when I got to meet Todd McFarlane and talk to Todd McFarlane. That was ImageCon. It was like, what, 20 years? ImageCon? Wow. And I got to meet and talk to Todd McFarlane. I went into the panel that he was talking at, and that's when I got the speech about entrepreneurship and stuff like that, which was a really good talk that he gave. It was about starting Image Comics and why you do it, right? But then right after that, they had this panel, and I went and I got to stand there and talk to him about that shit and told him that was really impactful to me. Now, y'all don't know how I revere Todd McFarlane because I really love the Spawn character and what he did with Spider-Man and whatnot. So being able to stand there with one of the creators that I really look to and have a real man-to-man conversation with him about entrepreneurship and doing the things that you want to do, that meant the fucking world to me. He don't remember my ass. But yeah. I got a YouTube channel. If I invite him on and he come on, that would be some shit for me. I'd probably be geek jizzing in my pants like, geekgasm.
Nerdgasm.
Yeah, nerdgasm, right? But sitting there with Liefeld, I don't hate Liefeld. Yeah, I know he can't draw certain things, but I don't hate Liefeld.
He gave you Deadpool.
A shitload of characters. He created Deadpool. He created Cable. Fucking Shaft, a bunch of characters that I actually like. He created. So I don't. Yeah, he can't draw hands. He know that shit too. He don't give a fuck. He still got a long career, but he created a lot of characters that people love. So I don't give him shit. But this was the same day I got shit from Mark Silvestri, who I also love, and he gave me shit about not having the next gen console because I didn't play the Darkness game. I was like, "You ain't played it yet?" I was like, "No, I have a next gen console." He said, "Man, what the fuck? You got to get on there." I said, "Man, I'm busy doing things like working and trying to take care of my family." But I love his work. I love his work. I love the characters he created. But it was fun to get shit from him about that. And it's just guys having a conversation. It was a regular conversation like me and Black Bane sitting up here talking about shit like, "I ain't watched this movie." Man, what the fuck wrong with you? I thought you was a movie buff. You don't really like movies. You just like watching credits, right?
You play it.
We having the same conversation with a artist whose work I absolutely adore. Absolutely put his shit up against anybody's shit. And I'm sitting there having a real just dude conversation with him, giving me shit. Like, man, you got to get on that shit.
And you appreciate
it. You got to take care of them kids. They can eat the video games. Like, man, would you quit that shit?
You would take a shot at me. Sorry.
Go ahead.
It's very humbling when you get to meet those guys. And I remember like meeting Neil, and he would also, like I said, he would call me Arms. Man, he had a strong ass grip to be that old man strength. And his wife would travel with him everywhere. And I was like, my son and his best friend were like 5 and 6 and accidentally bumped the table. Nothing fell off or anything. I was like, "I'm so sorry." They were like, "No, they're cool. They remind us of our grandkids. We love them." And my son and his best friend didn't know about, this is how legendary. I have a hardback autographed copy of Superman versus Muhammad Ali from him. And it was like, when people talk about John Stewart thank him. You know,
Mhm.
and you like your Batman the way he is, dark and brooding. That's him. And like you said, when you get to sit down and talk to some of these guys, and you're like, "Oh shit, y'all regular motherfuckers like I am."
Yeah. And the Rainforest question, no, Liefeld didn't give us Bishop. What I'm reading on here, because I looked it up just to double check. Jim Lee, Willis Potasio, and John Byrne gave us Bishop, which I like Jim Lee too. He was the
Mhm.
only one that was not there at that 20-year Image Con. He was the only one that wasn't there. Met everybody else though. Met everybody, even Eric Larson. I like Eric Larson. I love his
Oh,
run.
man.
Got to meet all of them, and I was happy as shit because I loved Image Comics, and I got to meet my favorite creators all at the same time. That shit was like that was a geekgasm, nigga. I did have a moment.
Artisan, man. People, because everybody on the panel is 40 plus, man. They don't understand how big and revolutionary shit like Image and Milestone was in the 90s.
Image is that shit for sure.
Yeah,
Like I
because
met
they weren't there for it.
yeah, and I met Eric Larson as well. Like he did a drawing in my art book of Venom, Wonder Woman, and the Savage Dragon. I'm like, holy shit. And you know, that's when a lot of their cartoons were coming out, like Wildcats, Savage Dragon, and I was like, holy shit. Yes,
Well, this is why, not to turn it all into comics, but this is why when you go to comic conventions, go by Artist Alley. And it's not just to see, you know, where you can get some cheap books or something like that, or who's producing what. It's so you can meet people that are up and comers in this profession. These are people that are following their dreams, right? And going after something that you might be interested in or might have thought about doing. They're doing it. And they're trying to build themselves up in that sense to get with these majors or do their own book. Like this dude. Who knows who this is? Probably none of y'all.
Nope.
Okay. This is Javon Kirby. JJ Kirby. He does some amazing work. How I even found out about this brother is he started drawing one of my image characters that I love, which was Backlash. He started drawing Backlash, and I liked his work, right? His work was so clean. It still held what Brett Booth was doing, but it looked a little bit more anime in a sense, right? Hold on, I'll show you the shit. So when I went and saw him at a con, he was doing his own book that he was putting out there, but he did a drawing that I bought of his, which was the Joker and Harley Quinn. That shit looked awesome. That shit is still in storage though, but I was buying his work, right? Because I liked who the artist was, and then when I found out he was black, oh shit, hell yeah, right? This is some of his work. So you see, it's kind of bulbous, it's kind of bulky for the Backlash character I was showing you guys last week. This is one of his covers, right? Javon Kirby. Finding out he was a black dude, a young black dude at that, oh hell yeah. Gotcha.
That's how I felt about Dexter Vines when I met him at the Baltimore Comic Con. I was like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't know you were black. He was like, man, I do that shit sometimes.
And
But
this was his book. Let's see. I can bring this up. This was his book. This characters that he was pushing. This is not the splash page that he had, but mind you, this is before, you know, Black Sun Comics or anything like that. He's pushing his own book. He's worked for Image. He's worked on popular titles, and now he's pushing his own comic. This was his comic. New Dynamics. The thing of his characters was he always used black characters. He always made a black character that he put out there. He put his own character in the Backlash, Omni, which was a cool character because it was a flip on being. Charles will remember this. But it was a flip on Prime, the character Prime from Malibu Comics, right?
Oh yeah, Prime, crazy Superman.
Right. So the thing with Prime was a kid and got these powers to be like a big ass Superman character. Well, Omni as a character, he was a kid too. And when he got his powers, he ended up being this big ass dude, right? But let me see if I could pull up Omni. Everybody thought that Omni, God damn it, I can't spell today. There it is. Everybody thought that Omni had super strength and shit like that. It wasn't that he had super strength. He had a force field. And his force field was like low level telekinetic. So all those feats of strength that he was doing was mostly his field, not actually him. But he looked big as shit. That's him. But he was like 13. He was like 13.
Damn, that's some nice artwork right there.
Right. But it's just like street level regular art, right? You drawing. You're not really trying to draw superheroes, you're just drawing. That's his talent. Now you see how he draws. Charles, if you saw Superman looking this goddamn big, you'd be like, God damn. It wouldn't be Superman, it'd be goddamn, man.
God damn it, man.
Damn it,
It's
man.
like- it's like-
Muscle Beach. You know, Venice, you from Venice?
That motherfucker like Doomsday big.
Yeah.
Yeah, massive.
Little ass head, proportions and stuff. But his art looks clean. It looks like clean work. It's not that he was sketching the shit or nothing like that forever. Oh, this is a funny picture too. Here we go. Motherfucker could fly and some other shit. So he was like a Superman, but it wasn't traditionally how Superman has his powers. It wasn't the actual power. Here we go. This is one of the pages from the book. Shit like him wearing the Decepticon shirt. Right.
Oh, no,
that's
that's
the
nice.
page from the comic.
That's nice.
Yeah, that is clean for sure.
Clean work. And I believe the character was an artist. And the funny part about this, one of the lines I saw Javon Kirby in an interview on television, that's how I found out he was black, because they were interviewing the people at Image. And one of the lines he said, which I thought was fucked up, was that he said he would steal. So if you got a good idea of some shit somewhere like that, I'll steal it. And they was laughing about the shit, right? Well, this belt is an example of that. He really has this belt. He wears this belt, and it's an old seat belt from a car. It's something he actually wears. He drew it onto the character, so he put it on the character.
I see it now. That's crazy.
So if it's something that works, he uses. If it's something that works, he uses. So basically, he's an example of an artist. Yes, he's pulling stuff out of his mind, but he's also taking in everything around him to use as well and put it into his art that he's doing.
That's it.
I thought that made his art actually fresh, in a sense that it's stuff from around you that you would see regularly, right? And he would put it into his art and make it fun. So you see, it looks kind of comical, but the proportions are exaggerated in some senses, but they look like people. They're actually people. They just look like, okay, you can see this animated really easy.
Yeah, it looks like a sharper Baki.
Mm-hmm. You can see it animated really fucking easy. And that's what he did. So I liked his style. His Joker and Harley Quinn was cool as fuck. I liked it.
Hey, gentlemen, I got to cut this short. I got some stuff I got to handle. Artists, I'll let you know what's going on when I get some more information. It's about my grandma and my brother.
Okay.
You know, hopefully everything's okay. And you saying the phrase short is an understatement, my nigga.
Yeah. Well, you guys have a good one. I'll hit you guys later.
All right, man.
All right.
I wonder what's going on.
It's funny because I have a fellow appreciation of writers and artists, because when I've done a little bit of it, coming up with your own material, people don't understand the type of work and dedication you must have for that stuff, man.
Yeah,
And it takes years of creativity.
it does. My characters I created, I made them in 93. I can draw one of those characters, any one of them right now, but I wrote a Bible for my book, for my characters, because technically when I made my characters, I wanted to sell my characters to Milestone because Milestone was still in existence when I made my characters up. And I wanted those characters to go into Milestone Comics because they were mostly minority characters anyway, so it would fit better there. Right?
Yeah.
I wrote what I called the Bible for my characters and storylines and all of that shit. And that shit was about that thick. Computer paper.
Yeah.
Every breakdown, power scaling, story ideas, story beats of where the character is going, their journey, all of that shit. I wrote that for every fucking character. And that's what I called it.
I did something similar to that in basic training.
Mm-hmm.
Just to keep my sanity. I was like, shit. You know, you have your Sundays where there's no training, you're just cleaning. And just to do something because that's the only board day you got. Till the drill sergeant just came around to fuck with you. Started drawing. Matter of fact, I actually drew the mascot t-shirt from my platoon.
Nice.
So it was like one of those creative things. Like you actually make a good point. I think a lot of people need to make the Bible and then the characters. You can always work the characters the way you want. Once you have that Bible, it puts you on a set path.
Yeah, because you know what's going on with the character. Because at least for me, it gave me a roadmap of where I wanted to see these characters go. Because this is one of the reasons why I say I don't need origin stories for characters, right? And that I like it better if you just pick up a story with the character, because my characters, I know what the origin point was. I know where I want to see them get to, right? All the shit in between there, those 2 points, is the interesting stuff. So I can technically drop in anywhere in there and start telling you a story about this character. You don't know anything about their future selves. You don't know anything about their past selves. I can tell you about their past selves in little flashbacks or snippets. But what happens with the character gives you an indication of where they possibly can go in the future. Could always give you a breadcrumb and say, man, if he can do that on this scale, that would be something to see. Well, maybe you'll see that, motherfucker. That's the hook, to get you to keep, reading and following the journey of the character, as opposed to, did I get everything I needed out of it right now at this moment? Did I squeeze this lemon for all it's worth right at this moment? Or will I have to take my time with it? ADD theater or long form content? Right, I got this UFO cover up. Okay. And now you're talking UFOs. I'm glad I put that shit out there. So, yeah, it makes it more fun when you can plan that stuff out that way. And I like creators who actually do that, who actually had a solid plan of where they're taking these characters, because it gives you an idea that somebody is thinking about this shit a little bit more deeply than the surface level. That I just need to get this out for this one time.
Here's a question I meant to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you prefer the never-ending story format like Marvel and DC, or do you prefer the more image, Wild Storm, 90s Wildstorm, set story to set ending?
For comic books, I like the never-ending story, the continuing journey of our particular hero or character. I like that better, right? For events, short set amounts, nothing over 12 issues, nothing over crossing over 4 different fucking books. And that means 12 issues within 4 books. Don't like that drawn out shit. I like my events once a year, maybe twice. One major event in the summertime, obviously, that's going to be your 12-issue run. And then maybe one other one later in the year, Christmas or early part of the year. 6 issues. But the main book should always be the continuing adventures of this character. You should get their continuing story. That gives, for me, understanding that gives you continuity to where me as a father, I can give my kid books to read right now about this character. They could like it, they could enjoy it, we could have a conversation about the character, and I could share with them stories of where the character came from. And then they can go back and read that if they wanted to and understand this is the same character. This is the same journey all the way through. I'm just catching them at this moment. Yes. Then we both can read the concurrent stories and see how the character is continuing to evolve and grow. Yeah. That makes it more generational in that sense, as opposed to now we're going to reboot the whole universe. And 3 years from now, we're going to reboot it again. Yeah. And now we're going to soft reboot and go back to the original story that we broke from 6 years ago.
And 6 years ago, we're going to combine them both.
That shit is, having worked in a comic shop, it's absolutely fucking irritating to organize a back issue bin with all them breaks and books. Absolutely irritating.
Especially if I'm just coming in. Like, hey, artisan, I saw a YouTube video about Batman. What do I start with? And he's like,
what episode was it? What issue was it?
And which version of it
was? No, yeah. Well, which Batman was it? Who wrote it? Well, so and so. I don't know the writer. Well, fuck.
Well, that's
going
that's
to be a tough one because every time a new writer and artist team come on, they want to change the number for them bitches.
And he looks different. The art style is way different. It's like, is it the bigger Batman? Is it the skinnier Batman? Is it the older Batman?
How does this relate to such and such? Well, these are two separate fucking stories by two separate artists at two separate times. It's still Batman? Yeah, but you got Batman by Gaslight, Gotham Knights Batman, Shadow of the Bat, Batman Action, Batman Detective Comics, just Batman.
Court of Owls.
Fuck. It's so many different subtitles in that shit. Yeah, it's all Batman in every one of them. But the stories ain't really connected.
And this is all within the last 15 years?
Yes.
Try 5.
That's everything before. No. Seriously. Wow. And that's not even, that's like 20, 30 years ago. Forget it.
I mean, you gotta think about this, right? Crisis on Infinite Earths, or the one what's the latest one? Crisis, that was like what, 10, 15 years ago when you got the new 52. So 15 years.
That was a Flashpoint.
Like, because they went into Flashpoint. Then they went into what's the one when it was the big little crisis thing when Superman lost his powers for a year. And it was that was the crisis point, and then Flashpoint. And it's funny because it was funny as hell because you're looking at it like, and then Marvel got into this big, every goddamn day had to be a goddamn big event. We're going to try to promote Captain Marvel. Nobody who likes her, especially this modern iteration of her. We're going to shove her down your throats and put Civil War. But you give us a better version with who was it? Ultimate Empire.
That's different than what I'm saying. You're talking about events. I'm talking about just titles for a character. There are at least, I think at this time, there are at least 10 different Batman titles.
Yeah.
All with Batman in them. You can name 3 off the top of your head. Batman Detective Comics, Absolute Batman.
Yep.
3 different Batman titles just off the top of my head.
Concurrently running. None of them had the same story going on.
Nope.
Because Batman on anything fucking sells comics.
Yep.
So you can have 10 to 15 different Batman titles running at the same time. If they all sell, they're all still getting made. Right? If you go back and somebody say, hey, there's one Batman comic where he fought the fucking Joker. Well, goddamn, which was the title of the book? because I'm sure the Joker popped up in each one of those. Ain't the same fucking Joker, but I'm sure a Joker showed up in each one of those. It makes it harder to give somebody a story to say, hey, if you want to find out where this story for Batman happened, well, maybe it happened in this one shot over here. Maybe it happened in this graphic novel, because it may not be in main continuity. When you start having concurrent, multiple continuities happening at the same time, it just makes it really hard to organize that shit for a new person. That's probably part of the reason why as many new people don't get into reading comics, because the glazed look that comes over their face when they walk in a comic book store is they don't know where to start, and they think they always need to start at the beginning. No, you don't. Comics aren't designed like that. Comics are designed where you can jump in anywhere, and you can go back to the beginning if you want, but we need to grab you here in this month and get you to go forward with this, and then maybe go back and get your back issues.
And I think that's the crazy part about, like, let's say manga, where, oh goddamn, I like it, but some formats I don't, because the only one that has kind of the never-ending story monologue is One Piece. But
Bleach does it too, though.
I think Berserk is the longest running.
Well, it's One Piece. Well, Berserk stopped because the guy died. It seems like it's always
still continuing. His close partner that was working next to him is continuing it for him.
Yeah.
Well, technically, Dragon Ball Z is a never-ending story too.
Yeah, it is. The continuing of Goku and family.
Yeah, it's continuing, but even though, in all technicalities, has it stopped for a long bit, because then they had GT and everybody bitched about GT. Then they missed GT. But once you went to that field, you'll never make everybody happy.
No.
That's the special part about comics. You'll never make everybody happy.
Well, it's comics, in the most part, is never about making everybody happy. It's about telling a story, right? It's not about, you're trying to do something for your fans, the people that read the book, but you're trying to be, true to the characters and tell a story with this character, right? An interesting story that people might like. Everybody's not going to like it. In this critical age, nobody likes anything anyway. So it doesn't fucking matter. Like, they'll complain about a sunny day and they'll be mad when it rains too. Like, oh, it's always sunny. It's so fucking hot. Now it's raining. I was like, oh, it's always wet. Man, shut the fuck up. It always happens. You're not pleasing everybody anyway, so you might as well make the story you're going to make, and it will find its audience.
Yep.
It'll find its audience. That's the whole point of comics. They're always fighting for people to buy this shit, pay for it, not stand in the shop, thumb it up a little bit, and then walk out. Oh, well, it doesn't seem like much. No, they're trying to get you to buy into what's going on with this character and this story and want to read the next one, to come back next month for the next installment of this story that we're trying to tell you. You're never pleasing everybody. And comics has never worked on pleasing everybody, because there was a long time when comics wasn't even popular to fucking like by the general mass audiences. Yeah. It was a niche thing that only weird people liked.
Yep.
So it's never been everybody had to like it. No. Even in that niche group of weirdos who liked the shit, they didn't like some stuff.
Yeah.
That's why the conversation between a Charles and the AM of Batman or Superman, that's a part of the entertainment to me of that, is understanding that this is a niche group of people who really love these characters, and they still can find reasons to dislike the other ones.
Yeah.
Made by the same company.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it's fun for me, not in the sense of seeing them arguing like I get off on that shit, but seeing the passion. Seeing the passion in them for these characters, that these motherfuckers love these characters. They do. And it's just a colored, drawn character on paper that they have a really deep connection with, because people told good stories with that character. That's what they're speaking on. They're speaking on the passion that they have from reading this character. Like, no, this is not what the fuck they would do. Right? It's not what he is now. No fucking way. Yeah,
Since you said all
that's
that,
passion.
What's people's problem with the TV show Crisis over Infinite Earths?
It's low
Because
budget.
I don't really have that much of a problem with it.
The
I had
problem
some
with it is
trouble,
that
but
it's basically a remake of the original material.
Mhm.
And in this is the thing you have to look at in this critical time where can make whole careers off of criticizing shit. You have to understand what their complaint is. What is their complaint about it? Not that they have a complaint. What is the complaint? Is the complaint that
well,
they
one
just
of the
didn't want to see
complaints,
it remade? Is too many minorities in it? What is their actual complaint? What are they actually complaining
Maybe
about?
that it looks low budget. I don't know.
one of their complaints was like something like, okay, that the monitor was nerfed.
Anti-monitor.
They nerfed the monitor, yeah, in the anti-monitor, he was nerfed. So he's not like how he's supposed to be in the comics. And they kept referencing the comics, hey, that this ain't according to the comics, that wasn't according to the comics. And I'm like, I could see certain things, but I was like, but overall, I'm like, I didn't have a problem with it. I watched
So
the
basically,
whole
what they're saying is that because they nerfed him, they didn't get enough carnage. Is that what I'm hearing? Because he
Yeah.
was nerfed, he couldn't kill as many people as he should have in the comics, and that's what they wanted to see.
It's low budget family TV. I don't know if they expect it.
Yeah. Well, it's not going to be the comic because it is
Low budget
anime.
family TV.
It's
I'm talking
anime.
about in the Crisis. That was you talking about the CW show, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, on CW. With
It's television.
Arrowverse. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
saying
it's
it's low budget family
television.
TV. What do you expect? You can't have a bunch of people get
It's not even that it's low budget TV. It's TV one.
It's family
They
show.
don't have access to all those characters because they haven't introduced all the characters that were in the original Crisis. They're not the original writers of that shit, so they can't do it justice necessarily. They can get close, but they can't. They're playing with the toys they fucking have on the board.
Talk to them.
So they have to modify the story from the original material to make it work for what they have to use to make the story. So, like Matt is saying, low budget. They're not doing, a 12, 16 issue arc. They're doing an hour show. Like 5 times, I think it ran 5, 6 times. Between
But
just
did they have
the shows that they have. Yeah, what do you
But
expect?
did they have to make my boy the Green Arrow into the Spectre though, man?
Yes. Yes. Because look, when you look at a story like that and you feel like you want to adapt that story into modern television show, you have to figure out what are the main beats of that story that you need to have that keeps it together and it doesn't fall apart. What characters are mainstay characters that you have to have in that story? Do you have those characters available in the current universe of characters that you're using in this real world television show? If not, you have to figure out who can we have play that role now? How do we start adjusting this a little bit to be able to still try to tell this story, but bring it down into this world that we're in with the characters we have to use? That's what makes it seem low budget. That's what makes people pissed off, because once you start altering it too much, once you clipping at the quilt too much, you don't got a quilt no more, motherfucker. You ain't even got a throw blanket. You're fucking it up. Too much alteration ruins it completely. But they still want to tell the story. That's what the fuck you get. As far as the CW Crisis, I didn't watch all of it all the way through. Wasn't that bad. But that's just saying it wasn't that bad. Because there other things exist now, like Acolyte and fucking Agatha and shit. There's other things that exist now. So, the sinking ship raises all water. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Other shit floats higher to the surface. I don't know. It wasn't that bad. It was some interesting stuff thrown in there. But that's just understanding the original Crisis story, just saying, okay, well, that's an interesting interpretation. Like we were talking about with the vampires. Okay, well, this vampire was Judas Iscariot. Okay, that's interesting. It's not the actual legend, but sounds pretty cool. I buy that for this interpretation. Same shit. When you watch a CW Crisis event, was it the comic? No. But did you enjoy it? Did it do its good version within what it could for a Crisis event? Yeah. Okay. Was it the original? Absolutely not. But it goes the same way with me bitching about the Foundation show. It's not the book. It's not. Shouldn't even be named the Foundation because it's so far off the book. But it's entertaining sci-fi. This is it. It's entertaining sci-fi. It's not the book, but it is entertaining sci-fi.
Yeah, basically, around Jaws drop. To round it up, to repeat what you said earlier, because you asked me to repeat what you said. Basically, you were saying something in roundabout words, where you were saying that a lot of people allow themselves to get influenced by the influence to like something or to watch something by the influence of others. And that peer pressure. So it's like a lot of people have a hard time, exercising their own mind because they've never been taught to exercise their own mind. They've been taught more so to follow along, to take the blue pill, to sleep in the pod with everybody else. Instead of being the one.
Go to sleep in your pod, man. See the rest of us sleeping in our pods, don't you? Lay down and sleep. That's why I always ask stuff like that, and I do it just not because not because I'm disliking the person because they went and saw something. That's not what it is, right? It's only to figure out where they're coming from, what you engaged on it, what's your thought process on it. When I do these shows and I'm asking people what they thought about a show, a movie, or whatever, I'm asking you. And that's why I get, bristly when I hear shit that I've heard out of other people's mouths. I listen to other content creators. I'm sub to a lot of people's channels because I was a subscriber before I was ever a content creator, right? So I've already heard what they have to say. But if you're here and I'm talking to you and I ask you what you have to say about it, I want to hear from you, your thought process, not somebody else's. Don't regurgitate their fucking words. I know you watched the same shit I did, but you should have your own thought process on it. That was just like going through college. It was never about a source. Yeah, you can have a source, but you got to put your own on it. Where is you in this that you have to say? What up, AB? That's what I'm trying to hear. I'm trying to hear you because I'm trying to understand who you are and what you like and what you gravitate to, what you got from the material you watch, your thought process, not somebody else's. If all you got is somebody else's regurgitated words, you don't have shit to say. And you are sleeping in your pod. Because original thought comes from having an original thought, and not just what you're told you're supposed to say and supposed to like. That's why I can't listen to a lot of people, and that's why it frustrates me, because I like originality. That's what I'm drawn to. Even if I don't agree with you, at least if I didn't agree with you, I know where the fuck you stand. And I know what you stand on. Okay, I don't agree, but okay, got you. And that's more of, to me, that's more of a bonding or understanding of a person than they just agreed and repeated everything they heard from somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you was taught to like that.
Yeah, there's nothing for me to connect with you on. You can't even go in depth. You know why you can't go in depth? Because they didn't tell you what to go in depth about.
Mm-hmm. Certain shit though, hey, I will say nowadays, certain shit. Oh, Cerebrus.
Yeah, Cerberus, an aardvark creator, said his story had a beginning and an end, a set number of issues, and the story would end. That was different for me at a time. Write some comics like a novel. Yeah, some stories are better left. That's why the question Charles asked me was a hard question. Right? Some stories are better encapsulated and closed off because that's all you need to say about that story. But that's where, for me in comics, that's where a small event, a limited issue, a graphic novel, that's what you do with those. That's what they're for. Like Watchmen was a good graphic novel. I would not want to read Watchmen if it was still on. It was on issue 200 or some shit like that. Wouldn't be interested. It'd be too fucking depressing. But in that short, hey, this is just a graphic novel, it works. Absolutely works. And that's what makes it a classic because it stopped at a point. Because it stopped. You see that shit now with people with TV shows. When some TV shows that are going on forever, when do you see people watch them? When they finally fucking stop. Like, oh man, I can't
Ain't that a
watch
bitch?
all of this shit. Oh, they ended it at season 8. Thank God. Now I can go back and watch it. Now I'll binge it. Now I'll binge it and catch up because if this shit was still going on, I still wouldn't watch it. It's too much to catch up on. Some things need some finality. Some things do. And it's basically on the nature of your story. It needs to have some finality for people to get a moment to appreciate what you've done and actually wrap their head around it and talk about it, enjoy it. When us older geeks talk about shit from the 80s, it's usually because it stopped. That's why we can talk about it and have such reverence for it and watch it so many times over and over again, right? Because it stopped. If it didn't stop, you wouldn't know shit about it. Nobody would fucking give a shit. It would still be playing and you'd be like, yeah, whatever. Can anybody tell me what the latest episode of, what is it? What is it? Not CSI, the other one. The other one, Special Victims Unit or some shit. NYPD Blue. Can you tell me what happened on the recent episode of that? No, because it's gone on too fucking long. Yeah. You can't keep up at that point. It's like, man, it's too much to even get into because it goes too far back. If Miami Vice was still on today from the 80s, nobody'd be watching that shit. It wouldn't even be good. It wouldn't even be good. All you would watch is the slow decline of something that was really good at one time and became really, really formulaic and shitty.
I derailed off with an NCIS motherfucker.
Yeah, see? Because NCIS spawned too many fucking spinoffs. And some of them were good. But at the end of the day, I'm just watching CSI, right? New York, Las Vegas. Did they have one in Baton Rouge? I mean, what the fuck, dude?
Damn, I just discovered something with myself. Yeah, I think that's probably why.
It's probably like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
At a point, you oversaturated the market because you kept trying to spread it out so everybody can, get a piece of the lick on the spoon, and it just ruined it for you. You don't want to watch none of them now.
I mean, yeah, salute to LL and all them, but real talk, I was like, F all the motherfuckers, man. I just want Gibbs. I'm cool with Gibbs.
Yeah. What AB say? Nope, stop watching SVU like 8 years ago. And the shit is still on. You jumped off 8 years ago, the shit is still running. And I'm not mad at Ice-T for having a long career on that shit. I'm not. It is a good show, but it works on the fact that it takes from real life events and real life police stories, and they can go on forever with that kind of shit. So it's still there. Right? It's still there. But you don't see that with something like an ER show. Did we stop having ERs? Did stop being crazy shit happening in a hospital at night? No. It's still running. Yes, AB. Yes. And Ice-T is still on it, still pulling the check from that shit. I'm not mad at him either. I'm happy for him. But yes, it's still fucking on.
I'm kind of glad though that for my manga though, anime, in the manga they came out with 7 issues for the Berserk series. So I'm like neither mad or you know, are happy about it. I'm like, I'm cool about it. You know, that they at least came out with 7 issues. So I brought that up to say, is that the same with the comics? Like, do they have like where you guys get like only 6 or 7 issues of it in a year?
For comics, you get 12 issues a year. You get an issue a month. In the summertime, in certain points, you might have a couple more issues because there's sneak extra issues in. Like you'll get an annual, which is the 13th issue, right? Year of that publication, you'll get an annual. You might have extra issues if you have an event going through there where the character shows up in the major events that's happening throughout, you know, the titles, right? But at base, 12, 13 issues a year. 12 issues, 1 annual. And that is 12 months, technically, in the life of that character. You with that character for a year of what's going on with that character, what they've been through. Now, the problem
I realized one came out a month, but I didn't know it was like, damn, for the whole 12 months. Shit.
12 months. But what happens within the comic is you don't know how much time has passed because it's not in our current time frame, right? It doesn't go, well, in January you told this story and then the next book came out in February. And in February, this is a whole different month in the comic. No, in comic book, it might have been the next day. It might still be that same day. So comic book time is completely different than outside of the comic book time. It doesn't move the same way. So that's why they give the excuse why Peter Parker could never be so old. He's not as old as me, even though might have been reading him for 20, 30 years. He ain't as old as me. He's still pretty much the same age he was. Pretty much. Because comic book time works completely different. In manga, it'll progress damn near with current times too. That's why I like Naruto so much, because when it got to that next year, yeah, that nigga got older. Yeah, and you missed a couple years, but he has matured. He's grown up. So you're really growing with the character the whole time. Really, in real time. The MCU got to that where they tried to keep things in a real world time frame. So whatever was happening with the character was happening with the audience at the same time. So when you hadn't seen that character in 3 years, it had been 3 years for the character too, when you caught up to it. Like, oh, I haven't seen him in a movie in a while, and it's been 3 years, and he knows it's been 3 years too. Well, that made it a little bit more interesting, but also makes it a little harder too to write the story. You have to be on your ball with storytelling because time has passed for this character as well, in the same amount of time that passed for the audience. So you have to be up on what's going on in the world at that time. You have to have the character responding and reacting and behaving in the way that he knows that happened too. He or she knows that happened as well. And put that into their thinking for how they operate, right? Grey's Anatomy. Damn, Grey's Anatomy is on 21 seasons, and I've never watched that fucking show. Never. I don't like it because the people who really enjoy Grey's Anatomy was always a bunch of chicks, and all they was talking about was who was sleeping with who in the hospital. I'm like, fucking sex. Chicks love sex. Jesus Christ. And then anything else going on in this besides, dysfunction?
And you see the older chicks too talk about the same shit. You be like, damn, woman.
Who fucking who? Like, goddamn, dude. It's got to be it. It's got to be the only thing they.
But I like that about what was Berserk though, right? As I found out some time ago, because man, this manga dude is long as hell for so many years, and within this, basically, what Muro created was that it's a 1,000-year story within a story.
So they're stretching it out a bit.
Yeah, and now after all these years, they actually showed like the beginning, like of how it all started, like of how the God hand, these demon kings, began, like how it all began and shit. They showed that, like, so it kind of somewhat relates to what you was talking about, because it's like, damn, y'all could have showed this 10 years ago. So I'm like, damn.
They get to it when they get to it. Rainfire said annuals in summer was like a second Christmas for me. Yeah, annuals were always cool because you would also have, depending on the annual, what was happening, you would get maybe 3 different stories in it. Different writer, artist team, writing stories with this character in the annual. That's where I found out about the Speedball character for reading that annual for Spider-Man. And it was a fun character. When he had his own book, I was buying that shit. That's how the character even showed up. That's where you get to have new characters and shit like that show up and not a more of a month type of situation. It's fun. Annuals are fun. Get a little different story outside of continuity. Chosen Racer, appreciate the donation. I think start to finish stories in general have a quality / legacy advantage in discussions, but the biggest benefit for an ever-going story or stories is the ability to create universes like DC and Marvel. Yes, or like Lord of the Rings. The benefit of telling a story where you know it doesn't necessarily have an endpoint is that you can always ever expand on the world. If the world is interesting, right? If the world is interesting. Take John Wick, for instance. The first John Wick movie, far as I know, was not made because they thought they were making a fucking trilogy. It wasn't. They didn't have an end goal in mind. They just wanted to tell the story of this character. And they told you the story of this character, John Wick, in the world he lived in. Well, by the second movie, because the first movie had blown up so big and it seemed that people really resonated with this character and really liked it and wanted to see more, they went back and expanded on the world. And the next movie gave you more into the world of the Continental and everything else. It expanded out. You found out about more of these other characters that came in that you thought were interesting. Winston, Karan, and all the rest of these people, right? This assassin's world. Well, since that worked, they expanded it again when they made the third movie, expanding more out to the bigger world of this assassins group. How the rest of the stuff in this world, other characters who may have gotten in and gotten out. All the way up to the fourth movie where you get the further expansion of the world to understanding what the high table is, how the high table functions. Understand you started this whole 4 movie series talking about one fucking character. And from there, you understand how the hotel that supports these killers works, how this killer organization works, and the organization that runs all of this shit works. Completely expanded out from a story of one man grieving his wife, used to be a killer, and they killed his goddamn dog and stole his car. You got all the way up to the high table. You having a duel so this person can get his hotel back and all the rest of this shit, and other people's lives is involved in it. That is an expanding story that didn't have an endpoint at the beginning. But it did have an end. John Wick had to die for the story to actually end in some kind of way. But nobody wants it to be over. But where do you go from there? You're going to sit on the high table. Another place to go after that. Like, you're going to have to sit on the high table. Reform the whole assassin.
Hey, artist, I want to see him. I want to see my boy John Wick, damn it, sitting down, damn it, in a chair, rocking back and forth his dog and some jack in hand, damn it.
I'd want to see him running the table. For him actually having to be in charge and run the table, which I don't think he would do. Or finding out that Winston might have been his actual father or some shit like that. That would have been interesting. Chosen Races said they also aren't limited to the failure or success of one writer because a better version could be created by another writer. Yes, and that's the beauty of comics. That's the bane of comics and the beauty of comics at the same time. Sometimes you get runs that are absolutely awesome. The writing is good. The art is good. Awesome. They leave. New artist and writer team come along. They are not as good. Or the people that were before that awesome run weren't that damn good. That's the pool of it. Like Joe Herb can tell you. Joe Herb is the only person I know who will drop and pick up books, the same book, multiple times.
Shit,
Because soon as somebody is
real
writing
talk.
some shit he ain't feeling, nah, drop this shit from my saver. I want to read this right now.
Real talk.
And then as soon as it gets good
Real
again,
talk.
yeah, put it back on my saver. Yeah, I'll buy it now. That's it. It's just the wave
Real
of reading
talk.
comics. You ride that wave sometimes. Sometimes you get the wave real high for a long time, and it fucking bottom out. Like, God damn it, this was trash.
I will
Get
say,
this
Brett
person off this
Artisan,
book. Get him off this book.
that is
That's how
the
you
way
learn
of art.
artist
Period.
writer's names. Like, who is this motherfucker? And he needs to stop. They need to cut his hands off. God damn, his art looks terrible.
That's the way of art. Period, bro. You might as well say that's the way of art. Period.
Yeah, one second.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, man. To keep it going, that's the way of art. Period. No pun intended, but when you think about it, hey, that's the same with a whole bunch of projects that is filled with art. It's when they had a great period before they came out with the next God of War, going back to the original God of War now, like the real Kratos. That's the real Kratos to me. The big first three, where he defeats Zeus on the end of the third one. Before that came out, I think it was in between that period, or when they came out with the video game Dante's Inferno. You can clearly see, looking at the gameplay, okay, it's damn near spitting image of God of War. But I noticed the artists and the creators of it, they wanted their own, their own thing to it, their own style to it, and I sensed that too as well, that it wasn't a total copy of God of War. So
Sorry about that.
yeah, I kept it going a little bit for you.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I had to grab my food from the door, but then as soon as I got up, I had to go to the bathroom because I have almost finished this damn bottle. So cider was running through me. Got the quickening all of a sudden when I stood up. Apologies. But yeah, that's my understanding of stories and whatnot. Some stories are better if they keep expanding. Some are better if you just cut them off. If you just want to tell me like a short story about this one mission that this character was on, that works better as a short with a definite end. Otherwise, and it doesn't mean that that's the end of the character. That's just the end of the story. Like Babylon 5 was scheduled for 5 seasons. They did 5 seasons. The story didn't end after that 5th season. It could keep going forward. It's just that was the amount of story he wanted to tell you in that time span. He wanted to tell you that 5-year story of what happened in those 5 years. And by the time he got to the 5th season, they gave you prequels, or not even prequels. They gave you visions of the future and what happened in the future. You saw it in the episode of where the future was for what happened in this moment that you're watching. And they still ended the show. Not unceremoniously, it ended like the way it was supposed to end. Like it was planned and scripted to. Which was good. That's why you can watch that beginning to end and enjoy it, because you understand it does end at a point. And the story was so good, you'd probably go back and watch the shit again.
Yeah.
even already knowing everything that happened. Like, no, I'd watch that again because you know what? I want to see that episode when Jack the Ripper showed up in space. Find out that why he disappeared and just stopped killing because, you know, some aliens came down here and grabbed his ass. And they put him to work, you know, figuring out who was worth it for them. Like, shit.
Yeah.
Or I want to hear about carpenters and stuff like that in space, or how it feels to live on this space station out in the middle of nowhere with all these alien races and shit, and still have human problems. Or larger galactic things going on, and understanding that, well, some of this was actually planned because due to time travel. Yeah, that person you know, that wasn't really who he was. I know who he really was because I was there when he went back in time. So your whole society is kind of built on bullshit. I know the guy. That wasn't what he was about. Like, so it ends up being a really good story, regardless. But that's what it is. When you pick up a book and read it, it has an end. It usually does. I don't think they sit down to write a series of books, but they keep going. The foundation was not set down to write a series of stories, but he just kept expanding on the world. He kept expanding on the story about what came out of that first story. Expand on this a little bit more. And let's expand on this a little bit more. Expand on this a little bit more. That's how you end up with a series of books. It wasn't planned out that way. I think modern movies, that's where they fuck up because they always think in trilogy nowadays. Everything don't need a goddamn trilogy. Because half of the stuff don't even need a sequel. Like, that was trash. Let's not do that again. And the stuff that does need a sequel usually doesn't get it. Like, okay, there were some good things there. Do another one and you'll probably get it right. No, we're canceling the whole fucking thing. It's like, oh, what a fucking waste. What a fucking waste.
You missed the
You
point.
just wasted my time then. I didn't even watch the first one if you're not going to continue that. I could have not seen it and got the same result. So. I got some final thoughts since the chat stopped moving and people disappeared. I'm sure there's something intriguing happening.
No, I was going to say,
Videos.
yeah, I don't know if you heard me mention about this anime channel or this channel called Marvelous Videos, and they got another one called Marvelous Anime, and it's like a team of guys, you know, that come together and they do like deep anatomies, you know, of basically of all the characters of everybody's favorite, going back to the 80s and 90s, even like with horror films and stuff, horror flicks, creatures from back in those days. And also too, they
characters or shows, or what are they doing?
I would say they gave me a better understanding when they helped me out in gaining a better understanding when it comes to shows like Evangelion, the Angels.
Boy, what a show!
Like, really? Yes, sir.
I'm curious what they had to say.
And that's why I really wasn't talking, because I was trying to find it for you, but my shit is lagging on my end just a tad bit.
No worries. I watched excuse me.
Evangelion.
I got enchilada in my mouth. Sorry. I've watched Evangelion. I love Evangelion. That's why I asked you, what did they have to say about it?
Yeah. Yeah, because I didn't get to finish it, the video that I seen. So I remembered, because I'm like, yeah, I'm about to go right back to it. I'm about to share with you the video that I'm currently watching. So not to share with you, like to say, hey, you know, this is how you get knowledge, man, about the whole thing, you know, because I know you already know what's up. It's just I want you to hear their view.
No, I always like to listen to other people's views, because listening to somebody else's view will help you refine your view. Or you can see what resonates with people in the same way. as it might have resonated with you or didn't resonate with you. That's the more interesting part to me. That's why I always ask people what they think, because I'm trying to see what you got out of it as opposed to what I got out of it. I know my own thoughts. That's easy. Understanding what other people like and react to is completely different. And the only way you get that is by being willing enough to ask them the question and listen to the answer. That's it.
Well, what I was starting to get out of it though, from the beginning of it, is like basically is how they are comparing it, or how the writer and the creator basically meant for it to be in some comparison to biblical, biblical characters.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Like Adam.
A lot of the stuff in it.
I'm like, huh.
A lot of the stuff in it. That's why you heard me talking earlier about Lilith and Evangelion standing over the whole world and stuff like that, right? Well, you get to the end of Evangelion. Part of what happened is that the part of Adam, or at least angel, that is in Ray merges with Adam, which was the first thing that they found, the first seed of an angel that they found. They merged together, right? Became one being. That being grew over the whole fucking planet. And it was supposed to be Lilith.
I've seen that picture.
Okay. What she opened was what they called the Temple of Golf, where all the souls come from, where all human souls come from. And she developed at one point the human stigmatas in her hand, right, of the cross thing, crucifix, and start absorbing all the souls of the people on the earth. Now, all of that is some esoteric religious shit. That's why I say when I talk about Evangelion, it's some deep shit. It's a lot of subtext going on. If you're watching it, it's not just about kids and fucking robots, dude.
Yes, sir.
It is not just about that shit. It's a bunch of stuff going on in there. That's why I tried to get BGS to watch that shit, even though he don't like anime. If he watched that shit, even if he just watched the end of Evangelion, I bet dollars to donuts he can break down everything that's happening there, because he is the esoteric dude.
As a Gnostic, yeah, it'll blow. Yeah. It'll be like
Gnostically, like, oh yeah. I showed him one scene from it where the Ava series, the Ava series, the flying ones, they all went up in the air, and they had Unit 3 strung up in like a crucifix situation. They formed this pattern in the sky because they were going to, activate Unit 3, right? Or Unit 1, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I showed BGS that symbol. He said, yes, that is the symbol for such and such, World Tree or some other shit like that, I think he said. And I said, I fucking knew it was something out of the Bible. It was. It was some real esoteric shit that was happening. I said, I fucking knew it. I just didn't know where it came from. I just knew I had the inclination. This is fucking religious as hell, dude, right here. This actually means something. And he showed me a picture of it from his works. Like, yeah, this is this. I'm like, I fucking knew it, dude. I fucking knew it. That show is it flies over people's heads. It is not just kids and robots, dude. That's how you get introduced to that show. When you watch that show and watch it all the way out, you understand. Nah, it ain't just that, nigga. That was the easy mark. It is way deeper than that surface level shit.
I watched it, but I didn't get to see the Adam. But then when he showed
the thing of it is, most of it, you saw Adam the whole time. The whole show, you actually saw Adam. You know why? You saw Gendo Ikari. And if you watch the rest of the show, you see that Gendo had Adam fused to his hand inside of his glove. It wasn't that fucking clone thing that they had strung up on the fucking cross, nailed to the cross with the Lance of Longinus. That was fake. The reason you understand it was fake is a character called Karu. And Karu was what, the 13th, 14th angel? And when he came down there, he broke all the way through Nerve and went there to that room. And he went up there and looked and was like, this is not Adam. Them damn Lillins. It's a fake. It's one of them clones that they made. It's not really him. Adam was in Gendo's hand. That's why towards the end, he tells Ray that it's time for them to merge so he can see his beloved Yui and stuff like that again. And he takes his hand and he pushes it through Ray's body. That's Adam inside of his hand. And that's why it goes down to her stomach, and she actually absorbs his hand, takes it from him. And that's when she starts growing bigger, because those two halves have come together again. The soul and then that embryo. Gendo had it the whole time. He had Adam the whole fucking time. And all that stuff that they were doing was to put humanity in the place of God. And those angels, failed versions of what humans could have been, was kind of coming to stop their asses. And they kept defeating them. That's why they knew how many of them it was to come, because that's in the Bible. That's why they were numbering those angels. They had to defeat them so the human race could survive.
Yeah, that's deep. I mean, I remember, it being deep and shit.
Yeah.
I never really watched it over and over like I did with Berserk, because Berserk, that the in-depthness of that got me more so, and a lot of other fans, to where even the music with it just it merges perfectly with the whole series.
Well, I would say the reason, I would say, just from knowing you, I think the reason why Berserk resonated more is Berserk is more violent. Yeah, Evangelion ain't really violent. Yeah, you have robot fights. They can be considered kaiju fights and shit, and some bloody shit that happens, but it's not a lot of action in that show. It's more cerebral. It's not on blood and guts. Because most people who get into Berserk, they only get into it for the blood and guts. They don't give a fuck about the deeper story of it. Just like seeing people get fucked up.
Oh, no, I do.
That's it. That's all they get into it for.
I do. Nah, to where when that 3D animation came out, with the first season, I think it was 2016. Yeah, that one, that arc. People was complaining about it, and I really I took it, I took it in stride, you know what I mean, and I ain't had no deep complaints about it, whatever. I just absorbed the whole story, what was being told, and and I had deep appreciation for it. And the fact too with Guts is that he's branded with the brand of sacrifice, to be eaten by these the demons or whatever, and part of Griffith becoming the new Demon King. So, but he managed to escape by way of Skull Knight, this other, spirit, who was basically a former king in the beginning. So yeah, he's from the beginning, of how it all started. So he managed to come and rescue Guts and Casca. But
you have to tell me the whole story. But I'm saying
I'm not telling you the whole story. But I'm just saying, the sacrifice. Yeah,
right. Let me finish. The point of it is, my point that when I made that was to say that most people get into Berserk because it's violent, not because they're looking at a deeper story. Because when I ask people about it, that's all they give me. That's all they know. They only know the violence. That's why they got into watching it. But if you talk about something like an Evangelion, it's not a lot of violence in it. Yeah, some shit happens in it that's violent as fuck. But you don't hear people talking about that. What you hear from people is that they didn't watch it. Reason being, it's not a lot of, flashing lights and shit like that for them to get into. So me as a watcher of anime, I look for the more cerebral content. That's why I've never watched Berserk. I look for the cerebral content. You don't look for that. That's why you didn't watch Evangelion, but you all in the Berserk. That just shows.
I watched the whole series.
What we get into, what I get into, and what you get into. And what I understand people gravitate to Berserk for is not the same thing as what you understand people relate to Evangelion for, because I haven't heard you say that. You don't know why people get into Evangelion, but it's deep. Well, when people tell you about how deep it is, you're like, holy shit. Oh, that's going on in there? Yes, because it's below the surface. It's deep as shit, just like you were telling me all about Berserk. What's deeper below the surface in that? You gave me the synopsis of the story,
also too,
but not what's deeper about it. You just told me about the character and what goes on in the story, but that's not what's deeper about it.
What I was hitting about basically was the reason why he got that brand of sacrifice and the whole. That's my whole focus point. Now with Evangelion, now I watched. Now
you didn't hear the question. What's the brand of sacrifice? What is the brand of sacrifice, and what does it mean to have a brand of sacrifice? This is taking it deeper than one level.
That these demons, basically, that means the demons basically is going to be hunting and coming after him. But with the brand of sacrifice, he can also tell what
is a demon in this world
from that realm.
So in this story, listen to the question.
I'm giving you a snippet.
No, I am trying to get that deep to prove a point to you. So answer the questions I'm asking. In this story, what are actual demons? So I understand what a demon is. So you're saying it comes from another realm. So in this world, or in this world of this story, demons are things that come from another realm. Is it hell, or is it just some other place where demons live?
Yeah, from hell.
Okay, so
all the demons are basically created from, basically who are also apostles too as well.
Okay, so the brand of sacrifice is what exactly?
It's basically a part of. It was there created by the damn dude. I don't want to get that damn deep with you, man. Damn, motherfucker, man. Damn, I'm not trying to get that damn deep with you, Arson. I can't, man. Don't test me, man.
Yeah. I'm giving you 2 minutes of what it's like to be me. That's all I'm doing. I'm giving you 2 minutes of what it's like to be me.
Minutes, man. I will go 30 minutes, man. I can't, man.
I'm just giving you 2 minutes of what it's like to be me. How my brain works. This, why is it? What is this? Why is it? How does it relate to the world? Why is it important to have this thing? Who gave him this goddamn thing? Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? What does it matter to have this? These are all motivational points for what this world is. What are the things in this world and how it relates to this character? What does it mean for this character to have this mark? Does it just mean that demons are going to be coming after him so he has an endless swath of people to be cutting through? Or is it actually a punishment in some ways? That it's a burden that he is carrying? These are all deeper questions that I would look at. I would ask watching the goddamn show or before I even watched it to decide if I wanted to. What is this shit about?
I'll tell motherfuckers this. I'll tell motherfuckers just this. The fates weaving by the idea of evil that is created by humans. I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Okay, I can rock with that because humans and evil is interesting psychologically with how they make it and how they perpetuate it. To me, right? This is how my brain works. That's what's interesting to me. If something like that is going into in the story, then I'd probably be into it. Right. I get understanding me like Bane is not here, so he can't parrot this, or not parrot it, but co-sign this. Understanding me that it has to have a psychological point for me. It has to have an intellectual point for me. Violence doesn't entertain me. Not like that. It's not that big of a deal. The more violent something is, the more you can probably assure I'm not going to be that damn interested into it, especially if it's nothing else deeper behind why the violence is happening. John Wick has a lot of violence, but John Wick as a character doesn't like the violence. The violence is only being done in the service of his goals, and his aim is to get retribution for what these people actually did to him. So now the violence actually has a point. If it was just about killing, it wouldn't be interesting to me at all. Not at all. It has to have something more intellectual going on for me to be really locked onto it to be interested. Like Death Note is one of those animes that I absolutely love.
Oh, that's a
Death Note is not just about killing, even though a lot of killing happens. It's not about the killing. It's about the mentality of the people and why they do these things. The cat and mouse of the whole thing of trying to catch this person doing these things. Killing is not the spectacle. It's not. It's the human turmoil and the dysfunction within human beings that is the main draw of that shit. The killing stuff is the background. That's the background of how higher forces like the Shinigami, they just get entertained by watching humans fuck each other up. And they get bored because they're immortal. So I'm bored. Maybe I'll fuck with some people for a little while.
Did you ever read or watch Parasite, the Maxim?
No.
Oh, Parasite's really good.
Ooh, Parasite. Oh,
Parasite's one of those. Yeah.
Yes.
If you like,
I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about the anime too.
Yeah, it's anime.
Yes,
it's
I understand you're talking about the anime because we're talking anime. What is good about Parasite?
It's a concept of like what it means to be a human. Mm-hmm. That concept, like what is a human being, all that type of stuff. So it's good in that way. It just brings up those
It makes it tough when you understand who you're talking to, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like, dang, I know I'm trying to say it in a way that like
it's how you picture people.
Yeah.
That's what I was giving Andre shit about when he was trying to tell me something was good and review it.
Yeah.
I'm like, give me your 2-minute elevator pitch for this shit. If you can't, you probably don't know the material. Yeah. But it's also understanding your audience of who you're talking to. Mm-hmm. What's the hook for them? Yeah. Is it going to be a hook because the word good was used? Well, that's
nah.
4 letters, 2 vowels, and 2 syllables. True. 1 syllable. Like, that don't mean shit.
Yeah.
You know, sex was good.
Well, I'll tell you this though, too.
All she did was touch it. A lot of things could be good. Why is it good?
And what do you think about this, Artisan, right? And go back to Berserk real quick. The five demon kings, right? The Godhead, and how each one was created basically in the same as Griffith or what he did. He basically sacrificed his whole army, and turned that plane into hell when he used this element, which is called the egg of the king, and he did it at the same time as this eclipse. As soon as this eclipse happened, that's when this whole area turned into the realm of hell. Basically, he sacrificed his whole army, the mercenary, the band of the Hulk, the Hawk, Hawk. He had to sacrifice him in order to become the new Demon King, but also the condition of that, and the caveat is that
why did he want to become the Demon King? You just telling me stuff. And using names of characters.
He wanted to become
Let me finish. You're telling me characters and names of stuff that I don't know, have no relation to. It makes no sense to me in the grander story of the thing because there's no point in it. Why did he want to become a Demon King? Why did he want to turn that whole world into a hell?
He wanted to become.
Because what?
Well, because he wanted to obtain his own kingdom.
So he wanted his own kingdom because what? He didn't have one? He sounded like he had an army. He had a pretty big kingdom. He just wanted more power. That's what I'm saying. These are the questions I would ask watching the shit. Why is he doing this? Why is he doing this? What does it matter to have it?
Yeah, but in order to attain his kingdom, he had to choose between what he already had or go for his ultimate goal, what he's been fighting for. This is a long journey.
Of course, it's always happening
trying to obtain his kingdom.
Odin has one eye because he ripped it out for that power. He sacrificed his brother so he can get the power that he has. That's why he's the All-Father, because he's willing to sacrifice his own eyeball and his 2 brothers to be that person. And that's why he did it, because he just craved power. Is that interesting to Odin? Not really, but it explains why he's as powerful as he is. Mm-hmm. That's it. Wrapped up. But we don't read the book of Odin. We talk about Thor, his son, not his daddy, because his daddy just craved power. We talk about Thor because Thor learned how to have humility and shit like that and have some love for people. Odin didn't. Odin had a love for battle and war. And then he calmed his ass down. That's what I'm saying. That's just the point. Sacrifice for greater power is always a thing. But why do you want the power? Why should you have it? Why are you willing to sacrifice so many? Because I'm sorry, sacrificing all these people to have a hellscape don't sound like a good time. It don't sound like a good time because hellscapes are traditionally not fun places.
Sure.
So, okay, he did.
That's just what he did. Yeah, that's what he wanted.
Okay,
Shit.
Rather live in hell. Sound like a motherfucker that don't need power. So I probably would riding with anybody who's gonna take his ass out because he sound like a problem. Just saying. But that's what I'm saying. You're just throwing terms and words and characters at me that don't mean anything to me. And I'm not saying that to be dismissive. I'm just saying they don't mean anything to me because I don't know the story. And that doesn't make any sense how they fit to the story and how important it is in the story at all. That's the difference between giving somebody a review of something or just blurting out stuff at them. What is the important part of the story? Not what they do. What's the important part of the story? That's what sells people on watching this shit or not. Not cool stuff that happened. Why did it happen? What was the point of it happening? You came back, and I was going to shut it down.
Yeah. I was about to do my live stream too, man. But
you were forcing.
Like I said, I wasn't talking to you like, you know what I mean, you was like you knew the show, you know what I mean? I was just hitting certain points about it. So like I know it's not gonna mean nothing to you, dude, because you know what I mean, hell, you don't know what
I'm saying. Don't take it like that. Don't take it like that. It's not me attacking you, right? It's not me I'm not attacking you at all. You know, I'm cool with you. I support your channel and your show, what you do. I'm just saying for somebody, think of it this way. This is the way I'm thinking of it. If somebody is listening to this stream, they don't know shit about what we're talking about, and they hear one thing that they got their ear to that they got, which was Berserk. Would you say what you told them was enough to get them interested to watch the show? And that's all I was trying to draw out of you. I'm not attacking you or your knowledge of the show. You love the show. That's awesome. It's a show that you love. I'm just trying to get out of you what would make it interesting for somebody who knows absolutely nothing about this shit that you're rattling off to watch it, because they equally would not know anything about the Demon King, the five of them, the crest or whatever. They don't know what any of that shit means because they don't know the world. So you are the ambassador of this world and this story to them. You have to sell it to the person who knows nothing about all of this shit, and just running off the terminology doesn't get them to knowing anything about the story. It just overwhelms them with a bunch of people and a bunch of things that they know nothing about. When you're reviewing something for somebody or getting them to get into it, you have to explain it to them like they know nothing and why they should care about this. That's the mentality of giving them that review. What's the main point about it? What's this main thing? The 2-minute elevator pitch is how you dwindle all that stuff down to what is this story actually about? What is Guts doing this whole time in Berserk that people would be interested in knowing? What is his main drive? Mission? He's sacrificing his soul for humanity? Well, there you go. Why is he sacrificing his soul for humanity?
He was a coach child.
What'd you say, Charles?
He was a coach child. It's the fact that Guts is like Guts. If you had to talk about the character Guts in the 2 minutes or less, he's the ultimate unlucky bastard who tries to do right even though the world did him wrong.
Now, see, I get that. That sounds like a black stroke, don't it?
I mean, I can explain that too. I mean, with no problem, Guts. I mean, to me, how he resonate with me is the bravery that he shows and the courage he shows. I mean, in his battles, because yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say unlucky because they say he has basically the devil's luck because of his character. He was birthed from he was birthed from a he was birthed, man. He came. He was birthed from a corpse, a hanging corpse. His mother was hanging from a tree. You know what I mean? In that story, they explain that later on in the manga. So, but with that, I mean, and ever since he's been having like this crazy luck in the midst of his battles, and he always trained with a sword way bigger than him. And
is longer than 2 minutes. You realize that, right? Because now you're just adding on, and the point of what you were saying is now lost. You were adding on to what Charles you added 5 ands.
Well, if they lose it, they lose it, bro. That is how I explain it.
In other words, you're doing. I'm going to say this in the nicest way. You're doing a horrible job.
I mean, I was going to end it. I was going to end it though. So yeah, with that.
What's better than being the unluckiest guy? What's better than being the unluckiest guy in the world?
And he's fighting. And he's fighting against evil at the same time while getting revenge.
He's not a good
man. Yeah.
He's the ultimate. Basically, he's the unluckiest guy in the world, and he's the ultimate anti-hero.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's not really a hero. He's not a good person.
Well, have you read the whole story, man, Charles?
He's not a good person. He really isn't. He's an honorable man to a degree.
Anime manga from one to now. A story that's been going on for 30-something years.
I've seen it. He's the most unluckiest person. If you give a synopsis, which it's hard for people to do today, he is a very unlucky person. Yes or no?
Well, to a degree, yes, but I'm telling my dude, it's more deep than that. Yes, and while you're talking, I've seen the whole Evangelion.
Hold on.
Because I like it, and I want to go, and I'm thinking about want to go back to look at it since now I got older, and now that my understanding and my ability to retain stuff now, gotten better. So now I want to go back and look at Evangelion. So now, and because of Berserk, my ability to understand things more deeply now, and with also the explanations too of other people who have a greater, deeper understanding of things too as well, have broken it down and gave a great analysis to people, which a lot of people have given them thanks for, like myself, for helping them to understand these things when they go over it, the manga, because we are all reading from the manga, from the whole source. You know what I mean? These things has been taking a long ass time to come out. You know what I mean? So just looking at the show, just getting a deeper, the depth meaning of the main character, you got to read the manga.
Understand, Ray. Nobody is attacking you. Okay, you amongst friends. We're not attacking you. I'm not attacking you. Okay, I'm just challenging you on understanding this show. That's it. For me to understand the show, for you to understand it. Me to understand it. Hold on, Charles. Okay, so understand that you was cool people with me. I'm not attacking you at all. Okay, I don't want you to feel like that because it sounds triggering, but I'm not trying to trigger you on that shit. I'm just trying to get an understanding of a short synopsis of the show, right? So I'm not doubting your knowledge on this show at all. I don't doubt your knowledge on that show at all. But understand, I have little to no knowledge on that shit, which means I know this character is an anti-hero, right? I know he's not a good person. But what am I hearing in what you were saying that would make somebody who knows nothing about this shit watch it? Nothing.
But what you said about Evangelion earlier doesn't really make one person want to watch Evangelion. I mean,
you don't think so?
Real, but I understand I understand what you were saying because I've seen the whole thing.
Have you?
You know what I mean? Therefore, which made me want to go back to watch it.
How many parts is it?
Yes, because dude, I've seen a whole goddamn dude. I've seen a whole bunch of fucking anime.
How many parts was it?
Forgive me, hot damn it. My mind is fuzzy. All right.
Why are you cussing at me? How many was it?
I've seen a whole bunch of shit.
Name it.
Huh?
Name it.
Name
It's
it.
very easy. It's only three parts to this shit. Let me finish, Charles. There's only three parts to this shit. You watch the original OVA of Evangelion. That's one part of it. You watch
Because
the.
I mean, real talk. 'Cause I forgot
Let me
the name of
finish.
the main character.
Let me finish. I asked you. You didn't give me an answer. So now I can tell you the answer. If you had an answer, you would have said it. Let's not get disingenuous in this bitch right now, because I wasn't cussing at you. I was really making a plea to let you know I was not attacking you. And then you start cussing at me, which means you're attacking me and feeling really upset and triggered. You shouldn't be triggered.
No.
Okay? That's why I'm still taking this shit in a lighthearted way, like name the parts. It's only three parts. Death and Rebirth, End of Evangelion, the original OVA series. If you watched any of that 2.0 bullshit, 3.0 bullshit that they went back and start injecting shit into the original story, that shit don't count. It don't count to me. Now, if you watch the whole fucking thing, it shouldn't be that hard for us to have a conversation about it. Shouldn't be. At all. Because you watched it all, right?
There's some shit. I didn't watch all of it, yes, but I probably watched all of that too.
Then don't say you watched all of it.
Shit that you called it was bullshit.
What?
So I didn't know there was other parts. I didn't know there was other parts.
Exactly. That's why I told you. I don't talk. I'm not the Negro here to talk down to people. I don't do that shit. All I do is fill in the blanks in people's knowledge. That's it. That's all. And the problem is, I don't have a huge block of this shit. I know which parts of Evangelion fucking sucked. And when they went back and tried to start regurgitating this shit, because I'm old. So unfortunately, I've had to see remakes of shit that was really good the first time get really fucked up and muddled up when they go back a second time, go back a third time. I know about the new Ghost in the Shell show. Am I watching it? Fuck no.
Oh God.
Because they fucking up the original work.
Did you see the movie?
Hold on, there's a new Ghost in the Shell show. Are you serious?
Where they made her younger, and it's called what, Arise or some bullshit like that. I don't watch that shit at all.
Are you serious? Oh hell no.
So understand when I'm talking to you about this, I'm not shitting on what you like. I'm not doing that at all. That is not what I'm doing. That's not what I was talking to you about. And if you took it that way, I'm sorry that you took it that way, because that's not what it is.
I did.
Okay. That's not how I'm coming at it. I'm coming at it as trying to get more out of people than what they think they know, to give it to people who don't know it, because that's the only way this shit perpetuates. If you want somebody to love Guts after you are dead and gone, and want somebody to watch Berserk and understand why you loved it, the explanation needs to be a little bit better and a little bit more concise. Because one rule that I've understood in life is that if you can't explain something simply, you really don't understand it. That's how it works. Because stuff that you really understand, you can break it down to a 3-year-old to understand it. I can get a 5-year-old to watch Evangelion. I know that shit because I've done it. I worked in a comic shop. All we did was talk about this shit and have to sell it to other people to get them to buy it and watch it. So which means I have to understand how to sell it to a 5-year-old, and I have to understand how to sell it to their goddamn parent. That's me understanding the material for who I'm talking to. And not just, I just know all the material and I'll unload this shit on them, but they won't have a clue what the fuck it actually relates to. It's just stuff. You just told me things. That's what I try to do. Break that shit down simply so motherfuckers can understand it and see something in it maybe that they might find interested and want to go back and watch it. Plain and simple. That's all I do. All I do. It's not mystical. It's not magical. It's just, I get it. This is what I think you would like about it. This is what I got from it. And that's usually where it's coming from. My perspective, my point of view. You could not like the shit at all. You could not agree. Don't matter.
Okay, so Artie, back.
Go
think
ahead,
it's a
man.
great dark fantasy to get into.
Awesome.
To take it back to Parasite.
And that's it.
Mhm.
Now, so set the scene. Of course, it's in Japan because it's an anime, right? You got these creatures come down from wherever. We don't know whether it's outer space for sure, whether they were lab created, where they came from. All we know they're these little creatures. They come in, they invade the body, they basically eat the head of the human and take it over. And so like they become the head of the person and they pilot the body. So you can't physically tell whether they're human or whether they're not.
So pod people shit.
Yeah. It's kind of like pod people, invasion of the body snatchers type thing. And the main character of this show, he almost gets taken over, but what he does, he traps it in his hand. He tourniquets it off so it doesn't go to his brain. So he has him fully as himself, and his hand is like from his forearm down to his hand is an alien. And so he has to live. Both of these creatures have to live symbiotically. The alien can't live without him because it would die without him, and he has no hand without this creature.
I lose a fucking hand. If the alien was that fucked up, I'd lose the hand.
Yeah,
I mean, it's kind of like Vampire Hunter D with left hand. Like left hand, I've never heard it explain where left hand came from, but you know his left hand is a face and it talks to him and shit.
Yeah.
Like, but you don't know where the fuck this thing came from. Like, that's a hell of a time to jerk off.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah. So he has to figure out.
But didn't he grow in strength later on?
He did grow in strength, but he learned to accept it. You got to learn to accept that
symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, he learned to accept that he wasn't quite as human as he wanted to be. Like,
Right.
and these other creatures, the thing is, these creatures can communicate with each other telepathically. They know where each other is. So the other creatures, they're mostly heads and human bodies. They know, like, okay, you're one of us, but him, he's different because his brain is still human. His hand is alien. So they're like, yo, you can't be alive. We got to kill you. We got to figure out how to. And so he's fighting for his life against things that are both him and not him. So he's like stuck between two worlds.
Cool.
Yeah.
Got it. Interesting. This whole alien parasite situation taking over the body and the head is fucked up. That sounds like it's an anime, but it get into some of that body horror shit. Like
a little bit, some of it. Yeah.
It sounds kind of fucked up.
Are you not into body horror?
I didn't say I wasn't into it. I just said it sounds fucked up.
It is.
It wouldn't. I wouldn't watch this shit and be like, that's messed up.
It gets dark.
Messed up don't mean you didn't watch the shit. Okay?
Yeah, it gets dark. It does get dark.
One cup is messed up, but I saw
it's dark.
Jesus Christ.
Dark
exactly.
and fucked up
That's what I
situations.
Chicks nasty.
Situations. Wait.
Yeah, so that's why that's an interesting. That's why I was like, when talking about different shows and
and
the
Berserk.
deepness of it.
I know Berserk is a manga. I don't know why everybody always assume I'm new to fucking manga. Like Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. So Parasite was a manga.
Berserk is a manga. I know it. I know it's an anime. Some of it is anime. I know this.
Yeah, but I mean, Parasite came out like the late 80s, I think. So they had when they made the
I said it like it was long ago. Like I don't remember living in the 80s and being a fucking kid.
No, I'm saying like because they updated like the anime when they made it in like the late 2010s. They updated it for like they didn't just like they updated it to like quote unquote modern day.
Yeah, because if the original story happened in the 80s type world, they would have to update it because some shit wouldn't translate.
Yeah.
I saw the funniest video, and it could have been a stage, but it was still funny as fuck. The point that it gave out was funny on Instagram, which is the dad gave these two boys, his sons, a present, and he gave them 2 minutes to type this number in, and they pulled the box off, and it's a rotary phone. And they're trying to figure out how to dial this goddamn number in 2 minutes on a rotary phone, and they don't know how it operates. And I was laughing my fucking ass off. I was like, "Yep, it couldn't survive my childhood."
Nope. I saw one when I was growing up. I saw one. I was at piano teacher's house. I was at my old piano teacher's house, and she had an old rotary phone. And I looked at that thing like I was afraid to touch it. I was afraid to touch it.
Yeah. Launch a nuke with this thing? What the hell is that?
Man,
That shit was funny as hell to me
Man,
because it was modern teenage
pull my
kids.
joint.
What the fuck to do with that? They don't know anything about that shit. They
What?
try to figure, and it's just a 7-digit number. They just dialing a phone number. They don't know how to dial a phone number. Even though when we say dial a number, dial means what you did on a rotary phone.
No.
They don't understand fucking English enough to understand. Dial means something is turning. Dial a number.
For me, dial meant pressing a button. Artisan, dial meant pressing a button. I'm 31.
You said press a button.
I'm 31,
Press
bro.
a
I'm
button.
not. I don't know anything about
Dial
this.
a dial.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
See?
Rotary
I don't know
phone.
nothing about
A
that. No,
rotary
hell
phone
no.
is one of the easiest damn phones to use. Instead of dialing, you just go through the numbers and let it rotate back.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's a dial.
Yeah.
It's not as easy as
It's the
pressing the
fact
button.
that
It's easy as shit because you know how to use
even I remember that shit.
You done.
Yeah.
Beep,
Figuring
bop,
out
beep,
what
bop, bop,
harder.
boop, bop. Give me the button beeps, man. Give me the button beeps. Y'all me right now.
You want a touch tone phone?
Yeah, y'all me now.
For example, like a lot of what you see with a lot of kids nowadays is that you put some difficulty in the life, and guess what happens? They freeze up, and I'm like, why are you freezing up? I mean, it's just easy. It's not a difficult thing. You get what I'm saying? It's like
Life got easier. You don't even have to dial your phone. You don't have to touch buttons on your phone to make a call nowadays. You can just say shit.
it's
Just
actually
say
funny because
as long as you actually put the number in there.
Hey Siri, call mom.
Yeah. As long as you put the number in there, it knows.
That shit's charged.
If not, you can ask Siri or Alexa to look up a number for something and then dial it.
Facts.
Like, goddamn it, Alexa, call Amazon support. Calling Amazon support. Like,
I be laughing because like kids nowadays will drive a car and don't know how to change a tire.
Yeah.
People don't know how their own phone
demand
number.
to have a car, but demand to have a car, bro. No, I'm entitled to have a car. You don't even know how to change it.
It's like what I told like BGS when he was talking about millennials. I said, say what you want about millennials. We fought terrorism. Should we have gone into some countries? Yes and no. But that's especially the older millennials where it's like after a certain year, the millennials are different from each other. Like, good God. Especially the younger ones. It's not even cute.
That's me trying to figure out the damn. I've said that many a times. That's me trying to figure out the cutoff with you millennials. There's a group of y'all that's cool and a group of y'all that don't fucking get it. And I don't know where the cutoff age is. I really don't.
Hey, millennials, let me get this right. Millennials start around like 86, 87 to 98.
No.
Yeah.
No. They start around 80, 81. And
you can't start around 80, 81 because that would make you in the group with
that's too late. I would say it's too early. That's way too early.
That's the year. Look it up. At first they said 85. At first they said 85. Now they're changing the mind.
See,
it ain't going backwards.
They keep changing it.
No, it ain't going backwards because you can't go backwards because it goes in that generation group. Usually it's when you come of age.
Because the phrase millennial is like these group of kids who graduate high school.
Millennials are a generation of people born between early 80s and the mid 90s, typically 81 through 1996.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
So you got to. Did I just say that? But here's the crazy part: it's like you're supposed to be the oldest of them are supposed to be graduated high school around 99, 2000, 2001.
Years can vary between years. Two different sources. Most children, baby boomers.
No, then you've got zillennials, which are like with the X zillennials,
Hold on, I'm just reading something.
Yeah.
If you guys don't mind, most millennials are the children of baby boomers and older Gen Xers,
Yes, sir.
and are often the parents of Generation Alpha. Yes. So, because my children are millennials, but they were not born in no fucking 80s. They weren't. So,
Your kids are probably born a little bit after me.
So
90s.
Yeah.
90s.
90s.
So you're saying there's a little confusion.
Millennials should be the term for the millennials is because turn of the millennium.
Yeah, because they'll be adults by the millennium.
All right. So
Or
meaning
graduated high school.
I was 7.
they would have come of age in the millennium, 2000s. That's when they would have come of age.
Yeah. So basically, you're the cutoff kid.
Mm-hmm.
You were born what, 93?
Yeah, 93. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you're the cutoff kid. You're the weird kids.
My oldest was born in 93.
Chill out. You're doing too much now.
That's true.
Born in
if you didn't know how to use a rotary phone, we can't have that much of a conversation because I'll be like, if you say that was hard, that was some shit. You didn't go to
I've seen one though. The thing is, I've seen one. I know what it looks like. I grew up in the country.
Yeah, he knows what it looks like.
I know.
Did you utilize one?
No, I don't. I never needed to.
It's okay. It's okay. He didn't have to because look, when I was a kid, I saw one of them old box phones with the bells on it. I didn't use that motherfucker, but I've seen it with the wire. Like, holy shit!
Operator.
Yeah, this is a step up from a cup with a string. Like, look at this.
It's funny as hell because I'll talk to 30-year-olds.
No, I'll give you that. That was before me.
Hold on, one at a time. I can't hear everybody talking all over.
Big box phone was before me.
I'll talk to 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds who were coworkers, and they're talking about their favorite cartoons with SpongeBob, and I'm like, I was like, no wonder you guys have no creativity. I said, well, a lot of them love Teen Titans, which I'll give them that. But I said, when they looked at my tattoos, it was like, what's that? I said, you never saw Thundercats. What's that? You never saw G.I. Joe, Cobra.
Oh yeah, G.I. Joe was shit. I grew up in the new G.I. Joe though.
Yeah,
the early 2000s.
But it wasn't part of their growing up. It wasn't their after school watch.
Yeah.
Like that.
And I keep forgetting that I'll be like, I'll talk about something. There's certain shit they're not privy to. And it's like, what do they call it? Like a recency bias.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people look at, there's certain sports I don't like to look at for people because they think the people now are the greatest. I said, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I said, it's hard to be as great as stuff.
Recency bias is. It's no understanding of what came in the past and being able to match those two things up.
Sports is the worst part. Sports is the worst offender at that too. The sports realm is the worst. Every year, this guy's the generational talent. He's the best thing since sliced cheese. I'm like, did we not just say that last year about this same dude, about a different dude?
Yeah,
every year.
Before y'all drift off.
Excuse me?
Before y'all drift off, I was gonna say, man,
drift off. Yeah, I ain't gonna talk about sports.
I don't remember the big ass. I don't remember the big box phones. Yeah, like I don't remember the big box phones. Like that was.
You know why? Like, motherfuckers were from the 1800s. Why you don't remember them? I saw it in an old grandparents' house.
Yeah.
When I was probably 8.
I saw it in the
museum from their parents.
No, I'm talking about the big ass cell phones.
Oh, you're talking about the big ass
the brick phones?
Yeah.
The brick phones?
Now I do remember that. The early early 2000s, like late 90s. A lady I knew, she had a car phone, and she was literally like in the car. She like picked it up and like called somebody. I was like, yo, what is she doing?
Yeah, I had a car phone in my Cadillac. It wasn't
like
active, but I had a car phone in my Cadillac.
I was like 8, 9 years old, man.
I put a Bluetooth in it, so I'll pick it up and people, and I would talk to people who drive beside me. They're like, he has a car phone. It's like, yeah, it's a luxury car from the 2000s. It was a car phone. So a lot of times you look at shit and like I taught the guys who came for basic training, and they're like, "It's easy." I said, "Y'all not training for shit." I said, "Jesus Christ!" Like, well, we were smoked and it was easy. I said, "That's because y'all the soft generation, and they're not gonna push you because they push you. Y'all gonna want to quit."
Lower the standards. The generation with the lower standards. With
Yeah,
the
like you can't.
stress card generation.
Rush
I'm
card
stressed.
generation.
I'm
I'm
stressed.
worried about
Don't
I'm
yelling
worried
at
about
me,
my
patrol instructor.
I'm worried about my sexuality instead of doing my damn job type bullshit.
Don't ask, tell generation. You want to
Hey
tell everybody?
man, don't ask, don't tell. Then now we look back on it, that shit wasn't quite that bad.
Better off.
This is how long ago. This is how long ago I joined the military. I literally joined the military, and it was funny because I don't look my age. So when I was up there in Colorado for classes, I said, "Are you old if you joined the military before 9/11?" And this one white guy was like, "Yes." He was like, "How old are you?" I was
Years.
turning 41 there, so it was like, I'm
Yeah.
like, Jesus.
20 years. Yeah. Fucking at this point, 9/11 is old history because it's over 20 years. It's classic history right now.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
Anything
like,
before that, if you remember war in Beirut and shit like that, you are an old fucker.
like,
I remember having to watch that shit on the TV and actually do reports on it in class and shit. Like, God damn, dude, I don't give a
on
fuck
like an
about
old box TV too.
Lebanon and shit like that. I don't care about that shit.
They didn't even have flat screens back. Did they have flat screens back then?
back
Like
when
for real deal,
The
flat
screen
screen.
was flat when it was turned off.
they had they had plasmas.
Yeah, but like I
I
remember
mean,
Hey,
watching.
artisan,
What's that?
artisan, you an old fucker when it comes to what?
Damn near
Like
everything. Anything geek
you old
related.
fucker when it comes. you,
Anything geek related.
you
That's
say
why I
you say
laugh
you say
when
you
people
said
always
you
talk.
say you an old.
I'm an old fucker with anything, especially if it comes to geek related, because I've lived long enough to see this shit come in and grow up to be something that everybody uses, enjoys, and watches like regular.
Yeah.
When it was never regular, it was never something that mass appeal like that. I've lived long enough to see a population grow up that loves this shit. When it used to be that it was something that you had to get people into watching, and it was a hurdle to get over to let somebody know you even like this shit.
Because you, at what point you were weirdo if you like that.
And I'm not even talking about fucking females, just guys in
Yep.
general.
Yeah, I'm saying
guys,
you were
like
weird at
comic
one point.
books, like video games. Like guys didn't think video games were for adults
No,
back in
not
the
at all.
day. You in
Comics
comic,
weren't comics weren't supposed to be for adults at a time.
Yeah.
They
yeah,
weren't.
like
That's why they still labor under that stigma that it's just for fucking kids.
and there's some comics. I could give you some Vertigo comics that'll fuck your head up. I give you some indie people whose comics will fuck your head up because it's so philosophical.
Mm-hmm.
And
There's something
Valiant
killing the
comics.
children.
Valiant is, whew, I mean, the fucking endless. Whew.
What did y'all niggas say?
Pro Wrest.
What y'all
I
say?
remember Pro Wrest. Huh?
There's one. There's something killing the children. It's a comic, graphic novel series. I got to get into reading. It's supposed to be some like big mystery in this small town that I'm not on it yet. I heard about it, and so I got it. I just haven't gotten around to reading it yet.
Rainfire said, I was showing some millennials some scenes from Full Metal Jacket. The range of emotion was priceless, and they couldn't understand half the terms and things that were done because they don't learn history. No, they don't. They stopped
Well,
teaching kids history.
you got to realize something. It's kind of like the debate or friendly little debate or exchange of ideas from BGS when he says, "Do you think everybody should have a gun?" I never said everybody should have a gun. I just think that, like I explained to him, don't think that all these politicians know what the fuck these guns are. They don't. They really don't. And they do things because having a firearm is scary to some of the public. I won't say a lot, but some. Most people who carry, like open carry. I never cared for open carry because open carry gives you too much attention. People tend to want to, and when you see it, there's no retention on the gun, and people will try to snatch it. It's the culturation. Like if I go down south, if my great aunt sees my gun, she'll show me her 44 Magnum. Okay, there's no big deal. But if I go up to Baltimore, New York, or Philly, oh my God, they got a gun. It's automatically criminalized. And when you look at the cultural things in the black community, I hate to say it, but if you're a black comic book, whatever geekdom type of fan, it's really one of the most shallow of any group because either that when that person it has been, artisan's about roughly 10 years older, so he'll definitely get it. A lot of the times you see people who come into that black geekdom or blurred term is either you really, really like it for what it is, or you really, really like it because it just became popular or niche, or as you would see in Blurred Card, highly sexualized. Not complaining, but I'm just telling the truth of what it is.
Yeah, that's the rise of cosplay.
Yep.
Cosplay originally was a bunch of fucking dudes dressing up in shitty ass costumes that you wouldn't even want to look at. Like, these are some fat ass, overweight, ridiculous looking dudes. This is comical. It wasn't until normal looking chicks started getting into it, figure out it was a way to garner a lot of attention by being half naked in front of a lot of men who were really appreciative because they probably don't even get to see women, that they turned it into business.
And then God forbid they learned they can get money off of it.
Yeah, they turned it into a business and then started calling y'all perverts for liking that shit, and it's over sexualized. Then
you know what?
Then they barred you from it.
You know what? I have to say this, and I'm glad you said it because I was going to say it. This is what pissed me off, right? And I like some of the people. I like some of the people. I like Rennie Goddess, and then I like Cosplay X Twerk. I talk to her, every so often on Instagram. What I did like what Rennie Goddess said was like, well, I'm not here to sexualize myself and be a pick me. And what's the wrong with being a pick me? I think a lot of y'all are mad because you don't get picked. But here's the point about it. You you wear a costume, and first of all, you would not have the notoriety if you weren't an attractive female.
No.
Let's just get this shit out. Because most of like you said, most of the original OG cosplayers were men.
Not attractive. They were mostly men and not attractive. The women that were there were not attractive.
They were not. And for you to get like a
Wonder Woman, you would see an overweight Wonder Woman.
Yeah. So if you didn't have, that's still common to this day. You're not going to tell me that. You're not going to tell me that you get. It's annoying to be sexualized because guess what? If somebody says you're beautiful, that's why a lot of these females get triggered. Why nobody pays them attention? You made it into a space where nobody wants to compliment you because everybody you don't find attractive, you think is a perv.
Well, I just watched part of a video where this woman was claiming that all these guys were perverts because this OnlyFans chick said she made like $4 million a month. And this woman is sitting there. I think you might have saw it, Charles, because it was on Instagram. I put it up there. I might not have shared how ridiculous it was. But then this chick goes in on guys and telling their girlfriends, who I assume she thought she was talking to, their wives or girlfriends, and see how much money he's spending on this woman. Go into his phone, look at his bank statements and see how much he's spending. They made her $4 million every month. Those are perverts. I'm like, it's wrong for a guy. It's wrong for a guy to like a woman, and a woman who is willingly putting pictures of herself, half naked or otherwise, out there for sale.
Yeah,
that's all wrong. They're all perverts for that shit, right? She looks like she's 14. Well, obviously she's not 14, because if she was 14, she couldn't have an OnlyFans account.
Yeah.
That would be illegal for OnlyFans, wouldn't it?
That would get that site in trouble.
Stop it. Yeah, they would get themselves in trouble. And they would get shut down because there's hundreds of pictures out there of her ass giving booby shots and everything else. And she's underage.
Taking
Shut the
pictures.
fuck up.
Ads.
And this chick sitting up there half naked complaining about this other girl making $4 million a month.
And the people who complain usually are ugly.
Usually wouldn't get that money. That's why they upset.
Mm-hmm.
Entitled
It's
shit.
always ugly shit.
Pretty girl problems. Shout out to Kevin Samuels.
Yes,
Pretty
sir.
girl problems. I don't want to hear that shit.
It's always the ugly girls complaining. Why can't I get that attention? Because you're not attractive. That's why. You don't want to lose the weight. You don't want to get yourself in shape. You don't want to eat a salad. You want somebody to give you want the best of the men without being the best of the product to attract the men. Does not work that way.
Well,
Never has.
I'd say this, and so we can get off of this topic, but I'll say this, right? There was a guy pointing out this disparity and like women complaining about double standards and shit. He said, for an ugly woman, you can get a whole bunch of stuff done. You can get eyelashes, eyes, hair, nails, butt injection, lip injection, boob job, all this stuff done. Even if you got a big flabby roast beef cooch, you can get that redone too, right? To tighten it up and make it like you were a virgin again, right? You can do all of this stuff. You know what ugly guys get? To be fucking ugly and get over it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You just get to get over it because nobody is padding the skids for you for the fact that your ass is ugly. That's just what it is. Deal with it. And they usually just do. They just go on with their life and they make a shitload of money or they get good at beating people's asses.
Mm-hmm.
Simple.
Yeah.
That brings them same fake made up chicks around them.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't ugly, he nice. Shut up, dude. Trifle that. Oh my god. I know.
Hey, what Rainfire said, that's true for sure. The BBW Love Comic Con.
Yeah.
No, BBW Love Comic Con, bro. Like you talk about overweight everything.
Comic Con nowadays, when I look at cosplay and Comic Con, because I know cosplayers, I know girls who cosplay, right?
Yeah.
Trust me, they don't like some of the shit they see either. Okay, they don't. They're regular chicks. They're just regular chicks. They're like having fun with their friends, making their costumes and shit. Get into all that, and they ain't actually overly sexualizing their costumes. Yes, they're females. Yes, they have boobs. Yes, they got an ass, but they ain't always making their costumes. So all of that shit is hanging out. That's not how they make their costumes. Okay, and that is what I consider them original. These aren't even old girls. These are young chicks compared to me.
Yeah,
that's original cosplaying. That's what it was about. The accuracy of the costume to the character that you're cosplaying at, costuming as, costume play, right?
I got a sister who does that. Yeah, she just goes
the
out.
rest of this shit that you see now, it's always sexualized. And it's always a business. It's nothing you're doing for the fun or the love of that shit. It's a goddamn business where you get a lot of attention and a lot of validation from guys and can get paid money for that shit.
It's like public stripping, kind of.
It is. It just turned into a longer version of Halloween and exotic erotic ball. That's all it is. Turned into
the same girls you see doing the cosplay like that are the same girls you see at erotica.
Yeah. Instead of being exotic dancers, they're exotic walkers.
Look, there's one that was gotten to this cosplay shit. She's probably in her 40s right now. So she's at least 10 years younger than me, right? So I've known of this person for about 15 years, right? She got into the cosplay shit. Kind of regular ass chick. But she cosplays, everything is always sexy, right? Boobs hanging out and everything, because that's the one thing she did have. A big rack of ribs. Fine. Whatever the fuck, right? Every one of her costumes had to be sexy. She was one of the ones leading the charge against this sexism at San Diego Comic-Con and shit, and women and the cosplayers being safe and all that shit. Now I send Black Bane pictures of this chick every once in a while. Why? To point out a certain thing. This chick is just trying to do porn now, pretty much. She tries to make it classy and do some burlesque, but it's basically some low-key porn shit.
Shocking.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I put it out at. That's why every time I share one of these things with Black Bang, I put it on. That's the caption that I put on her. But she's a cosplayer. She don't like to be objectified. Get the fuck out of here. You just selling your body. And now you own.
But yeah, if it's a guy,
of course.
I have more respect for prostitutes because they never call it anything but what it is. Man, I'm a good hoe. Thank you for admitting it.
For sure.
And at the same time, want to reserve their right to be a tease.
They want to just because if it's a guy they find attractive, all that shit's off the table.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's the thing, Chosen Racer. It's because too many people entertain those women being fake as fuck. Yeah, that's exactly why. That's exactly why. Too many people entertain them doing that shit, and that's why they keep doing it. So if you don't like the shit, stop entertaining it.
Yeah.
It's very fucking simple.
Don't give them likes.
If there was no validation there for them to get, they wouldn't fucking do it.
Yeah, if it was no business into it, they wouldn't do it. And it's like when you get mad about there's some people that's going to sexualize you. I'm pretty sure if I start cosplaying, at some point, some woman and possibly some men are going to sexualize me. It goes with the territory.
It is what it is.
It goes.
I mean, how they're going to sexualize you is suggesting that you take off your shirt or something. You can cosplay every day as Luke Cage. Nobody would give a shit. No. But if you didn't take off your shirt, they'd be upset.
And guess what?
Here's the crazy thing. They're seeing a male stripper.
Yeah, and the sad part is how much. Hold on. There's. Think about it. I'm walking on the beat, and some woman. When I was with the department, I'm walking in full uniform. Some lady sexualized me. Oh, officer, arrest me. I've been bad. It happens. It's like you want to make a whole scene. Oh, well, but it's men, because we already know majority. I'll take Rennie Goddess. Love her content. But when she said that, I was like, come on, stop the bullshit. Because I know right now, most of the people that follow you are men.
Facts.
Men blew you up. Stop it. You got all these little sponsorships from Funimation and all this shit because of men. Women don't. You might have a few women who are loyal to the game, but it's mostly men who blew you up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, stop it.
What's crazy is YouTube.
Go ahead, man.
No, I said what was crazy is like for her, YouTube put her in some of her stream clips into my on my watches. You know what I mean? Like on my front page. Yeah, her algorithm. Like I'm like, what? I don't even know.
Did you watch some shit that's adjacent to her?
No, I didn't even know she was a cosplayer. Like I swear I didn't know she was a cosplayer.
Yeah, because I see her shit on Twitch, and I see even though she has more followers on Twitch, because I guess Twitch is Twitch.
Yeah, I saw her reaction. Like when her reaction videos came up, I was like, "This weird."
All I was going to just say, man, was that I just seen a sexy picture of a nice chick, man. It looked like she was dressed as Raiden. I was like, okay, like a sexy Raiden.
Look, here's my thing on cosplay. I don't mind cosplay. I don't mind sexy chicks. I don't.
I mean,
but call it what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah, call it what it is. Don't try to overhype it. Don't try to undersell it that you ain't doing what the fuck it is you're doing. You're trying to
moralize sexy.
You making a living off of showing as little or as much as your body as you possibly can without actually going full on fucking somebody. That's it. So stop playing it any other way. If any costume you've ever made got your boobies or your ass hanging out, you know what the fuck it is you're doing, okay? We know.
But respect me for me, artisan. I'm a real woman. You can't just talk to me like that.
You respect you for you. I'm not saying everybody got to be buttoned up to their fucking throat. I'm not a prude. But my thing is for reality. Just be real about what the fuck it is you're doing. You know what you're doing. If you teasing dick, you're teasing dick. If a guy is looking at you, a guy is looking at you. Yeah. You put everything out there to be seen. The fuck you upset for? He got eyes? Look, I tell people all the time, I'm looking at this for Stevie Wonder. Okay? He ain't got no eyes. I do. So I'm gonna look at all of God's good works.
Praise.
You can look, but you can't
Yeah,
come near me.
exactly.
So.
Praise and hallelujah. The church say amen.
Amen.
If you're gonna put it all out there to be seen, don't be mad that I'm looking. You feel some kind of way about it, put it away.
Stop being phony.
Yeah.
Yeah, stop being
I
phony.
agree with
Put it
that.
away. And then you never got to be upset about the shit.
But you love that money and that attention.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's the Faustian bargain of it. It's like taking steroids. You got to take what comes with it.
Attention is their god.
Whatever comes with it. That's the thing.
Attention is their water.
Yeah.
Is their air.
Attention is what I'm saying. Like we all want attention, right? But like you know how guys view the juice, the steroids. That's what it is for women. Like that certain once you cross that certain barrier, because there's getting attention, and then there's doing whatever you can to get that attention. Like once you do that, it comes with certain things, and you can't be like, I can't believe that it comes with these sort of side effects. You knew that. You knew that came with this. If
you're an adult,
yeah.
If you are a mature thinking person, you understood that. And since I don't give women an out that they don't understand any of this shit in the world, even though they've grown up through puberty and everything else, you know what the fuck was going to happen. Calm down.
Back.
Calm the fuck down. You know what the fuck was going to happen. You know what this does to dudes.
Yeah.
And nowadays, females, a lot more. So shut up. Like Charles' favorite one, you know the one I'm talking about, Charles, your little Amazed Tico. That bitch is crazy. And I think she's flat out porn now.
I think he talking about Amazed Taco. Yeah, I think you got to think. There's some things she does that's out there,
way out.
And I mean, you got to remember
cosplay.
Some of these shit, and she does some shit because she's short, but she got these enormous titties. And you know what you're doing when you dress like that, and you post it. So here's the thing: you got an OnlyFans. There's a lot of these chicks who love anime and all this other stuff, but have OnlyFans. They may not show everything, but you're showing something to attract, or you're making suggestions. And
you're going in and out, Charles.
I said when I look at Amazed Taco, when she does her shit, I'm like, you can't tell me you showing your titties oiled up and a bra that's 3 sizes too small. You're not trying to attract the male gaze.
That chick look
and
crazy.
They know the angles too.
That chick looked crazy in the face to me. Every time I look at her in her eyes, I said, "This bitch is crazy."
She got a little something over.
Yeah,
and
she
they know the angles too, how to pose.
Well, you learn that taking pictures, but I understand that pictures leads to video, which leads to less clothing, which leads to doing in suggestive poses, which leads to you gonna end up fucking somebody.
Or yourself.
That's the gateway drug. That's the gateway drug to doing porn. And if you don't think so, listen to any porn story of how they got started. Oh, I just started dancing in the club and I posed for some pictures in swimsuits. Yeah. And somebody got you out that shit, huh? Very easy. It happens all the time. It ain't built a new formula. They didn't need to build a better mousetrap. They just kept leaving the mousetrap open. And you bitches kept running into the cheese.
I can't believe I got into this. I can't believe that I'm doing this now. Oh my God.
Yeah, you can. You want to do that.
What you thought the road was going to take you? I mean, you eventually end up there some way.
But what did you think? Was going to happen? If I start doing heroin, eventually I'm gonna lose everything.
If you start doing heroin, you're eventually gonna be doing crack and some other shit.
Yeah.
And eventually you're gonna find yourself taking a shot in the mouth for the next hit. Like, wait a minute, why am I sucking this dick?
Oh yeah, like,
because $20 is $20.
Because $20 is $20 you ain't got, and you still want to get high.
For sure.
You know what do they say? You want a man's butt. You want a man's butt. It's so crazy.
10 more minutes. Go ahead.
It's so crazy when I look at that shit. You can just go on Instagram very easily. I'm pretty sure Bria Miles don't mind if she's a highly attractive woman and don't mind making money doing it.
Nope.
It's just that. Oh my God!
Look, I'm
With
sure
fat
Selma
chicks.
Hayek don't mind making money off of being as beautiful as she is, but you know what? In all this time, I still ain't never seen her nipples.
Nope.
I
Much
still
as you
haven't.
want it.
As much as I might want to, still ain't never seen her nipples. So what's the difference?
Seen her ass though.
Yeah, but you can't miss that shit. Like, God damn.
It's called talent.
You see her ass, but you can't see her nipples though.
I've never seen her nipples. So what makes one thing classy and another thing trash?
You gotta think about it. You got an anime and twerk, but the guys can't watch, so they have to. Like I remember one time at BlurCon, they wanted us to stand guard for the anime and twerk, and the only guys that could come in there were if they were twerking as well. Why are you twerking? I mean, twerking.
Look, I told y'all before, twerking ain't even a male dance. I should not see a dude twerking.
Please,
that shit looks so cringe. That shit bothers me every time I see it. If I see a dude twerking, I'm like, oh my God, look at this bitch.
That's a blasphemy to
I
males.
can't take it seriously. I was like, what happened to masculine dancing? Jesus Christ.
And it's like,
old
okay.
men.
Hell no.
It's like, why are you twerking? Because twerking is a highly sexual, suggestive dance.
Twerking is dick teasing. Why are you doing that as a man?
Like, why? Like, here's the worst part. You want to have a class on anime and twerk with no men. So who the fuck you twerking for? Well, I just shake my ass for myself. Bullshit.
Said by every want to be self-respecting
retarded shit motherfuckers come up with.
But I do this. No, you don't, because you don't wear makeup when you go to sleep. So stop playing with me. You do all that shit for the attention of a dude.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. Just like I said, just admit it for what it is. Just
That's
cop
what I'm
to it
saying.
for what it is. Stop bullshitting. Stop trying to bullshit people that you are not fooling. I know what it is. I know you want attention. That's fine. I understand that. That is a natural reaction of human beings, especially women. To understand. To be the desire or to catch the eye of men. Even men, mostly men, you don't want to fuck. I get it. Fine. Whatever. Just don't be telling me anything else and trying to call me a name because I looked at your ass.
They want to turn it into a virtue.
I didn't spend 2 months making this costume with the titties hanging out. I didn't do that. You did. Now, either you knew when you made this costume with your titties hanging out that people was going to look, or you didn't think nobody out there had eyeballs.
Girl, let me see your titties.
Yeah, well, I just want to know what happened to the days of the honest hoes.
If you don't want me to look at you, I don't want you here, dear. Plain and simple. Then you shouldn't be here. You should have your own cosplay event over here where it's only people in costume. And then everybody else who want to come here and actually buy comics and shit like that can do that. But I shouldn't have to be walking through here averting my eyes every time I see one of you underage ass bitches half naked. I didn't dress you up. I ain't your goddamn daddy. If I was, I'd tell you to take your ass home and put some fucking clothes on. Stop being out here like you trying to proposition to be a prostitute. Because don't think I'm in the hotel rooms after cons.
And guess what? A lot of it. They won't talk about how many sex groups are at cons too, or prostitutes. You know,
trolling for their own con.
Oh yeah,
trolling for their own con. Like, yeah, you know, there's another show coming up in about September.
Yeah, it's called Asgard.
Yeah, it's fucking hell. Yeah, you can come through. Yeah, here's the number to the private club. Stupid asses.
Well, the thing is, they gave everybody a victim output. What they give them the victim out. It's like, well, I'm doing this because of
ain't no fucking
X.
victims.
What is it? You know, I know, but like they
turned everything into a social movement.
Yeah, I'm a victim because they looked at me because I felt some type of way because I just wanted to make myself feel nice when they looked at me, which made me feel dirty. It's like, well, but you can't win against it. They make it so the quote unquote male gaze at any point in time is sinister.
So hold on 1 second, please. Rainfire, what the fuck are you talking about? As of this weekend, I wish I had never seen Johnny Depp's daughter's nipples. I thought they might have been trying to slip a trans gentleman in on me. Why people always want to put this shit in my chat? What are you talking about? One, I ain't know Johnny Depp had a daughter.
Yeah.
Lily Rose. If you saw Nosferatu, she was in that.
Okay. I didn't know he had a daughter, and apparently old enough to be topless in a movie.
She's in her mid-20s, yeah.
Okay. Weird. Why are you putting trans gentlemen in that shit? Like,
Because he has very little titties.
okay.
She's a skinny white woman. Most
Yeah.
don't.
Have you not know? Well, you probably don't because you're in the age group. I will say what I have noticed as a Gen Xer, as the generations have gone on from millennial to alpha, you motherfuckers are a lot smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Like just straight up and down. And I think it's a complex that happens with the females that they don't want to mature into women. So some of these things don't develop. It's like guys just tall and just skinny all over the place, no muscle. Like Charles, you were talking about, I think it was last week, you mentioned like what kid gets weight sets for Christmas anymore.
Yeah, like a lot of these guys, if you compare them to, let's say, about 99, 2000, when I was 17, 18, a lot of these guys who leave high school are small as shit. Like, they're just
all length and height, no muscle. It looks like it's a bunch of
vanilla wafers.
Ethiopians running around this bitch.
Yeah, like, and they trying to, like, if you look at the rappers back then,
malnourished as fuck. Like,
you look at the rappers now, are they really intimidating guys? Like, really, y'all some small motherfuckers.
D'Angelo, he was
12-year-old and probably lost weight. Yeah, but she's in Hollywood too. That's what they push. Look, understand this. This is why I find this shit funny as fuck and disappointing as hell in Hollywood right now. You seen, at least on Disney Plus and Star Wars realms, right? You've seen a couple movies created by females, right? The woman that they put up to be the poster child for this movie, the whole movie, does not look like what you would generally consider a woman. They look like little girls, underdeveloped little girls. But who's the one that actually developed like grown, mature women? The people that aren't the main characters that are in the background. What have I complained about Agatha? That beautiful sister they got in that shit with a nice shapely body. They got her covered up from the neck to her fucking ankles. All these old wrinkled up white bitches with bad skin, they got boobies out and shit, and like, dude, as flat as my granddaughters. What are you doing?
Like, you got to think about it.
These are the ones they put forward. Let me finish. These are the ones they put forward in front of you, and then keep trying to gaslight you into saying, "Isn't she so beautiful? No, she is such this, she is such that." I was like, that looks like a man. The fuck are you talking about? That's not beautiful to me. A woman got some curves to her. If she don't have any curves, to me, that means this is a child. So what are you trying to tell me about these old bitches? Like I mentioned earlier in the stream, Nicole Kidman got a movie out where she getting bucket naked and everything else in it. Do I want to see it? No, because Nicole Kidman ain't been nothing to look at even when she was a young girl. Never was. It was nothing to see.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing. Mm-hmm. So what do I care?
Maybe when she was Chase Meridian, but that was about it.
All that bustier pushed up shit, man. The water brawl is the biggest insult that I've ever seen. Because it made no cleave look like they had something. I was like, that's a fucking insult. That's a trick.
When I first found out about a push-up bra, I was like, for real? That's a thing?
Push-up bras and water bras. I was like, that's a fucking insult, dude. They don't make
Imagine if men had that, like the Wonder jock strap.
Yeah. The fuck out of here.
The push-up boxers?
Yeah.
The Wonder
Wait a minute.
You walking around.
You joking, but in this day and age, you probably do got this shit floating around. All you got is a quick Google search.
It puts your meat forward when in your boxers.
Yeah.
So
No, Rainfire, they don't want to bring back Kat Dennings. You know why? Because Kat Dennings got too much up top. She got too much on the platter.
Hey, boy, she got
too much. Boy, she's not ugly in the face. She's not unintelligent, no matter what her fucking voice sound like. If you read about who she is and where she comes from, that chick is very intelligent. That's why she's making this shit load of money. And she don't have to fuck with Marvel that often.
Yeah.
Because she got her money.
When I first saw Two Broke Girls, I was like,
she shaped like a fucking Jessica Rabbit, for real, without fake implants. Like, holy shit. I'd fuck
Did y'all ever watch Two Broke Girls?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy. That show was funny. Golly, man.
Yeah, that's her show.
Yes.
You did not watch that show for its humor. Stop it.
No, I didn't. I like Kat Dennings. I told you, I like shit.
It was kind of funny sometimes.
I don't give a fuck what color they come in.
It was kind of funny sometimes.
A lot of them too.
Christ.
So, I don't care.
Jesus. Them things was there.
Yeah. Look, just genetic gifts. She didn't control it, but she also didn't hide from it either.
Yeah. She accepted
it. Hide from it. Like, oh,
girl, let me see your titties.
But you remember her role as Darcy, not because she had her titties hanging out.
No.
And not because she had her ass hanging out, because the character was funny.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Funny dialogue. But you remember Scarlett Johansson for what? That tight suit and ass.
Tight ass suit.
Sir.
Why don't you remember Captain Marvel? Because she had no ass. And her ugly ass suit.
Sad.
They had to give her pads.
She got a nice rack up front, but the rest of that shit didn't matter, dude. That board back. That backpack.
That Captain Marvel was not the Carol Danvers that I know and love.
That's what was messed up is the suit covered up what she had up top too. So it was like,
and plus the attitude didn't help her either.
The funky attitude covered up everything she didn't like.
Facts. That shit was burka.
Totally, yeah, that was totally burka with that attitude. Like, you know what? I don't even want to watch your ass. I can't stand to hear your voice now.
Her
that's
weird
another thing.
Turned me off too.
That's another thing. They don't understand. It's like, we'll tolerate certain shit if you have a nice attitude, but when you got a funky ass attitude, we're not putting up with none of that bullshit.
I watched something recently, and it was somebody else's show, and they had asked the question: when did overweight, ugly chicks have the right to have an attitude? Like, it used to be that you had to be nice. They used to be nice.
Oh yeah,
it used to be friendly.
It used to be friendly. Now you got a stank attitude and entitled. You was tripping. I do not live in your delusion.
And you 400 pounds?
Yeah, and you 400 pounds? No, I don't live.
Did you see that BGS stream where that girl that unfortunately faced dark-skinned woman was like, y'all just gonna have to pick us, the overweight ones. Some of y'all don't have a choice. I was like, what? I was like, oh my gosh.
Hold on. She said pick them. Sure thing. As soon as you pick up a fucking set of dumbbells, then we'll talk about picking you.
No, I'll tell you what my older cousin told me. My older cousin told me a long time ago.
Preach.
That ain't no pussy ever got tighter than this here. So I don't gotta choose none of y'all. If it ain't worth picking, I don't have to pick. I don't have to. No, I don't. It's cool. I've had pussy. I'm not 20. I'm not 15. This ain't the first time. It won't be the last time. Whatever.
Some of it when you get into some of it, you could have a 58. Well, fuck it. I'm gonna have me a gay old time. Shit, fuck you. Beat my dick like it owed me money.
You must be gay. Motherfucker.
Why are you gay?
No, I'm not.
Why are you?
But I am happy. I'm not, but I am happy.
Oh, no, yeah, I'm
happy.
Lesbian.
I'm a staunch lesbian and happy about it.
Hey, you don't want what she offering? How dare you? You don't want what she.
Yeah. Well, you're kind of right. It's homo means same, so I'm doing same sex, my own. So, it's
Charles, I've been heard that shit since junior high school.
Hey, it's been a while. He brought that shit back.
So I mean, shit. Like you really think like it's funny. Masturbation is like the ultimate crack because you're forever trying to catch that high. And when you really start to have sex, and you're like, "That's it? She just surfboarding?" And when you really think about it, sex is more predicated on the guy making the motion. All she got to do is just open up legs. Here you go.
Hey,
Wait a
That's
minute.
what
I think
it
about
says more
those.
about her than it is you.
Hold on. We can't all talk at the same time because I can't hear you, and I don't like hearing that shit coming through the speaker like that. It fucking hurts my ears. So Beasley and then Matt. Go ahead.
That's when you think about it, Charles. That's what the whole Don John movie was about with Joseph Gordon-Levitt. You know, where he had more pleasure basically watching the porn and pleasuring himself than he did with an actual woman. And he had to kind of towards the end, you know, when he met Julianne Moore, he kind of had to like, hey, you know what? Actually, the real thing actually is a little bit better. But with her, I don't understand that part. But other than that, but that was what that movie was about. It touched on.
Well, it touched on it. Just to respond to that, it touched on two things: the plight of your millennial dealing with women, and an old bitch wanting to be validated. Because Julianne Moore, she's not an ugly woman, but she ain't never been a hot chick. But because she was in Boogie Nights and some other stuff, they always try to make her hot. She's not hot. No matter how many times you put her in a movie trying to fuck somebody, she is not hot. I don't see anybody fucking her any kind of way but missionary. And out of requirements. So you can forget that shit. Just saying. Go ahead, Matt.
No, yeah, I was. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, it's like, yeah, so sex, bro. When you first do it, it's like, wow, this is great, and then you learn. It's like, okay, cool. For your first couple of times, that's nice. I'm glad you feel good. Now, motherfucker, it's your turn to put it in work. What do you mean?
Exactly.
I had the pleasure of being inducted into my manhood by an older woman. She was like, boy, she was 12 years older than me.
Yeah, it's Mrs. Robinson. That is Mrs. Robinson.
Hey.
This is what 50 Shades of Grey stories are made of. This is what 50 Shades of Grey stories are made of. What, she called you? She got you? You got disconnected.
Mrs. Jones.
No. You ever read the 50 Shades of Grey stories? Christian Grey was turned out by his adopted mother's friend, which was named Mrs. Robinson, an older rich woman, that turned him into her sub. She was his dom. And so she taught him all of that shit that he was using on Anastasia. She was the one who taught him that shit. And they were still in business together. They was friends. And that was part of when Anastasia met Mrs. Robinson. She had an issue with her because she knew who she was. It's like, yeah.
Yo, did they cover that in the movie? Because I forgot.
Yeah, they did. It was Kim Basinger. That was the funny part about it. That was Kim Basinger's character in the movie. That was her. And it's just because that's the link into reading the 9.5 Weeks novel, right? That Kim Basinger played that character in 9.5 Weeks. And 50 Shades of Grey is nothing but a copy of 9.5 Weeks. Just taken a little bit further. That's it. That's all it is. It's a remake. But you got to read books to figure that shit out.
What you mean read, nigga? Why do I gotta read?
READ.
Put it in the book.
Matt, you got cut off. You got disconnected when you was going into it. So I thought your elder woman who turned you out cut the connection.
Snatched your ass off this connection.
Yeah, snatch your ass off. What the fuck you doing? Tell my secret.
You got work to do. Not gonna lick yourself.
My man Matt. Matt's a licensed gigolo.
Oh damn! Fuck you.
Licensed gigolo.
Boombot.
Now, what's crazy is I'm a massage therapist. That's my day job.
Oh, you motherfucker!
Shit. Oh snap!
No, chill out, y'all. All right.
Hold on, he like the episode of Alan on 2.5 Men where he met the chick. He was a chiropractor.
Licensed massage therapist by day.
I applaud you, sir. You pull out a flat cushion piece, and women get up there half naked and let you massage all over them. I applaud you.
No.
What's
You
your
went
after hours
gynecologist
special?
and got you.
Nah,
Come
I
on,
don't.
man.
After
You
hours,
gotta say
nothing.
it.
Now,
While
have I
somebody
gotten
talking on
some
you,
looks? Oh, yes. I don't. I don't play that game because my thing is, ain't no pussy worth my license or my freedom. Because I could lose my license and or go to jail for that shit. So it's
yeah,
not worth
yeah,
it. So
yeah. You
that's
could,
funny, but
you
I'm not.
could,
I don't play that. I don't play
you
those games.
could if one or two things happen. Somebody else told,
Yeah.
or the bitch didn't want you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd probably still have your license and all
But
that
if
shit.
I'm doing it, but if
And
I'm
more
doing it multiple
clients.
times, yeah. But if I'm doing it multiple times though, I'm like, oh yeah, where was you at? Oh yeah, I was. Because
Look, when they talk about them sexual massage places getting shut down, you notice they always talk about the places that give men happy endings, right? What they never talk
Ain't
about is
talk
the
about
oh
no
places
yeah,
women.
where
oh
the
no,
chicks in there getting happy endings.
true,
They never talk about that
true.
one. Never, because it's
Because men,
easier to demonize the man than it is to go after the whole industry.
Yeah, facts.
Oh, they just popped
You in
one here in
there,
Houston the other
you
day.
in there giving her a little auto massage, a little mix master ice on her. I don't think she's saying shit. I'm just saying. I'm not telling you to do that shit. I'm just
No,
saying.
no. It's
I don't
again,
think
it's not worth
I
it.
don't think that'd be
Yeah,
an insult. I
because
think
if she
well, you
feel
got to
no
as
talk,
long as he does his good job at night, licensed gigolo, he'll be okay.
chill.
She put on a that she put on like a storm light in the sky. You just see a
Hey,
dick and balls hanging over. Dun, 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 dun,
the
dun.
enhanced boxers on.
Motherfucker got like a dick jet going
right.
through the sky. Jet.
I gotta go. They calling me.
Gotham needs me.
It's like Michael Keaton and when he's sitting in the
City,
house.
Shit.
I will not fail this city.
What's your theme music?
Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
Careless Whisper, George Michael.
You know, he looking like after he gets finished with his 3 or 4 or 5 clients, he looking like Superman in that new trailer. Like he got like he got a
Take me
hold of some
home,
bad
Crypto.
weed or some shit.
Take me home,
Gotta get the
Crypto.
sweat rag from John P. Key sweat.
Gotta
he's
get
he's
on
like
your own, girl.
No, man.
he's
Hey,
like and then he's like
Nah, hey,
he's
come on,
waving his
Artisan.
cape.
Say it. Say
He's
it,
waving
Artisan.
his
You got
cape.
it.
hold on. I'm sorry to do this, but I gotta be able to talk on my own show. Look, that puts a different spin on that get off on your own girl shit. You being a masseuse. Don't you ever play that shit while your clients is in there. I'll be sure to come up.
I don't. Yeah, certain songs I don't play.
I bet you
Certain
don't.
songs you don't play.
I bet you don't.
Yeah. Now the thing is, I have been given like the eye, or like, oh my god, you're the only, especially like the single moms or like the newly divorced moms, where oh my gosh,
shit.
you're the only man. Yeah, like I haven't been talked to by an adult in a long time. I'm like, so I have to play. No. See, I have to play. I gotta play goofy.
Yeah, if you believe that it was absolutely plausible in a movie that a dude got thrown out a window because he gave a woman a foot massage. What do you think is happening when you on her neck and shoulders and back? And come on, man. You be sending them chicks home hot and bothered. That's why I'm just clapping. Like, I'm not ashamed. Ashamed of you. It's the business. It's the business. But
I don't
goddamn,
play.
man,
I don't play those games. It's just because it's
don't ask, don't tell. Oh, that's okay. You ain't got to tell me. I got information.
We know your mind's telling you no, but the body's saying
your secret safe. Your secret identity is safe of me, Gigolo man.
we know.
For the whole internet to see. Yeah, it's safe. It's safe. Sure.
I'm not saying anything, Gigolo man. Carry on. I've given massages that got me pussy. Come on, man.
Yeah. Like, oh my god, you a massage therapist? Can you massage me? Okay,
Yeah.
now, man. What do you mean? What do you mean? Now, would you want me to you want me to massage you, or you want me to
Hey, I
massage
played that
you?
role many a time.
To massage.
Yeah, like you want me to come to your crib at 11:30 at night, ma'am.
Yeah, she want an internal massage.
Yeah, like what you mean?
Vampire
Like,
hours, homie.
I can't believe we did that. What you mean you can't believe we did that?
Mm-hmm.
What?
You
was in your bed.
If you don't come with 5 inches or less,
Anyway.
Anyway, that's
Oh my god.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh man. He
He
says
said,
I like to put it in order for the quarter pounder.
as
Oh
long as
man.
you repeat cuss.
Oh my gosh.
I like mine extra dark.
This is the
Fuck you.
time.
How'd you know?
This is the one time a motherfucker is ashamed of telling people what he did for a living. Like, God,
That's crazy.
How did I tell these niggas this shit?
I don't see
I'm
the
going
thing
away.
is, and there's no good way to explain what I do. What I tell people, what I touch people for money. There's no good way to explain my job.
Look, I've
So
told
basically, when it comes to
told people before to be funny. I told them I sold porn before because the comic shop had hentai in it,
Oh
which is
shit.
technically porn.
Hey,
I told them, like, what do you do? I sell porn. Stop a conversation I don't want to have. I can tell you that much.
Or you could do like a drug dealer. What do you do for a living? I sell cocaine and cocaine accessories.
Oh, you're so funny. You're hilarious. What do you really do? I'm in distribution. Oh, merchandise. Logistic merchandise.
I handcuff people and sometimes I beat it with a stick.
I mean,
What?
what happens if they don't pay? Well, we have our collections department. That's Rocco and Buggy.
Rocco
to
and
make
Buggy.
sure we get our money. Collections.
Our motto is
You give them them untouchables ass names that you gave.
Yep.
Buggy
Yep.
and Rocco.
So it forms an image in your head of some motherfucker with some big ass arms like
Hell
Charles.
yeah.
Like,
Hell
Rocco
yeah.
don't sound like nothing but a leg breaker.
like,
Yes.
all you gotta
Buggy
do is
sound
hear
like you
this.
got a trigger finger.
He got a
All
he
you
got a
gotta hear
gun in his back pocket.
all you gotta do is hear this at the door. Who's that? Hired goons.
Who that did? Don't worry about it.
Goes for hire. So final thoughts. I'm way over how much time I had left on this StreamYard shit, but it's a 7-hour stream and the chat stopped except for Rainfire. I do appreciate Rainfire being in there because he always got some funny shit to say.
Facts.
Still tripping
It's
on
hilarious.
this trans gentleman shit, but if I use that, I will give you credit for it.
He's like, I'm good for it.
I'm good for it. Nah, I believe in giving credit, man. But appreciate you. I think I did. No, I didn't make. No, I did because I forgot Beastly on here. Sorry about that, Beastly. I was one away from making a goal, so it is what it is.
oh damn, I was trying to help.
You did help. I think I got everybody. Yeah, I did get everybody. It was just one away. So
Take my ticket for a free massage.
Oh
no, and no.
I'm not giving it.
No massages. No. I'm still waiting to find a woman who can massage me worth a fuck. Obviously, shout out to the angry man because he said this shit before about women don't improve, men do. Because men will learn how to do massages. I have not met a woman yet who loves massages who know how to do one. None. Not one. And I'm not saying that to be. It's not disparaging of them. It just points out a discrepancy in y'all don't learn how to do shit really. Very easy. Things were done for you. It's like related to Charles. It's like being Superman. You've been strong forever. You've never had to develop fighting skills.
Yeah.
Then have to develop fighting skills because you have to get your smell game, your massage game, your foreplay game, your sex game, your stroke game. You have to get all of that shit right. The rest of y'all get to be surfboarded.
Surfboard.
Lay there and open up. Like, oh man.
You gotta learn that shit quick too.
Christians with more personality than that. That's the easiest part of the damn job. Oh yeah, last time. How many marathons have you ran?
Like shit. You came too fast. You came too late.
You lift me up.
Like Patrice O'Neal said.
I'm not a power lifter. Do you see me in the Olympics?
You anything over 180? Come on now. Unless you in a gym.
You can't even hold yourself up on your own arms. Come on, man. What the
hey, Charles.
Like that.
You done a Zercher front squat, haven't you?
No.
You haven't done a Zercher? Where you put the bar in between your elbows and then you squat down with it?
No.
You never done that? You can imagine how tough that is, though, right?
That shit hurts.
Yeah. And you talking about, ma'am, you are 185 pounds. and you want me to pick you up.
I had a chick tell me to pick me
50
up.
times in the heat of passion.
Right.
And still work your abdominals and everything else and be stabbed. Like, get the fuck. Y'all don't understand what go into this shit. I got a lot of expectations for a lot of deposits for a little return.
Yes, they open up and it feels good. It's like that's what it is, and he's like, that's a lot of work.
Motherfucker doing all that shit, you need to give him a medal, or like BGS says, you need to be paying. You need to be paying for that shit because that motherfucker got to pay his gym membership to keep his ass in shape, to be lifting your ass up and throwing you around the room like it's a wrestling match. Yeah. You need to be paying his gym membership, or at least
at least donate the good. At least donate the good dick or us.
Yeah,
I know, right?
Yeah,
exactly. And I always feel like Patrice O'Neal. Patrice O'Neal said it best, man. Why should I love you? Because I'm charming.
Yeah,
I'm the funny one. I'm the intellectual one.
Yeah.
I'm the charming one. What do
you
you do?
He all of that shit. What does he do?
Everything.
That's what she does. Is she cute? Yeah, she cute.
Yeah.
Damn, is she fine? Is she a dime? Nigga, I don't want a dime. That's a headache. I've had close enough to a dime where I understand I don't want a 10. If I had a 9, I don't want a 10. I couldn't take that shit. I'd go to jail. It'd be a problem. I'm serious. It'd be a problem, man. It'd be a problem because that motherfucker would be on my goddamn nerves.
All the time.
And I like peace too much. I like too much peace.
Stupid shit that she would say and do was just enough alone. Learning that shit early in high school when dealing with chicks that were hot. And I remember this one girl, I actually still talk to her to this day. I remember having to help her in 3 fucking class periods in math, science, and fucking English class. And I had to help her. And I was like, God, you're so pretty, but you're so damn stupid. That's me. But it's the truth. I'm having to help you in 3 class periods.
I'm talking about out in the world as an adult. That shit was a fucking headache.
Yep.
Oh,
the least we can help you in biology.
We can cool. But relationship wise, that shit was a pain in the fucking ass. Because this is one of these motherfuckers that even niggas that had chicks, they got chicks and wives and stuff like that. That motherfucker come around, they looking and hawking and think they want to throw in their bid. Like, nigga, I keep doing that shit. I will fuck your wife.
I'm gonna fuck you. I fuck your bitch. Didn't take money.
That shit was a headache. It was a headache. I wasn't built to be dealing with that kind of shit because I like too much peace. I don't like drama. I don't like a bunch of fucking drama, and I'm not about to be going back and forth with people all the time about shit like that. It was a fucking headache. So yeah, it was good for a ride, not for the long drive.
God damn. God damn.
Hard, nigga.
Cross country.
I picked up the massage technique book at Goodwill when I was 23 for $3, and that was it was a good investment. I learned that shit when I was a teenager. That massage shit. Yes.
I've always been good at it. But
there's another book that you can get if y'all. It's not sex talk. This is still geek talk. But there's a book that you guys can get that will fuck your world up. And as you read it, if you don't read, I don't need to even show you the damn book. But I'll just say, look up your sexual reflexology. It's a Chinese book.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you some shit. It'll fuck women up too.
Boy, all right. I can see why you gotten.
What's that? See,
is it better than the Kama Sutra?
It's different.
Less pictures, more words.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, less pictures, more words. And I would say the reflexology is more about shit you can do to people that make them think about you. And it's not even sexual. It's not even sexual.
You a dangerous man now, Artisan.
It's fun. I use my power, my talents for good.
By the power of light skinism.
Not fucking light skin.
By the power of red bone.
By the power of red bone.
Never
light skin. Light skin. I have the good hair. I have the good hair.
The power, but the power of Redbone is funny as fuck though.
Power of Redbone.
So,
Every time I
know.
use it, I will give you credit.
every time you see in the background, you see a bear rug and some candle lights.
The next time I see a fine light skinned chick, I'm like, God damn, by the power of Redbone, she
Hey,
shout out to Faulkner. Yeah, damn.
God damn. Ah, shit. Just call me Battle Cat so you can rob me, bitch.
You ain't doing no work in bed until you have a thick Southern girl hanging off your body like a sloth on a limb. No.
See, if y'all from the South,
I don't want to do that kind of work, man. I'm
no.
old now.
Well, shit, Artisan, that's the type of chicks I gotta deal with.
It sound like you got into a Greco-Roman wrestling match with a sumo wrestler. Like,
South. Where's Ray? You know what? If she's that big, where's my boy Ray? Ray likes them big backs. Arr, there she blows.
Don't you dare! Don't you?
No, we ain't talking about the
Hey, you made Ray come out of
I knew he was gone. He was going to go there. No, you skippy olive oil loving ass nigga.
Arr, Ahab, you chasing your white whale?
You like your white women?
Over exaggerating.
Oh no, exaggerating. The only thing exaggerating is her mirror. Shit.
That waistline. Don't exaggerated.
How she got a 70-inch mirror? God damn, that's a big bitch, man.
That part said I found a bad examination of the Kama Sutra translated from German when I was 11, and it was in the library. I still walked away with some gems. Yeah,
in the library.
Yeah, that's what libraries are good for. You can read all kind of shit in the library, all kinds of stuff, because they just put it in there because your librarian was usually
a freak.
Old freak, and she would want that in there. She would campaign for it to be in there because it was educational. So you can look up all kind of weird shit, like looking up anatomy and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, anatomy books. Yeah, that definitely. You're right.
Shit, The Joy of Sex has been around for how long? You can still find that book in publication.
I learned how to do 4 different chokeholds thanks to my local library.
Local library, throwing knives, throwing ninja stars, making weapons and shit. Dude, you can learn a lot of stuff from the library and books if you ever had to use it. And that's how we did our research back in the day. Wasn't Google. We had to go look through some shit, read a couple.
Like nigga, like if you ain't had to do a bibliography card, I don't feel your pain, nigga.
Yeah, I don't feel your pain.
Oh my god! Did you just say a bibliography card?
Bibliography. Yes.
Oh my god!
I know.
Still
Stop it.
You ain't gonna blame me with page plagiarism.
Never. You need your bibliography and you need your references.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I still got the paper wrong.
You still got the paper wrong. Yeah, too much. All the research shit killed you.
Fellas, I'm gonna say this. I never knew that they stopped doing term papers the way they used to. I remember I was in English 4 in the 11th grade with none but seniors. I was the only motherfucker to put their paper in. And it was funny because that was the same day as my junior prom. So I didn't go to school. I just went to drop the shit off and then go to the barber shop. And the teacher was like, you know what? She was a sweet old lady, but she kind of cussed it. She's like, it's a goddamn shame that you guys are seniors. He's the youngest person in this class and a junior. And he's the only goddamn person to turn his paper in. And everybody looked at me. I said, sorry, sucks for you. I'm out. Middle fingers.
Middle fingers for all. Take one. Anyway, final thoughts, fellas. Hate to get out of here, but I've been on here long enough. I need to get my ass up and actually shake off all of this alcohol I drink.
Shit, I'm about to start.
Damn, you done went through another bottle of Winter Jack, Artisan?
Yes.
Winter it's coming.
I'm already on some 420 on y'all motherfuckers.
Winter has come. Yeah, winter has come.
And depending on if she come over, so shall she.
Yeah.
Yep. So I got to buy one more bottle. This bottle's almost done. I have to buy another bottle because that's going to be the one I save till next year around this time to drink on. So I need one for
Buy
this.
one for new. Buy two of them, and one for New Year's. So
Yep.
something to sip on.
Nope. New Year's is going to be all brown bourbon. It's all brown bourbon for New Year's. It's Maker's
Pretty
Mark.
brown, driving
Yes,
me
sir. What is
wild.
it?
Maker's Mark is my New Year's drink.
Oh, you a Maker's Mark guy? Hell yeah.
I'm a whiskey bourbon guy, so I will drink that shit.
Hell yeah.
It will go down. It will go the fuck down. I still got Sinatra to drink. I have that bottle of Makers that I have not drank, and some Old Forester, and then I still have that peanut butter whiskey. So I got plenty of brown to get through, and I got a bottle of Bacardi and orange juice, so I can have Jamaican Christmas.
He ready to party.
That motherfucker about to get shit faced.
No, I never get shit faced. I will get a buzz. I will not get shit faced. But I don't. To me, it's not even too old. I was doing that when I was in my 20s. I just don't drink to be out of control. I drink to relax. I don't drink to be out of control. Like my uncle used to tell me like, oh, what's the point of drinking if you don't get drunk? Nigga, I don't need to be drunk. I don't like being drunk. I don't even like that feeling. Throwing up and shit. Hell no. World spinning. Oh hell, I don't like that.
Or not remembering where you did the previous night.
Yeah, like I told my daughter, you don't need to be drinking to where you can't be responsible for yourself, and you don't know what the hell is going on with you. Hell no. Do you know? I've seen people get some of the most hellacious ass whoopings out places because they drunk and can't even defend themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Hell no.
Fuck that.
No.
That's why I smoke. Fuck that shit.
I'm gonna practice my martial arts on this drunk motherfucker. Hey.
Yeah. Hell no. Turn into a whole meat bag, nigga. No. Hell no. Nope. So I don't drink to get drunk. I've done my own security too many times where I'm around drunk people. I don't like drunk people. I really don't. I don't like people who will get that damn drunk and expect everybody else to be responsible for them. Fuck you. I'm not
babysitting.
Yeah, I'm not your babysitter. I hate that shit. So I don't get drunk. I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people that need to be fucking drunk. I will get a nice buzz going on. It will get a little bit over a buzz. When I feel like I've had enough, I'm done. You can't force me to have another drink. I'm cool.
Peanut butter whiskey. Ooh, man, peanut butter whiskey sounds like that just sounds like an interesting combination. Like I don't know if I'm gonna be constipated or if I'm gonna be really shitty.
I'm gonna be full. I'm gonna be full and
or the least you could do is fart to tune to the fucking prices right.
Yeah, I'm drinking this for George Carver.
Get the ponytail.
Excuse me. So, final thoughts for you guys since this is the last stream of the year. Pull the 8 out.
Smoke weed every day.
I could ask you guys. This will be funny, but I think it'll end up being a repeat because it'll take too damn long. But I'm still debating on doing the best and worst of 2024. But each one of you go around and tell me what is either the best thing you've seen this year, television or movie, or the worst thing you've seen this year, television or movie.
I'll go first.
Who's going first? Beastly? Okay, Beastly's first.
Best thing, fucking Deadpool and Wolverine. Best thing this year that we got was Deadpool and Wolverine.
What's the worst?
Oh, the worst? Shit. Where do we begin? The fucking Acolyte. like off the top, the Acolyte.
No shit. That's gonna be near the top of everybody's list this year. I'm telling you. Like, no mistake about it. It's gonna be at the top of the list. Who's next?
The worst thing I've seen? I was raised in a middle class family.
Oh man, come
What?
on now.
Don't do that.
Oh no.
What the fuck was that? Did I miss something good?
God.
That
Oh,
was
you
very, the worst thing I saw on TV was that shit.
What was it?
Talking about Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Oh my fucking god! Oh, yeah, I was missing that show a lot.
You get it now. You get it now.
Yeah, I was trying to miss that show a lot. I was
And that
not
was the
watching.
worst
couldn't.
thing I saw on television, internet, whatever. The best thing I've seen.
Why? We celebrated Kwanzaa, and so I'm like, bitch.
And Hanukkah. We're Hanukkah. What? Kwanzaa and Hanukkah.
Christmas, what a Hansmas.
Shalom, greetings, my brother. The best thing, some of the best shit I've seen this year. All the good anime I've been catching up on, like
best
one. like Windbreakers, Kaiju number 8, and
Oh yeah, Kaiju number 8.
See, now you just named a bunch of shit. You're supposed to name one thing.
Well, I'll just put it in a group. Some of the best anime I've seen, but if you're looking for a live action show, The Penguin.
Okay. Yeah, it could have been from a series or a movie, but yes, I agree. Penguin was one of the best of this year, of 2024. That's one of the best things they was produced this year, or gestated in the year. I agree.
Yeah.
Who next?
All right. Well, one of the best things I liked was X-Men 84. 94? X-Men 94. 97. Yeah. Dang, Jesus. Boy,
good pick.
Yeah, X-Men 80s, 97. And then worst, boy, Venom: The Last Dance.
Damn.
Wow, really? I didn't even see that shit yet.
You can watch it. Watch it.
I would watch it, but like I didn't see it. I heard people didn't like it very much.
It is a film that they've shot.
It was shot on.
It was a film that was shot on film digitally, and people acted in it. So yeah,
it was a movie.
It was a movie. It was a film that I went to pay my money to see.
It was released in theaters. Like
yeah,
they actually spent money to film that.
Yeah.
How well it did? Yeah. So that was Matt. What you got, Ray? Best thing or worst thing you've seen in 2024?
Well, the worst thing I've seen was Agatha All Along.
Yeah.
You can hear the disappointment in his voice.
Oh,
Down to Down?
Down to Down was the best thing?
Yeah, Down to Down. That was because that boy went in that tunnel and got his balls eaten by a demon and struggling now trying to get it back. That's crazy.
See, I told you like violence.
Yeah. I would have told you that. He doesn't like violence. That's why he's a Baki fan.
That's fine. That's fine.
I mean, that's fine.
Yeah. I wish I could snatch all of y'all up, man, real quick, man. I have a sparring match with all of y'all.
Oh, here we go.
I wish I could.
Here we go. Damn, I saw a lot of movies this year, and a lot of them that I did not see was hits this year. The best thing that I've seen this year, I could put Deadpool and Wolverine or Penguin at the top spot, but I see them as two different things. Because Deadpool and Wolverine worked off the fact that you have these characters coming together and it's the end of a universe. But Penguin was just a good show that was a spinoff because it was a show and developed over eight episodes and not 2 hours. So most recent thing, since we were talking about that before with Charles, the Penguin would be the best thing that I've seen all year. And since I'm watching a lot of shit, a lot of it I end up reviewing for you guys. That's a lot of damn television or streaming shows and movies. And that was the best thing that stood out. The worst thing, I'm giving it to the Acolyte, and I don't even want to think about it because of the emotional fucking toll it took on me to watch that shit, to get through it. That was the worst. But I'm sitting here looking at my list, and this is my list of notes from movies that I went to see this year. And I forgot some of this shit even came out in 2024. Like, here's the list real quick, right? Wicked, Joker 2, Beetlejuice 2, Deadpool Wolverine, Bad Boys 4, Furiosa, Civil War, not the animated, not the Marvel MCU Civil War, that fucking political Civil War movie.
Kirsten Dunst is in, yeah.
Yeah, Kirsten Dunst. Godzilla versus Kong, Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, Dune Part 2, Madam Web, One Love, the Bob Marley movie, Book of Clarence, The Beekeeper, Aquaman. No, that wasn't Aquaman 2. It was last year. That was Frozen Empire. Fucking Wonka, The Boy and the Heron, Godzilla -1, Next Goal Wins, Napoleon, Hunger Games. I think that was last year. Marvels was last year too. I've seen a lot of goddamn movies. Yeah, I've seen a lot of goddamn movies this year, and a couple of them that I wanted to see, I didn't go see. I didn't go see The Crow, even though I'm a fan of The Crow. I haven't seen Venom yet, which I'm a fan of Venom, so I haven't seen that one yet. And there was one other one, the third one that came out recently that I wanted to see. I said I haven't going to see that motherfucker either. And each one of those have been labeled as equal parts shit and a waste of time to go see. Ouch.
That list was everything that you've seen? Was that list of stuff that you've seen, or just in
general? That was the list of movies. Yeah. That was just a list of movies that I've seen, because that's when I write the notes in my phone. When I go to the movies, I make my notes and I put the date on it. So that was just a list of movies I've seen for this year. That's it. I forgot The Beekeeper actually came out this year. I don't feel bad. It's a lot of shit. I've seen a lot of shit.
No, I was gonna say, don't feel bad about not seeing shit, you know what I mean, that you're a fan of, you know, that you haven't seen yet, because there's a bunch of shit I haven't seen, you know, that I'm a fan of.
No, I don't feel bad about it. It just is what it is. Like, I just heard it was not that damn good, and in some ways I'm probably lucky that I didn't go see it, because then y'all didn't have to hear me bitching about how bad I might have thought it was. Because that's exactly what would have happened.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that movie you said you seen, Furiosa? How was that?
I don't like it. I'm done with apocalyptic, it's all white folks left and no minority movies. I'm done with that shit. I'm done with the white boy fantasies. To me, that's all it is. It's a fantasy where everything has been destroyed. It's a post-apocalyptic world. Everything's been destroyed. It's only white folks left. And then they get to act as barbarous as they ever did in history. I don't give a shit. There is no draw for me for that shit, unless I'm just one of these people that really just get off on violence. I don't give a shit. And I watched that movie and was irritated and mad about that shit. Like, what am I watching this shit for? This is not so they can get it, so they can just be all white folks into all kind of perversion and not adultery, but pedophilia and weird shit like that. Why am I watching this shit? It made me go back and watch all the Mad Max movies all over again to see that this shit don't even belong at the end of this. This shit don't even belong at the end of this. Fuck this, what he did. Like, I'm done with it. I'm just done with that genre of movie. I am. I'm just done with it. It's nothing for me. I'm good. I'll keep to the original Mad Maxes. Fury Road was all right, but the rest of it, you can have this new shit. Fuck it. It's pointless. It's pointless.
My boy said he went back to Thunderdome.
I did. Went back further than Thunderdome. I went back to Mad Max. I went back to the first movie in the 70s, watching that one. That wasn't all apocalyptic yet. It looked like it, but there's a lot of grass around and a lot of shit happening. To find out how Mel Gibson's Max ended up being crazy anyway, because he ran over his fucking kids and his wife. How the story started, where it got to get to this shit in this movie. Like, this is fucking stupid, dude. This is just dumb. This is just. Look, I'm frustrated even trying to talk about how stupid this shit is. After actually going through it, sitting through that goddamn movie, watching it, said, what is everybody excited about? This is garbage. Am I missing something? And that's what I did. I said, I must be missing something. So then I went back and watched the original Mad Max movies. This shit ain't got nothing to do with the rest of that. Nothing. It's just a repeat and giving people what they wanted. You might as well have made Death Race 2025. Because that's all they into it for. I'm like, oh man, I don't have that kind of fantasy. Sorry, I wasn't born white.
You know, it's just like that purge shit. Like, do y'all really want that shit?
I hate those movies. I remember when the first one came out, and I was like my first time in college, and we got into a whole debate about that, having that around. And one guy was like, yeah, we could. I was like, no, you wouldn't. I said, the point of my whole argument, I said, bro, no matter how, doesn't matter how much you prepare for it, you cannot factor in that there are going to be times when the shit's not going to go according to plan, and you're going to be stuck out there. And that's why I was so glad when they came out with at least the sequel, where it showed the situation where they gave you a scenario where people were trying to make it home and their fucking car died on them. And I was like, and I said, and when they came out with that, and I remember I saw me, I said, that is what I'm talking about. You cannot prepare for all the scenarios. That's why I say it wouldn't be a good idea to have that.
It wouldn't be a good idea to have that because your society would just go to shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's already bad enough with enough crime we got now. Like, to give them that type of shit. Oh,
24-hour hall pass.
Yeah.
And my whole thing is it wouldn't stay at just one whole day. I said you're going to have people that are going to want to do it more than just one night.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't have a clock. I didn't know what time it was. Motherfucker, the time is up. You heard the siren. What the fuck you doing out here? I got 10 more minutes. No, you don't.
No, so you don't see all these squad cars out here?
It's over, motherfucker. We out here to clean up the bodies. Anyway, but yeah, I'm done with post-apocalyptic, them fantasies like that. I don't have them kind of fantasies. It's never been a time that I thought about it'd be hella cool and stuff like that. You got women subjugated and turned into just breeding stock. You got weak dudes all over the place. The dudes that ain't weak is actually preying on everybody. It's just barbarism. And when I look at it, when I was watching Furiosa, it made me think of, isn't this what it was supposed to be like in the Dark Ages? This is just modern medieval Dark Ages shit, where they're just being barbarians. That's it. And it's supposed to be cool. It ain't cool for me. Where the black folks at? Where the Asians? Where the Latinos?
You think
none of them survived? Oh my God! So they just wiped out everybody?
So you telling me the people that survived slavery, survived Jim Crow, survived the civil rights and the crack epidemic can't survive
cannot survive the apocalypse, apparently.
Unless it's The Last of Us,
Yeah, that's what they meant.
That shit.
No, you couldn't survive. I was like, I don't want to see that shit. I mean, at least Gene Roddenberry, when he gave me visions of the future, at least there was still some black folks there. There was some of everybody still there. That's why
some new motherfuckers.
Yes, that's why I like sci-fi being hopeful and looking forward, because this post-apocalyptic shit that everybody wants to run to, all they want to do every time is all the minorities is gone. It's just a white folks fantasy.
It's also
why am I into that
too.
I'm not into it.
I can't stand
Walking
it.
Dead.
I can't stand it.
Yeah, that's just me. Like I'm saying, it's just me. I don't. I don't fault anybody else for enjoying the shit. I will just ask you, what do you enjoy about it? Because I'm trying to understand you, what you like about the shit. I don't find myself enjoying that anymore. I don't. Not to say I ever really did. That's why I watched all the Mad Maxes again, because I saw them when I was young, and maybe in my 12, 13, whatever. Thunderdome came out. Going back and watching it now as an adult, that shit is lame as fuck. It's lame as shit. It's nothing I could see myself really being gravitated to. Like, oh, it's awesome. Maybe it was awesome for the time. I lived through that time. It's not a distant memory for me. Yeah, it was a big deal back in that time. For what reason, I really can't point to it. Outside of the fact that it was different than the time we was living in. But right now, this should look like Trump. I'm not interested. I'm not interested.
Yeah.
I recognize it's a classic. Cool, it's a classic. I'm not interested in watching anything else in that universe anymore. That's a genre I can throw away.
Me
I
personally,
will be looking for the last of season 2, but not because I played the fucking game, just because the show is interesting. And I'm not looking to see zombies show up. No, I'm looking to see how these people are fucking surviving and dealing with each other. That's what I watched Walking Dead for, not for the fucking zombies. That's what got me to watch Walking Dead, because it wasn't all about the goddamn zombies. It was about people surviving this shit and how people get fucked up with each other, even after surviving what should be the death of them, how goofy they can act.
I think the only two post-apocalyptic
working
things
together.
that I really
Exactly. Instead of working together.
Yeah.
They fall into fucking cliques and kill each other.
Yep. The only two really post-apocalyptic.
That's what I was saying. Like
that I got into.
Let Beastly Nerd finish. I can't hear both people at the same time. Go ahead, Beastly.
Yeah. The only two post-apocalyptic things I got into that I actually like, because I'm not a big fan of any of the post-apocalyptic. I mean, outside of the Terminator movies, that's about it. The only ones that I really liked was Reign of Fire, because it showed the world not being destroyed by fucking dragons, which is something nobody did. When they did a post-apocalyptic, they always showed it either being by nuclear holocaust or fucking zombies or machines. That movie, they gave you dragons. Dragons destroyed everything. And then the other one was the show Into the Badlands, because it didn't have necessarily zombies, but it showed the world where they had to rely, outside of guns, they had to rely on martial arts skills and weapons, and with the clipper and everything. My main man, Sonny.
Yeah. Into the Badlands was good, because you have to rely on what you usually are reduced to in those times. Your hands, your feet, your actual skills. Not tech, not mech. But you go ahead, Ray. What were you trying to say?
I was saying shit. I get into some zombie flicks and all that shit, and certain video games, such as like a little bit of Call of Duty, Resident Evil. I play like Resident Evil 4 and 5 and 6. Yeah, but that was as far as I got. I didn't really get too far into it. It got redundant to me, over time, and especially with The Walking Dead. Like I seen that, for what I've seen, I was like, yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people say they like it because the entanglements with the relationships of the people, in the show and shit, and how they're trying to survive while also trying to navigate these people who are super territorial and shit. So, and dealing with these 1995 looking zombies. So I was like, yeah, I started to fall asleep, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. Because just after me seeing like zombies who are like more upgraded, like they'll run after you kind of shit.
That was when I got to meet Robert Kirkman. I met him at a con, and I took a picture with him for my buddy Joe's Lights, right? And Kirkman was asking me if I read the book, and I told him no, I didn't read your book. He said, "Oh man, why not?" But I watched the show. The show is good, but I didn't read the book because I'm not into zombies like that. What I got out of that is that the show was not about zombies. It wasn't about zombies. It was about the human interactions, like you're saying, the human entanglements but that The Walking Dead was a play on it. The Walking Dead weren't the zombies. The Walking Dead were the people who survived. They were the Walking Dead because when they died, they became walkers, and if motherfuckers didn't kill them, they were dead too. And that was what it was. It's just humanity dealing with humanity. That was the play on the shit. The zombie thing was just, backdrops. Wasn't the story. But it was the reason for why these people end up in these bands and groups and shit like that. And how ridiculous some of them got. Who about a freeway? Don't be running into traffic.
Not me. Not me.
Running in traffic. Yeah, Mad Max where breast milk is the new vodka. Yeah, see, that's just some weird pedophile shit to me. That's just some weird shit to me. Like, what the fuck? Like, oh man, come on.
That's
dude.
Charles.
That's weird shit.
Which movie was that?
That was Mad Max. That was Furiosa.
Oh hell no! I'm glad I missed the movie. I missed that movie.
All these inbred kids and shit like that. Like,
I tried to watch it. It's a hard watch, man. It's a hard watch.
if you're not into gratuitous violence, you would not probably like that shit. Probably wouldn't. Just seeing people get fucked up, and by mean fucked up is by means of weapons and people getting murdered, decapitated, mutilated, and shit like that. If you're not into that kind of shit, you probably wouldn't like it. But if you are, you would think it was the best movie fucking ever. Because that's what you should watch.
Yeah.
Graphically. Come on, man. Kid, I love Super Fuzz. He was a Super Fuzz, superhero cop comedy. Yeah. I like Shaun of the Dead. It had zombies in it too. Shaun of the Dead was funny. So I never got into zombie movies and stuff. It never really bothered me. There's movies that I like that have what is considered zombies in it. Like I like I Am Legend. It's a remake of what Gemini Man, right? So I Am Legend, Will Smith. There's zombies in it, but there's a reason for zombies that's interesting. But the movie is not about the damn zombies. It's about him. His story trying to fight this infection that got loose and trying to reverse this shit. That's the story. One man surviving on his own amongst all of this shit and keeping his goddamn sanity. That's why that scene with Fred was not where Fred was supposed to be, and that motherfucker was losing his shit was so good. What are you doing out here, Fred? That nigga losing his mind. He about to lose. He about to come unraveled completely. Like, what the fuck? Why is this not where it's supposed to be? There's nobody here but me and these goddamn zombies. What the fuck? He's screaming at a goddamn mannequin.
Set his ass up.
Yeah, he's screaming at a goddamn mannequin because he didn't realize that these damn zombies actually have some fucking intelligence. And booby trapped that shit to catch his ass. One man against the world. I understand that story. And it was a black dude. No shit. Understand why I resonated with it.
And then when he lost his best friend, the dog, family
His
dog,
only friend,
lost his shit. And when he went out and went looking for problems with them damn zombies at night,
he was ready to kill himself. He had given up. He had given up. That's what it was. Like, fuck him, I'll be out here, and I'm gonna sit out here tonight, and I'm gonna take as many of them with me as I can. Now he didn't say that shit, but that's what happened. He was giving up. He was committing suicide by any other means. It was a good movie, and Will Smith pulled that shit off. You cannot like Will Smith for being a simp of the nation. Don't matter. He's a hell of a fucking actor. He's a good rapper. Yeah, he's a hell of an actor.
was I
Supposed coming out with part 2.
And they're supposed to be coming out with a part 2. I don't know if I'll see it or not, but yes, they are, because they want to go back to the well and try to milk that bitch again. Go ahead, Beastly.
I personally thought he should have got an Oscar for that performance. He was going to give him an Oscar for anything, just to see him break down and how he's dealing with the world around him. You know, that was just me. You know,
I'm fine with him getting it for King Richard. He should have got it for some other stuff that he had did.
Yeah.
because Will Smith has put in some decent work as an actor.
Yeah.
But what I give him credit for is he's the king of acting by himself or CG. He will act against a green screen and shit that ain't there and give you a fucking performance. And if you understand that most of the shit that he's acting against is nothing there, it's just him, that motherfucker go inside himself. He go inside himself and pull something out. That be gets him to emote like that on screen.
So
that nigga dealing with a lot of personal pain that he smiled through. Somebody was saying something, but it stopped. Of course.
No.
That's it.
That's all. I mean, shoot, man, we went a whole hour over, so I mean, I think.
Yeah, we did. But, okay.
So.
Yeah, if I was doing it just for the number of people watching, I would have been over a long time ago.
Yeah.
Y'all motherfuckers diverge too much to keep somebody's attention, so they'll leave. Like, oh, these niggas talking about sex again. Talking about bitches. I don't want to hear that shit. That's all these manosphere motherfuckers ever talk about is bitches.
They're all in cells.
Yeah, they're all in cells. Let me go see what these bitches doing on OnlyFans.
It's like you can't force your favorite one of your favorite persons you like to listen to. You can't force them to talk about what the hell you want them to talk about, because they ain't what made them your favorite.
Yeah, you can't force anybody to talk about what you want to fucking talk about necessarily. You can try to steer the conversation in that way, but a conversation, an open conversation, will flow where it goes. You try to moderate it a little bit and keep it on the path you're trying to stay on, but an open chat live show is kind of open to going wherever it goes. It does. And I started the show for 2 hours bitching. So kind of figured I owe y'all a little bit of time and leeway to talk about what you wanted to get out.
Appreciate you.
Nobody showed up to listen to that shit necessarily, but you did show up, so it is what you're hearing.
Mm-hmm.
But it was what was on my mind.
Yeah.
So now you know what was on my goddamn mind. You had more people, because I'll look at the numbers the whole time while I'm watching the show. I'll look at it sometimes to see how many people are in here, who stick around, who don't. And it was higher numbers when we were talking about some other shit than it was talking about all of this stuff that we've been talking about for the last 3 hours. Nobody gave a shit. It's only a small number of people who actually cares about that stuff. That's not 11,000 sub watching show. It's not.
Well, I'm gonna be talking about it. Well, my shit's gonna. Well,
go ahead.
So, my next stream. I said my next stream is just gonna be random hell, because I'm gonna be talking about a whole different topics.
Okay. You got a wrench, drop the link in for your channel.
I'm about to set that up with the shit. Before that, I'm trying to fix myself something to eat. I already got my shit set up, so I don't know about you. Shit. Like, you already ate on this, damn it.
Well, I did an 8-hour stream. I can't sit up here hungry having fucking low blood sugar and shit like that. I ate some food. I went ahead and eat.
You ain't supposed to eat nothing.
That's what they tell you on that little YouTube shit. Don't eat and don't drink on stream. Like, motherfucker, we do long streams on this side of town. The fuck you talking about?
People doing 16-hour streams. Don't fucking sit here and tell me that they not eating or drinking on that bitch.
If somebody can do a whole stream of them sleeping and y'all put that on, fuck you. I can eat on this bitch. I've eaten a whole plate of enchiladas, rice and beans, and drank damn near a whole bottle of Winter Jack on stream in 8 hours. That's like a work day.
I sure did ate a burger. I
That
sure did
is a
ate a
work
burger and some carrot cake on y'all ass.
Yeah. will not go to work tomorrow and not have a break after 2 hours and drink or eat something. After 4 hours, you want your lunch, don't you? Okay, then I did your 8-hour goddamn stream. Suck a dick because I ate some enchiladas.
Well, it's not even that. You got whole supplement companies that sponsor streamers. So they sponsor motherfuckers to drink on stream or eat something on stream. Hey, just I want to take a quick pause of stream and advertise these little quick microwave meals for streamers. You know, after a long day of streaming, you know, I want to eat me a little. I don't have time to cook, so let me go pop this in the oven or the microwave and let me eat it for y'all. Go get these tasty meal, ready-made shit, or go get the G Fuel shit. You know, what are we talking about? That rule changed a long time ago.
That's ridiculous. It's streamers that do whole advertisement for different shit that ain't got nothing to do with the video they do it. I literally watched a person do a review on the Penguin, and one of the advertisements they had, I think, was for a bed.
Oh, purple mattress or whatever.
Yeah. Penguin ain't fucking. He was. We wouldn't want to watch that shit.
Yeah. Or like the real big streamers when they talk about the video games, killing aliens is hard. It's hard in your brain. That's why you need better help. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Advertise a whole fucking medical service.
Therapy. Medical therapy.
Wow.
Like I was about to say, dick pills, therapy, beds, drinks, watches, all kind of advertisements for all kind of shit.
Everything.
Yeah.
Manscaped is the one that got everything sold up because everybody, I was like, God damn, like you got all the ASMR people. I'm like, damn, everybody got Manscaped sponsorship.
Manscaped sponsor a lot of people because they pump a lot of money into the space, which is good for content creators because otherwise you got to peddle your own shit.
Yep.
And nobody wants to pay you for that shit, depending on your color. Because I told you, I watched the stream of some of these other content creators who don't necessarily have more information than anybody else, but they did a whole stream just reading off super chats. A whole stream, 2 hours, just reading super chats. And they didn't have to say one time when they were doing that shit, donate. Didn't. It just come in. Weird. I like the fact that you're talking. Funny. But they will never sit up there and do an 8-hour stream. No. They in and out in about 2-3 hours. They good with you. Manscaped and Blue Chew. Yes.
Oh yes. My God.
Shave your junk and get it strong.
Yes,
do it and do it. Yeah, I heard
big
that.
job. Big job, man. Promote the hell out of them damn.
So does Shannon Sharp.
No, he got Roe. Roe's different, but
yeah, bro. Same thing. I mean, I'm gonna make a company that specializes in sound effects, especially erections.
Already got one.
It's kind of funny because if Mr. Fantastic came out these days, he'd be an OnlyFans model.
Oh, facts.
In his dark life, then he makes enough money to go to college to be a scientist and forget all about that.
And he would advertise Blue Chew.
Why you roasting?
Classic costume.
That's why I guess he can never Sue will never leave him.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Once you go elongated, you can never go back.
Yep.
No, she never left him because he can touch all the spots. And he never left her because he likes seeing it on the inside of her.
Whatever
yeah.
He likes seeing what it looks like when he comes inside.
Jesus.
And he can literally put his face in it.
And why did Ben always stay tight with the family? Because he could also use his best friend as a condom.
Oh no.
Oh Jesus.
It's a 2-for-1 sale. Oh no. It's a 2 for. That's the weirdest train I ever heard of. But anyway,
Ben likes Sue too.
You know what he meant when he said by his claw brand time.
Well,
No,
I guess it's a lot better. I
Stretch
guess
weed
it's a
over
lot
his
better.
ass and get up and sue.
I guess it's a lot better than well, he's always hard. That's a benefit. But
That was hard.
I guess it's a lot better than Johnny Storm's love life because that month there's not one species he will not fuck.
No, that just means Johnny Storm need to be hanging out with Dick Grayson.
Oh
They
yeah.
can have a hoe off, nigga.
Oh yeah. I mean, who's a bigger hoe than Dick Grayson?
It might be Batman. You never
Yeah.
know. We're talking about the shit.
Either that or Wolverine. Like the only
I would say
all
Professor
you
Xavier.
Spider-Man.
all
You know,
you should
it probably has to be Wolverine because how many bitches come back trying to kill his ass? And this was always somebody he hadn't had some relationship with. I don't know what he be doing. He must got a seventh claw or something. I don't know.
Well, there's a reason why. There's a reason why I weigh 300 pounds, and it's not the adamantium.
No shit.
Because aside of Wolverine, the only other person I know that has that many exes coming after his ass is Luke Skywalker in the EU. Every chick that come after him used to be some chick he was fucking. And they make a joke about it because Mara Jade used to make a joke about it in the book. She talked about that farm boy charm. I'm like, God damn, Luke Skywalker was slanging it as the only Jedi in the galaxy for a while, boy.
I guess when he puts on his, you got the Jedi condoms. May the force be with you.
Rolling in like Jedi, like my father before me. He like, nigga, what?
Huh?
Want to see my lightsaber?
I want to see it again.
He said, oh yeah. Is that the reason why you're a Jedi? Sure, bitch.
No, let me make you feel the force.
I think he.
I have the force.
I think he'll rival. I think he'll rival. Fucking Captain Kirk.
Oh yeah, Captain
Captain James T. Kirk.
I think James T. Kirk got put on the Enterprise to get his ass off the Earth because he was probably going through everybody there.
Generals, man.
They sent his ass out on the Enterprise to keep their daughters safe.
Captain Kirk, for some odd reason, I mean, shit, he might have repopulated a few planets.
Yeah, the Federation.
Captain Kirk
bringing
don't say.
planets in the Federation. Like, damn, they got some good bitches down there. We need to get them blue chips.
We thought that intro, Space the Final Frontier, was about them. Oh no, it was about Kirk conquering the known universe.
Oh yeah,
seek out new life and new civilization.
To boldly go where no man has gone.
It gives that meaning to give that intro new meaning, right?
Oh yeah, you know.
Journey to Kirk.
Man, them green bitches over there, man, their pussy is awesome.
Captain Kirk gonna be like, hey, I talk. He gonna be like, I talk. He gonna be like, shit, I talk Luke Skywalker the game. What you mean?
You know,
shit.
you know it's gonna be bad when he
find the opening.
He was, you know, imagine him drunk talking shit. You ain't never had it good till you had a bitch put a Vulcan death grip on your dick.
Oh,
Why she fucking you? You know what that do to you? Do to your Johnson? Do you know, Luke?
I was harder than back taxes and child support. Shit.
Harder than dilithium crystals at full warp.
You know, I was harder than trying to do a calculus problem in prison. God dang. Dang. Shit.
Final thoughts on the Captain Kirk Luke Skywalker joke because it is funny.
Captain Kirk with blue chew.
Did he need it? Luke had green.
Great advertising.
Green lightsaber.
That's like giving Superman a nuke. What for?
Yeah, what for? What am I gonna do with this?
Oh,
shake it off. What up, Braxton? I saw you in here. I'm sorry. The Snake Fiend. Said that artisan piece. Peace to you. I think you're in the UK or something, right? So final thoughts so we can close this out. It's 8:16 and 7 p.m. here, so I'm about to catch up with actual time if I keep this up.
So boldly go with no man's gone before. Woo!
Blue cooch.
Hey, this pink, green, and blue. God damn.
Yeah.
Y'all better not mess with no green pussy, man. That's disgusting.
Please don't.
Blue waffle.
Yeah. Oh my
Oh,
God.
No, don't do
No.
that.
Hell no. Hell no. In the
Don't
words of
do
another
that.
spaceman, though, gentlemen, to infinity and beyond. Y'all have a
Yeah,
great night.
Yeah.
keep it up, massage man.
Have a good night.
It's jiggle, man.
Right on,
Magic,
man. Thanks
magic
for having me
fingers.
on.
No, don't do it. Hey, don't wave your hands like that. Don't wave your. Come on now.
Like his utility belt is made of special oils and ointments and shit.
you know. Oh yeah. My last thought is
Lavender.
how to use the force to do foreplay.
You got to watch
Use
Modern
force
Problem.
choking it.
You force choking the bitch, and she liked it.
She's like, harder.
Harder. Yeah, your daddy did it stronger. What?
What? Bitch.
Yo,
Bitch.
choke on your
How
ambition.
dare you use the sacred Vader's name in vain?
Can you
Appreciate
imagine?
you, Fire. He says, Sin Shoot in Overtime, best movie, Deadpool and Wolverine, worst movie, Secret Society of Magical Negroes.
Oh
And
God.
Cobra Iron Fist had 1,000 accidental kids come after him and fight to the death. Yeah, Fat Cobra. Yeah, Fat Cobra.
Wow.
Hey, he was getting around, man. He was getting around, and you know, them secret cities, hidden cities. Ray Fire, I will give you the guts and butts. There ain't 1,000 of these motherfuckers coming after you. Even if they are, they short, so you'll be all right. You can just knock them over, like, you know, weeble wobble.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the once.
They might fall over, but they don't fall down. And when Rainfire comes in, we make the goal of 10 contributors for a stream. Thank you, Rainfire. Thank you, everybody who's supported Malika, 2 Trills, Swift, Joe Herb, right? No One, 2 times. Aqua, take care. Prime Buckets, Beastly Nerd, and Rainfire Designs. Like Bane, No One, and Rainfire again. So Rainfire did it twice. Got a double up, man. Should have got a double up. I put that on the wrong line. My accounting is fucked. Sorry.
Never learn to swim.
Yep. So, final thoughts, rest of you guys. I'm gonna have to get my ass up on time before I get in trouble tomorrow. Somebody disappeared. I think that was Mr. Matt and Ray. Beastly, Faulkner, final thoughts.
Hey, smoke weed every day.
That's a police officer telling y'all that. So apparently you gotta comply to that demand.
Comply, nigga, comply. Comply, because this chick's baking a pie. She said pecan, fuck that shit. Because it'll make you go to dip. Now smoke your weed and drink your drink. Nigga. Oh.
Peace. Peace, Charles. Well, final thoughts, Beastly, what you got? Because I got a whole nother plate of enchiladas. Because I don't know if they running a holiday special or what, but it was 2 for 1. And I paid $15 and got 2 whole plates of 2 enchiladas a piece. I might finish them both in one day. Fat fuck.
All right. I'll be quick. Same as always for the good content creators and folks out there in TV land and movie film studios. Just make good shit. Simple as that. Get back to the basics. It's not hard. If we like it, we'll give you money. If we don't, we won't give you money. Simple as that. But peace out to everybody. Take care, Artisan, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Appreciate you, Beastly. So, everybody, that was the last stream of this year. It's not the last stream for this channel. This is the 44th out of 52 streams a year because my 1 year of streaming happens in, I think, February. Well, look who came through here. The Doughboy showed up. Why you show up so late, Negro? Ain't shit. Chicken fire roasted tomato pasta. That sounds good as hell. You stick your sausage fingers in that shit or what? Shout out to my boy Artie Itmore. I miss Artie Itmore. I don't see him enough. Got to go to some other places, I guess. I saw a comedy skit where Ray defeated Kilo with the force hand job. Oh, you mean Kylo? Kylo's a Y. Ray killed Kylo with a force hand job. Yeah, that's what we got the whole damn thing. 15-hour workday. You say that shit like you the only one who do that. Why you think I ain't coming out with videos as much as I used to? I'm working a lot of hours. I'm rarely home at this point. I showed y'all the number of videos backed up on this goddamn thing. It's ridiculous. Got one sitting up here now for the Skeleton Crew episode 5. Ran out of time to finish editing it because I was up here with you good people. But get your money, man. Get your motherfucking money. I come to North Carolina, I'll be looking for your ass. You and AM, see if I can have a drink. At least I know one of y'all got some Sinatra Select art. Art hit more, motherfucker. At least one of y'all got some Sinatra Select. I don't know what your issue is. But I didn't buy Applejack the other day or Friday. I bought Winter Jack. So this is now empty. So I finished another bottle of Winter Jack. I didn't drink all of that today on the stream, okay? I started it yesterday. My daughter left. I wanted to drink. And I drank it Friday when I got it. It's a tough week. So I needed to relax. All right, we had tornado activity last night. I will trade with you. Shit. You ain't working. So anyway, last stream of the year. 8 hours and possibly 30 minutes after I play this damn song that's on here. What do I want to leave you guys with? The Chinese proverb goes, where may you live in interesting times. It's actually a curse. I am living through an interesting time. This year and in my life in general. A lot of changes are on the way next year. Some that we see coming, some that we don't see coming. Politically is what we see coming. Aftermath of that is what we don't see coming. Entertainment-wise, there should be changes because you've been seeing the split between walking away from all of this woke programming, this really overly pro-female programming. I think, at least for this year, What If Season 3 is the tail end of that. I don't think you'll be seeing a lot of that next year because it has been proven to be unsustainable by the population they're trying to reach, and it doesn't make them any money at all. So I, for one, would prefer more balanced. I don't have a problem with female heroes or protagonists, but I don't need dumbass supporting male characters. There is a balance to be struck, and some talented writers, competent writers, need to get a hold of these franchises and start doing that shit. Because I can speak for myself, but in some way I can speak for, I think, geeks, in the sense that we want to give you our money. You know that, right? We want to give you our money. You own the properties that we love. We want to see good material come out from these properties, which means we want to give you our money. Not because we like you, But because we like this property that you own, just give us good shit and you'll get paid. But you keep giving us the crap you gave us this year, we will watch your ass burn gleefully, like a bunch of kids in Lord of the Flies dancing around the fire. Now, if that's too shocking of a visual for you, too fucking bad. That's what it is. Like Beasley just left here saying, just make good shit. Just make good material. Not good to your friends who don't like this material. Good to the people who loved it, supported it, grew it to where it can even be a business you can have a job at. It's not that hard. Just care about it a little bit. If you cared about anything. So, as far as the channel, I appreciate how the channel has grown over the years. I appreciate you guys who have stuck with me since the beginning of this channel and show up every week to hear my witticism or takes on certain things. I appreciate that. I do. It is not the biggest channel on YouTube, but in a sense, I think my reverberations echo a bit far. And I only say that because of the number of people I see still in the damn content. So that is to be something to be applauded. I wish you all success in your endeavors. And not to have it easy in what you strive to do, but to remove the impediments, the unnecessary impediments to your success. I wish that for you in the new year. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for everybody who donated to the stream today. Yeah. When I see you again, it will be a new year. And then we will start dealing with the new stuff then. That means I can wipe this movie list and start a new one. So I've been artisanmc. This has been the hero's journey and our 8-hour and 30-minute trek through geekdom, life, and everything in between. I do this every Sunday at 11 a.m., rain or shine, home or not, where we will talk about these things and talk about it with you, see what you think about it. So with that, I will see you guys next time. I don't want to do it that way. Yeah. Peace.